256 players, 6 days, non-stop, 9-ball pool action here at the UK Open.
I must say, I am officially excited. It is the first major World Nineball Tour ranking event of the year. Yes, it's the Telford International Centre, the new home of the UK Open. This fine venue housed professional snooker in February, the Players' Championship, and now the very best in the world of pool descend on the West Midlands for what should be one cracking tournament. 26 tables are in this vast arena, and they've not been crammed in, by the way. It is a huge space, an absolutely tremendous venue, and one that's in keeping with what's become one of the highlights of the year. Now let's have a look to see what's coming your way. First up on this opening day of 6. Well, first match, Johann Chua, World Cup hero for Philippines last year, against a blast from the past, Vincent Facquet of France. Then it's Nguyen Antoine of Vietnam against Andrew Finnegan, a Scot who played last week in the Jacoby Scottish Open, another highly successful World Nineball Tour ranking event. And third up, I think it's a match a lot of people want to see. Marc Bosch, runner-up in the Spanish Open last year. He is the star player in terms of pool, but the big attraction is Troy Deeney, Premier League legend, a footballer who had a great knack of scoring plenty of goals. Can he pot plenty of balls? As for Table 2, well, the World Nineball Tour's latest champion is in action. Duong Quoc of Vietnam. He was heroic in winning the Jacoby Scottish Open in Rutherglen at the weekend. He's taking on Spencer Oliver of the host nation. Ko Ping Han, the younger of the 3 co-brothers, he plays the Xiao. And then it's Konrad Yuzhushin against, well, my co-commentator in the commentary box right now with me, Carl Boys. They say he's shy and retiring. Well, he's definitely not shy. And he's not retiring. He's back in action. Carl, you've taken the cue out of the case, and you've already beaten Albin Aushin and Jonas Suto Camino in a big ranking event north of the border. Congratulations.
Thank you, Phil. I must admit, it feels more comfortable being sat here next to your good self. Good to have you back, Phil, as always. Day 1 here at the UK Open, fabulous arena. As you said, Phil, these tables, they're not crammed in. There's plenty of space around every table, and if you're a pool fan, you can literally get up to any table in the arena and watch all these players. And this is an interesting first matchup, Phil, isn't it? What a tale of 2 tapes these 2 players are.
Well, Vincent Facquet, you might be thinking, where do I know that name? Well, he's a former Mosconi Cup player, the only Frenchman, actually, to play for Europe. 96. The USA won that match 15-13 with the likes of Earl Strickland, Mike Massey, Shannon Dalton and Alan Hopkins on the team. Facquet actually teamed up with Mika Immonen to win a doubles against Hopkins and Mike Massey. He's in his late 50s now. And obviously, Chua is a big favourite. But Carl, you were telling me before we went on air, these tables are going to be very unforgiving.
Yeah, you can just hear all the clatter of the brakes after table 1 got today's play in action. Had a little practice last night, Phil, when I got here, about 30 minutes with some of the English players that are playing, and let me tell you, the pockets were very nippy for what we're used to seeing on a 9-ball pool table. And they're playing a little bit slower as well. You know, it's quite warm in here as we're approaching summertime. But to be honest, Phil, this is what the top players want. You know, the pool players around the world. You know, when you're playing in challenge matches, or even when you set your table up at home or in your club, wherever these top players practice, you know, they play on a tighter table. It's only when we've really seen it on TV over the years where we've always felt the pockets have been a bit too generous. You would feel Vincent Facquet is a huge second favourite in this match, but having played in Scotland last week, Phil, and obviously playing here, I feel like the second favourite, I feel like it's given me a new dimension to my commentary. I feel like because I've been out there on the table, I've experienced it now, and you know, pool's a game where sometimes you see shock results, but I don't think it's a shock result because of the way the game is. I think it's when the second favourite, like Vincent, is here, you've got to get off to a good start. And you've just seen Chua miss a tricky 3-ball, and if Facquet can clear the table, that's exactly the start you need. And then the top players, I know the World Snooker Championships, Phil, you was working on that event. That event only finished last night. And if you look at that full event, the top players, Judd Trump, he was put under pressure. He ended up getting beaten off Jack Jones. This is sport. If you put the top professionals under pressure, you can win matches. There's no doubt about it.
All of that is very much true. And, OK, it was around half his lifetime ago, but Vincent Facquet is a former runner-up in the World Masters. Lost in the final to Ralph Suke in 1996 in your hometown in Blackpool.
And this is a prime example. Look at the shot he's played here. When you're out of practice and you've not been on the circuit and you've not been competing against quality players, your cue ball control goes a little missing, and it's gone missing there. So he can't get close to the 6. Look at this. Now he's left himself jacked up over the 9. This is exactly what happens when you're not playing full time. Boy, this is a tough pot. It's very easy to send this 6-ball into the short bottom rail. So let's have a look where this 6 goes. Often, if you do miss it, you send it into the bottom rail. Nicely done. The cue ball needs to slow down. So the last 3 shots he's played, Phil, he's lost control of the cue ball.
Tell you what, though, good to see him back. And he's a classic example of a veteran who's been enticed to come back onto the world stage by the World 9-Ball Tour, which is undoubtedly going places.
Yeah, we're certainly seeing the rise out of 9-ball pool. Things are certainly heading in the right direction. Is he playing the bank? I feel like that's the shot. Not only have you got to pot the ball, you've got to get right on the 8-ball. So he's going to have a tough 8-ball. And then you feel like you would have quite a tough 9-ball, but so far so good. This is a case of just pot the 8, Phil. You're not going to pot this hard and get the cue ball on the left side of the table for the 9. You're just making the pot on the 8 so much harder. You could even pot it and play for the bank on the 9. Yep, this was the problem. Inexperience of competing at the top level. You're asking a lot to pot the 8 at pace.
And in 1996, when he played in the Moscone Cup and he got to the final of the World Masters, that was in. That was in. Not anymore.
Chua would have liked to have been a little straighter on the 9. Only because it's the first rack.
Sweetly done, though, it really was. They call him Bad Koi. That was a good shot. So, first blood drawn in the tournament by Johann Chua. Now, if you sign up for the World Nineball Tour live scores, it's WNTLivescores.com. You will get all of the information you need as it happens, either by going down the draw or on the live icon. You can see all of the matches that are taking place right now. Of course, all first round encounters. Another of my commentary colleagues, Jeremy Jones, former US Mosconi Cup captain and US Open champion. He's engaged on table 24 at the moment against a Romanian who's represented that country in the World Cup, Babkin Melkonyan. First rack still to be completed.
Chua's breaking from a little bit further into the centre of the box, trying to put the yellow one in the right centre. I'm sure our avid viewers know this by now. But 2 breaks and 2 dry breaks as well. So let's just have a look where this one ball goes. Yeah, it went close, hit the point. Actually unlucky that it didn't go up the rail. We see that quite a lot. Now Facquet, Vincent Facquet has got to play the bank shot here. The 2 balls over the pocket, can't fail to get on the 2 ball. So one good bank shot would really give him an open table. Yeah, he knew as well. Surely he's not gone behind the 7, Phil. It's the only place he could land on the table. Incredible. The kick shot's pretty easy though. And where the red 3 ball is, he would fancy having a pot into left centre. He'd like to just graze the bottom rail. Well, he caught it half ballish, so that's okay as well. If he's dead straight, he's going to have to roll forward to go past the purple 5. It's always a funny shot, that one, Phil. You know, Q Sport players don't really like rolling balls, do they? And because he had to roll forward and it was straight, it's very easy to miss that. Chua's got a tester off the rail, though.
Yeah, when it comes to rolling balls, I think for people who don't play, it's a common misconception that it's easier to do that than to hit them crisply, but that's not the case. Oh, but Johann Chua not able to take advantage. Mind you, what a roll that was. What a roll from the man who was inspirational alongside James Arenas when the Philippines, as an unseeded team, won the World Cup in Spain last year. He's got plenty of skill, nerve, ability, but it's also always good to have a little bit of luck, and that was more than a little bit.
This happens in 9-ball. If a player misses or comes out of a hook like Vincent's doing here, you're never quite sure where the balls are going to end up. This is just part and parcel of being a pool player. Good hit there, though. Oh, this might end up okay. It needs to slow down, though. As long as he's not left the pot. Looks tight from our angle. Obviously, Johann Chua will have the best seat in the house to see that. But listen, if you sat in Vincent's chair, Phil, I think you've got to be positive. Chua's had 2 dry breaks from 2. He's missed a couple of balls. So even though you might end up being 2-0 down, still positives to come, but he's going airborne, so he can't pot the ball. This is tough. Well, the purple 5 ball is his friend at the moment, because just look where the cue ball's gone again. It's funny, you can play a match and everything seems to go your way, and you could play an hour later and the rub of the green goes the opposite way.
And I think that's why pool players generally seem more accepting of bad luck. They don't seem to allow it to get under their skin as much as other Q Sports players.
That was a nice two-rail kick, though. He hit the right side of the ball. He just didn't want the three to catch the point on the centre. These big open events that we're staging now on the World Nineball Tour, 256 players over the first 4 days of play. It's all about getting your name in the hat, isn't it, Phil? That's what the rule is, and we play double elimination. If you're not familiar with what that means, it means you can actually lose a match and still qualify for single elimination. But it's all about trying to qualify for the single elimination stage. That's when you feel like this event really comes to life.
And you might think, well, all of the big names will get to single elimination, and the vast majority of them almost certainly will, but there's always the odd one that struggles, goes out early. Yi, I remember in this event, has suffered a fate like that in the past. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz came close to it. It's all about, though, playing well for these top guys on these tables and gaining confidence that way. And after not one but 2 rolls went his way, Johann Chua is 2-0 ahead. Now, in this first round, quite a number of the big names have received byes. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, Niels Feijen, Skylar Woodward, the US captain for the Mosconi Cup this year, Austria's Mario He, David Al-Kaidi, Jason Shaw, Yi, Moritz Neuhausen, Koping Chung and Fedor Gorsht. Max Lettner and Viktor Zielinski also fall into that bracket, as do Joshua Fuller and Albin Auschen. Plus Aloysius Schaap, Eklund Kaci, the title holder. And at the end of this rack, Carl, I will give out some latest scores around the arena. I must say, I know we've talked about it before, but this place is absolutely built, isn't it, for this kind of event? It's a cavernous space, and I think if we'd wanted 30 tables, it wouldn't have been an issue.
Just looking at the break again there, he's not quite dialed in. That just shows you how accurate you've got to be on the break, because he's found the point again. This is what I was saying. Vincent Facquet's had a couple of chances in both racks, so he might have lost the opening 2, but he's back at the table off the dry break again. Win a break is the format we play in the open events. Just got to be a bit careful here, because he's trying to play on the 3, but it's a little slow one. Easy to lose the cue ball, and he's not reached the pocket, so he's not converting these chances.
It's a very small sample size, of course, but this is not the Vincent Facquet I recall from the mid-90s. That Mosconi Cup team he was on, by the way, the European team that year, included Steve Davis, Ronnie O'Sullivan, Ralph Souquet and Oliver Ortman.
Some well-known names in that team that year, crikey, that's a phenomenal bit of history and storytelling Vincent Facquet can tell his children. The issue he's got here is the more Johann Chua spends his time at the table and not in his chair, is the more he starts to warm up. Because it doesn't matter who you are, Phil. it's always nice to get that first win in a tournament. You don't feel like you're in it until you get that win.
And of course, Chua and all of his fellow countrymen here, and they've got a very powerful contingent, actually. All of them have got a massive incentive to do well this year with the announcement of the Reyes Cup. Asia versus Europe. How they would love to be on that team.
Yeah, that's the biggest news of the year, isn't it? At last, the Asian players have got a Mosconi Cup format team event to try and qualify for. We've been asking it for years, and if anyone's going to deliver, it's the people at Matchroom Pool, Matchroom Sport, the big boss Barry Earn and Eddie Earn and Emily Fraser, who's the CEO of the World Nineball Tour. We've finally got it, and it's quite fitting. It's got to be named after Efren Reyes. There was no one else it was going to be named after, is it, Phil? It had to be Efren Reyes. It's got a nice ring to it, the Reyes Cup.
Well, both Willie Mosconi and Efren Reyes, giants of the sport. So, yeah, I think it's another piece of the great man's legacy. Now, that was a more authoritative rack from Johann Chua. He leads 3-0. That means he's a third of the way home in this race to 9. So what about these other scores? Well, on table 10, Hunter Lombardo from across the Atlantic. He's 1-0 up on Ricardo Mota of Portugal. Michael Feliciano, fine Filipino player, 2-1 up on Zoltan Kozja. Mohamed Sufi, who created such a wonderful story when he got to the World Nineball Championship final. He leads quickly, as you might imagine, with his style of play. Lin Tsung Han, 3-1. And Dimitri Yungo, former world junior champion, 3-0 up already on Jason Simons. And Abdullah Al Yusuf enjoys a 2-0 lead over Cameron Elliott. And must mention Duong Kwang coming off that win in the Jacoby Scottish Open at the weekend, and what a fine win it was too. He's 2-0 up on Spencer Oliver. Incredibly, almost 150,000 people back in Vietnam watched the stream as Duong won his maiden event on the World Nineball Tour.
Just shows you how popular pool is in Vietnam, and we've seen that firsthand, didn't we, Phil, when we was over there at the back end of last season for the Hanoi Open. I believe there were about 2,500, 3,000 for that final between Shaw and Albin Ocean. It was incredible scenes. They love pool over there. They also love pool in the Philippines. And they love this score as well, because Chua's breaking in rack 4. And he's found the 1 ball in the side pocket. No shot on the blue 2 though. So what you're going to see here is a push-out cord. You have to tell the referee. And Johann can literally hit the cue ball wherever he wants on the table. He can hit another ball, he can pot a ball. But wherever the balls finish, Vincent will come to the table and have the option of playing the shot or handing it back. So here you see he comes over to the bottom left, bottom rail. Vincent will literally either play the shot if he fancies something, or he'll give it back to Johann.
You might be held to hear the distinctive sound of a pool ball bouncing on the floor. Clearly one has come off a table somewhere.
Yeah, usually that might be a miss hit on the break, or more than likely a jump shot. Vincent's playing the shot. He's trying to get covered. If he finds a gap in between the 9 and the 7, it will work. But he hasn't, and he's left a pot. The green 6 ball is a big ball in this rack. It's tied up. Vincent will know that as well as he sits back in his chair.
We've talked about Chua in reference to that World Cup win, and there's no doubt about it. Although Aaron has played well, the senior partner in terms of what he achieved in that tournament was Chua. He's from Manila. And at his best, I believe, and I know you share this opinion, Carl, he's got a very high ceiling. Terrific player.
Yeah, he's a shot maker, Phil. That's what makes him quite exciting to watch. He's not scared to play his shots, and we're seeing that in the World Cup of Pool. He always seems to be faced with a difficult shot in the rack. This is difficult now. How's he get on the 6 ball from here? He may just have to play a pot here and leave a safety shot. Yeah, you could see what he was attempting, but when the cloth is brand new, it's so difficult to play that type of shot because the cue ball just kind of slides off the rails. He made a pretty good attempt to it, to be fair. Trying to hit this just on the right hand side. Look at that, he's played it absolutely to perfection. Filipino pool players are famous for their kicking abilities, and it was the great man Efren Reyes who seemed to highlight that. He seemed to kind of invent that side of the game, really. Took it to new levels.
The thing is, it's a common trait that you need, isn't it, in high-level pool? If you can kick with the best, it is such an advantage.
Just had to make contact into that, which he has done. At least he's not left a pot where, you know, you can't really miss it. At least he's still got to cut this back into the side, send the cue ball off 3 rails for position on the 7. This is the problem though, at 3 up, Phil. That shot feels easier. If Vincent had took some chances, you just never know.
Powered that one in, stunned it off the side cushion. He was a little lucky in rack 2, no doubt about that, but generally I think he's looking pretty sharp.
It's not ideal. Of course, he's still a big favourite to pop the 9 ball.
In it goes, 4-0 Chua. Even more advanced, would you believe, Claudio Kaci, Eklund Kaci's younger brother. He's 6-1 up already on Ali Asghar Merchant. Cliff Castelline from Belgium, who beat you in that club tournament that was such a big feature of your YouTube channel, Carl. Really enjoyed that segment. He's 3-0 up on Antti Sola. Babkan Melkonyan 2-1 up on Jeremy Jones. Bernie Regalario and Ashik Nathwani are 2-2. Now, Ashik Nathwani has got a a place in UK Open folklore, because if you recall, I think it was the very first year of this event, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz lost his first match, and then he went 6-0 down to Ashik Nathwani, came back to win the match and ultimately went deep.
Good to see Phil's been doing his homework before this event.
Well, I actually remembered that, incredibly. I'm not like Michael, who's got the most incredible knowledge of cue sports and who can pull out facts from the ether without having to refer to the internet and to plenty of information that's written down. That guy is in a different league to me.
This ball will cut, but it's thin. And it's controlling the cue ball, which looks like he has done. He's warming up. Well, we said at the start of the match, the second favourite in any match, you feel like they've got to get off to a good start. Vincent's had chances. He hasn't converted them.
Just thinking, Carl, you must have spent a lot of time in Telford over the years with the old GB Nineball tour, because a lot of tournaments in that were played here, weren't they?
I don't think I ever played on it when it was in this venue. It was in a hotel when I played on it, to be honest. It's actually the first time I've been in this venue, Phil. And it's a very fine venue indeed.
And Telford itself, as I'll tell you about as the tournament goes on, is a very historic place and a very influential place in the world as we now know it. Because basically it was here that the Industrial Revolution began, in a place called Coalbrookdale, just down the road. There's no revolution here. The man in charge is remaining in charge. It is Johann Chua, now more than halfway to victory at 5-0 and getting into a real gear. Talking of which, Torsten Homan, former world 9-ball champion. He's 4-0 up on Danny King. João Grillo of Portugal, who's had some really good results on the World 9-Ball Tour. He's 4-0 up on Carl Williams. Same scoreline for Alexa Pachelsch over Dario Macedo. Mickey Kraus from Denmark, 5-0 up on Ryan Grant. And the Estonian Dennis Graber, he leads Andrei Izranchev 4-0. Also 4-0 now for Abdullah Al Yusuf over Cameron Elliott.
The break's been a bit up and down, hasn't it, for Chua? He's potted the one ball a couple of times, but he's really breaking the balls hard. But you could see the issue there is he was too thin on the one ball. So again, Vincent with a chance. It's all about the opening 2 or 3 shots. That's nicely played. Good angle on the blue 2 to get up for the red 3. That's worrying, Phil. That is worrying.
Yes, he's made a few mistakes in in this match, but that was the worst of the lot. And of course, Chua sees that and thinks, I'm okay here, under no threat, under no pressure.
This is always a nice shot. Swing the cue ball around off 3 rails. Watch the cue ball come round for the pink 4 ball. There's another cue ball, Phil, flying across the arena somewhere. Chua's playing a few exhibition shots now, just sending the cue ball round. He knows he's in no real danger in this match now. It's turning into a bit of a practice match, this, for Chua.
He could well have a much tougher assignment in his next contest, because he's slated to meet either Ashik Nathwani or Bernie Regalario. Regalario, Chua's fellow countryman. They're 2-2 at the moment. But here it is entirely one-sided. 6-0. And Vincent Facquet's return to televised pool in a major matchroom event is not going well. I know a lot of people enjoy watching Mohammed Sufi, representing Syria, of course, and he's not having things all his own way against Lin Tsung Han. It's 4-3 now in favour of Sufi. Good start for the UK's Matthew Wrigley over Roman Hebler. Wrigley leads 4-1.
Made a random ball, a couple of random balls actually. He is really slamming the brake though, that's what I've noticed. It's making a very loud noise. Can pot this ball in the corner, the right bottom corner. Cue ball looks like it's going to go into the purple 5, so he's now looked at the other corner pocket, bottom left corner. Yeah, he's playing this in the top left corner as we look at the screen. Look at this for an effort. Oh, it's in the middle of the pocket as well. He could play safe, cue ball behind the 6, but I don't think he will at 6-0. I think he'll try and play 3 rails round the angle. Yeah, he seems to like this shot. Boy, he's played that well. He has played that tremendously well.
Talking of which, we have our first result, other than the buys I mentioned earlier. Claudio Kaci beat Ali Asghar Merchant 9-1. Less than 40 minutes after they started.
That's very strong indeed. You won't see many matches under 40 minutes this week, I can assure you.
Far from simple, this dish. A good pot knocked in there, but another one required here. I know it's the first morning. I know this is entirely knee-jerk and premature. But Chua, to me, looks as though he should be on the short list of contenders.
Yep, it's turned into a bit of a practice match now. He'll just kind of get him set up ready for that next opponent. Could be a fellow Filipino, because he's took the lead over Ashik Nathwani. Bernie Regalario, the young talent from the Philippines. I know he's highly regarded over there.
Another Filipino, though, having an early struggle against Zoltan Kojar. Michael Feliciano, 4-3 down. When you think, Claudio Kaci already in the house, having recorded a win, Oliver Lawrence is 2-1 up on Antonio Kakaris. Chalk and cheese. Adam Smith 2-1 up on Craig Brown in an all-British affair. Danny Olsen from the USA, he's 3-1 up on Paul Song. And the fine Spanish player, Delgado, 5-0 up at the moment. Jose Alberto leading Carlo Blasi of Italy.
You can just hear the clatter of the balls when he breaks. That's what he's trying to do, though. He's trying to get that one ball into the side pocket. He's achieved it. He stays at the table. First glance looks like he can pop the two in the middle. It's always a little deceiving, though, isn't it, when you watch it on your TVs?
I'm going to just go off-piste for a moment, Carl, and congratulate you on that win over Albin Ouchen in the Scottish Open at the weekend. 10-4, what a performance.
Well, let's hope he's not watching, because he wasn't happy. But you wouldn't be happy losing to me, would you? Who would be? No, on a serious note, things like that, what we've just seen there, you know, the game certainly helped me. I had a couple of golden breaks at the start of the match, and as I said, you know, if you put the top players under pressure and ask questions, you grow in confidence as a player yourself as well. And Vincent Facquet, you know, in this match here to start the UK Open has just not done that. He's had chances, hasn't he? But he hasn't took them, and now he's 7 down.
It was too thin a cut. Just couldn't quite pull it off. Now then, can Facquet show us a glimpse, at least, of the form that made him a star in the 90s?
Yeah, no one likes to see a donut. Maybe only Johann Chua in the whole building that wants to see a donut. That's when you beat a player 9 racks to 0.
By the way, Carl, when you were talking about that win over Ouchen there, a liberal dose of modesty was thrown in. You don't want to keep on like that. The medic will be in to take your temperature and make sure everything's okay.
All right, then you forgot to mention the win over Jonas Suto Camino and all, Philip. We're going to play them games.
This is the Carl boys, I know.
Yeah, and we find ourselves playing in the UK Open. 1 o'clock against a tough opponent, Poland's Konrad Juszczyk, so I need to be on point there in that match. I never get these easy draws, Phil. I never used to.
Well, I'll tell you, with Konrad, it's easier to play him than to spell his surname, that's for sure. When I have to put the results in, when I'm writing for Snooker Scene magazine, it always takes me forever to get all the Zs and the Ys and the Cs in the right place.
But back to the action. It's another chance that's gone by the wayside for the Frenchman as Johann Chua gets himself on the hill.
Yes, we expected a Johann Chua victory here. I think we expected a comfortable Johann Chua victory, but given what he's achieved in the game in the past, Vincent Facquet, I think I am surprised by 8-0. Just goes to show you can't get off the horse for a lengthy amount of time and then expect to jump back on. And what a baptism of fire for him as he returns in front of the TV cameras against a truly world-class opponent. Dennis Grabber and Mickey Kraus on their way to whitewashes. Kraus leading Ryan Grant 7-0. Dennis Grabber the same score over Andrei Izranchev. Torsten Homan hasn't lost a rack yet. He's 6-0 up on Danny King.
The noise when he breaks is incredible. I hope he keeps this break plan going for the rest of the event, because we do see a lot of the top players taking a bit of speed off. I'm trying to think of the hardest breakers who employ this break. It's got to be SVB, Mario He, Eklund Kaci, the defending champion. He was breaking at full speed when he took this title.
Well, with the hairstyle from the back, he actually resembles to a certain degree Jeffrey De Luna, who has also got a thunderous break.
This is a case of just connecting the dots now, isn't it? Bit of a shaky start he got off to. Oh, he's landed a bit straight here. Can he pinch a bit and go forward with spin or come backwards? Yeah, he just used a bit of the rail. Yeah, the opening two racks, he missed opportunities at the table, Chua. It's understandable, you're not quite settled in. Vincent couldn't convert. He's about to get beat.
Yeah, and what a delightful shot that was on the 7. Just floating the cue ball around the traffic with running side. And it is a whitewash. Johann playing like a symphony orchestra at the end there. He defeats, from France, Vincent Facquet by 9 racks to 0. Our next matchup here on the main table will be Nguyen Antoine of Vietnam against Andrew Finnegan. It should be coming your way in around 5-10 minutes time, and as soon as they restart, we'll restart.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
He's got it!
And for me, the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical. vast array of 9-ball pool to look forward to in the calendar year of 2024. It should be something else. As, of course, will be the Bedvictor UK Open. We've got our first result on the main table for you. Johann Chua defeated Vincent Facquet 9-0. Now we're going over to table 2 to see how Duong Quoc of Vietnam will fare in his opening contest. He was certainly going well the last time I looked at the scoreboard, and that's most certainly the case. 7-1 up on Spencer Oliver, and Duong at the table.
Yeah, what a big performance it was to take down the Scottish Open. We all know how tough that field was up in Rutherglen. Just a few days ago, it was absolutely packed, full of the superstars from the World 9-Ball Tour. So for Duong Quoc to win that event, and the style he did it and the plays he beat, very impressive indeed.
And what a fighting performance it was. He lost his very first match and then won 6 consecutively on the one-loss side to make it to single elimination, where he pulled off a real show of resolve, coming back a couple of times from hefty deficits, in the end beating Oscar Dominguez for the title. Not the kind of scenario here. He's been in charge from the word go.
Yeah, and he's a fun player to watch as well, because he doesn't hold back. He goes for some quirky shots. He's happy to attack the table. Feel like the bank shot is on. All depends if he can play the bank and get on the red 3. The red 3 does combination onto the green 6 if he needs to. But if he can slide down the left like so. Just lost the cue ball a little bit.
Approaching prime time back in Vietnam. So if you're watching over there, your boy did good in the Scottish Open, and he could well do well here as well. Plenty of wells in that, but you get the idea. Undercutting the 3. Can tell you, by the way, Duong Quoc fellow countryman, Nguyen Antoine, will begin his match on table 1 against Andy Finnegan at 11:10, so that's in around 15 minutes' time.
Does the 9-ball sneak past the green 6?
The way the draw works out, the winner of this will take on either Danny Olsen or Paul Song next, and it's Olsen in the driver's seat leading 5-1. Yeah, Duong Quoc other terrific comeback up in Scotland was against Tyler Steyer.
That was a very, very nicely controlled cue ball, wasn't it? To hit the 9 full and get the hook. Spencer Oliver, tap at the table. He appreciated that one as well. Well, he needs help, and help he has got.
Just to give you a little more detail about Duong Kwok Wang's breakthrough win at McGoldrick's Sports Bar. He was 6-1 down to Tyler Steyer, got that one in the bag. Then he defeated Kaci to reach the semi-finals, where he came through an epic deciding rack against Ko Pin Yi, showing his imagination and shot-making skills. Then he was 8-4 down to Oscar Dominguez, ended up winning 10-8. Mind you, Dominguez, having got to the final in Scotland and also to the final of the Mexico Open, must be looking good for Mosconi Cup consideration.
Yeah, Oscar Dominguez hitting some form. I always feel like it's very easy to carry that form into the next event as well. Usually you see players go on a bit of a run, don't you? Also expect Fedor Gore to come into this event as a player who is going to go very deep after his Masters win in Germany, beating Joshua Filler in a classic final 13-12. Combination. As long as you hit the lowest ball on the table, if the 9 goes in, you win the rack.
A combination, well conceived, well executed. So Spencer Oliver gets another rack on the board. Duong Kwok Wang won't be panicking though just yet. We've had a few results come in the last few moments or so. Dennis Grabber beat Andrei Izranchev 9-1. Torsten Homan, he kept a clean sheet against Danny King, winning 9-0. Abdullah Al Yusuf, also a 9-0 winner over Cameron Elliott. Dimitri Jungo from Switzerland, he beat Jason Simons 9-1. And in that match to determine who will play Johann Chua next, Bernie Regalario finds himself 7-2 up on Ashik Nathwani, pulling away from 2-2.
It's a nice break, but he's not going to get any luck because the lowest ball on the table is that blue 2 and the 8 ball is covering. It's quite an unusual way of getting rid of the template. Just picks the 9 ball up, doesn't mark it, and just moves the template.
So what's the situation given that we're playing all ball fouls? You tell me, Cole.
Well, I mean, the referee did do it, so I think he would be okay, but...
Yeah, the referee can't make a foul.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make the point that it is all ball fouls here.
Usually the referee just has a ball marker, though, don't they? And just mark the ball, lift it off, and move away the template. Maybe he forgot his ball marker. He's having a good look at this one. I'm convinced he can't cut this in the middle. So he's obviously trying to play safe or looking at safe. Look at his nickname on the back of his shirt, Phil. Have you spotted that one? Watch this. Afro-tastic, it says. That is class.
Not his first gig at the UK Open. And of course, for all of the top international players who take part here, it is another tournament. But for many of the players in the field, it's an absolutely golden experience to be out there, especially if you have the good fortune to be on a televised stream table, as Spencer Oliver is at the moment.
Well, it looked like his first gig at the push-out, because that was a shocker. You can't believe in the top boys, a simple stun shot. He was never going to get that one back. The push-out, you've got to try and tease your opponent. Should I play it or should I put him back in? It's like a bit of a 50-50 thought process. That was just get down and stun the ball.
It was what they say, asking for it.
Now he's kicking at the 2. Does make a nice hit. It looks like he's going to leave a shot where Duong can pot the 3 ball using the blue 2. Which he has done so. Now he's in prime position to get himself on the hill. Just 6 balls away. Nicely controlled with the cue ball. What about our co-commentator, Phil? Jeremy Jones 4-3 up on Babkin.
Yes, I've seen him play before the Romanian. He is quite methodical. As for Jeremy Jones, well, he's not a full-time player these days by any means, but you don't forget the knowledge he's accumulated over the years.
Well, if Jeremy doesn't get a move on, Phil, his match might take longer than the first opening 2 matches on table 1. Might have to get a shot clock over there on double J.
You can't help but be controversial, can you? You can't help but get the barb in. Here, Duong is about to reach the hill, all because of that ill-advised push-out. On the hill, it is 8-2. 1 more required. While they're just setting the balls back up, I think we need to try and explain. It's difficult because you had to see it to believe it, just how successful the Hanoi Open was in Vietnam last year. And of course, we're going back again in October. The level of crowd involvement was off the charts. Not just the size of the crowd, but how emotionally invested they were. I'll never forget, I went out to the arena on one occasion on the penultimate day, and Jason Shaw and Fedor Gorst were signing autographs out there. And the queue for the autographs extended so far down the street, it literally was more than the eye could see. Must never underestimate the popularity of pool in Vietnam, and there's no doubt that Duong is their finest player, although we're going to see a very talented Vietnamese next on table 1, Nguyen Antoine.
Good opportunity, this. It was a good break, wasn't it? Could maybe go forward 2 rails, back out into centre for position to the red 3.
He was 47th in the World Nineball rankings when he arrived in Scotland. Obviously upwardly mobile now, and I think he will go considerably higher than that.
The players know that, coming in from the event in Scotland and now playing on these tables at the UK Open, these pockets are a wee bit tighter than what there was up in Scotland. So you could actually see Duong just looking at the potting angle. He's having another look. This shot's scaring him a little bit.
The action throughout the day on Table 2 will continue on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As for our coverage, well, we're concentrating on Table 1, and the second match of the day is about to begin over there. Nguyen Antoine of Vietnam against Andy Finnegan. Next up, by the way, it will be Mark Bijsterbosch, who has got one of the most explosive breaks in the game, against a well-known Premier League footballer, Troy Deeney. He scored his share of goals, I can tell you, at the very highest level of English football. Can he make an impact on the table? As for Table 2, after Duong defeats Spencer Oliver, which surely you will, Ko Ping Han takes on Seo Siao of South Korea. Then it's Konrad Yuzhushin against a fellow called Carl Boys. Never heard of him. And Pia Filler, Joshua Filler's wife, is also in action today. So the players just getting ready. I think Andrew Finnegan has experienced the TV cameras before in a big World Nineball Tour ranking event, none bigger than the US Open, and it was there that he defeated, or should I say he played, not defeated, Shane Van Boening.
Oh, just looking at Table 2 order of play, Phil, I might still be sat in here with you before 1 o'clock. Might be forfeiting already on day 1. Oh, that's a very nice break. Very well controlled. You can see the difference between Johann Chua's break in the previous match to Andrew Finnegan's break here. That was a lot less power, more control with the cue ball, and that's very nice indeed. This is going to come round nicely to find that little gap.
It will be no surprise to know, if you watched the segment of the match that we were watching, that Duong Quoc Huang did come through against Spencer Oliver 9-2.
Positional shot has gone wrong, though. We would definitely put Andrew as second favourite in this match, but he's a very capable cueist. But under-hitting positional play there will hurt. Still at the table. Got a chance to play a good safety, get the purple 5 on the top rail. And he's played a good cue ball. So that's a good safety after the positional error. Nguyen Antoine brings the jump cue straight out of the bat. A little bit of a surprise because he could go off the left rail near the middle, kick at this ball. Took a gamble with the short stick. It's half paid off. It's a long pot. But look where the green 6 ball has finished.
Yeah, tying up the 6 and the 8 was a real bonus.
Just caught the near jaw. Them pots are going to have to be hit in the centre this week. Chances going awry here. Still big problems here for Andrew though. Potting the 5's okay, but I don't believe he can get into the 8 ball from this angle. It looks quite thin, the pot. I think you've just got to pot it, see where the cue ball goes. Oh, he's missed it.
Nguyen Antoine took part in the Premier League pool in Connecticut a month or so ago. Did reasonably well there, finished 11th out of 16. Won 7 of his 15 matches. He actually won 5 straight matches at one point. And included wins in that sequence over Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Kerping Chung.
Yeah, when Antoine played the previous safety, he broke out the green 6 and the 8 ball. So now the rack is open again.
Another result for you. Alexa Pachelch. Watch out for him as the week progresses. He defeated Dario Macedo 9-3.
Good pot. Where's the cue ball? Oh, he's bumped it safe. Can be a funny game, 9 ball. Trying to use the 7 as cover, which he has done. Sometimes you've just got to play the most basics of safety shots. Kicking off a couple of rails looks difficult to get cover though, because there's no balls up at the top end of the table. Always difficult to get some sort of hook or safe. He's run quite close to the rail. No contact made, yeah. After contact, a ball must hit a rail or ball pocketed. So when the cue ball hit the green 6, unfortunately the cue ball or the 6 did not strike a rail. And at this level, giving ball in hand up, well, you're never going to fare too well.
One of those opening racks, typical actually, where both players are finding their feet, getting accustomed to conditions. And it's the match favourite who's just knocked in that routine 9-ball to make the better start. Very interesting scoreline over on table 6, where Lin Tsung Han has recovered from a slow start to lead Mohammed Sufi by 7 racks to 6. Our pal JJ, Jeremy Jones, he's now 5-4 up on Babkin Melkonyan. Michael Feliciano trying to book that meeting with Johann Chua next. Well, Feliciano on the hill against Zoltan Koja at 8-6. Petri Mäkinen of Finland, fine player, being held to 5-5 by Alan Brown from right here in the UK.
Two ball is flying around the table. Can't pot it. Trying to use the 6-ball to play the hook, always a low percentage safety. It's very difficult. You always feel like you're going to leave an edge of the ball. He's left quite a lot of the ball this time. Well done. Using the 3 balls, them little cluster of balls to get the hook. No hesitation as he walks round with the short stick again. Doesn't seem to have a look at the kick shot. This time scratches, so ball in hand, put it anywhere you want. Will he look at a 2-9 combo? Might tempt him because the red 3-ball is covered, but usually the top players don't really like to play the combo unless they feel like it's nailed on.
Well, with the distance between the 2 balls there was an element of doubt, but in goes the combination, and Andy Finnegan is back on level terms at 1-1. Now, I can tell you we've had a change of 3rd match here on the main table, and I'll give you the reasons why. It's a crying shame that Troy Deeney, Watford legend, scorer of so many goals at the very highest level of English football, has been forced to withdraw from the tournament due to injury. We're awaiting an official statement from him, but he's not going to play, so consequently our 3rd match on this table, so the match you're going to see at the end of the one we're watching right now, will be Nguyen Hai Dang of Vietnam. Relatively unknown player against a player who's very well known and who's very well respected, Anton Raga of the Philippines. So it will be Raga against Dang. Troy Deeney, I'm afraid, won't be joining us this time, but let's hope he can play in one of our events in the future.
Dry break this time, misses the one ball in the side. Look at all the balls on the right hand side of the table.
The way the draw stacks up, the winner of this match will have a toughie in the next round. Either GJ or Ngoren, or more than likely, the American player Jeremy Sosi.
You could see the intention, but it's always a weird shot. It's just something that you never really practice, is it? Yep, good shot. You could see the idea there. He was just trying to open that 5 ball up and stay at the table. Might be tempted in playing the bank in the side pocket. In fact, he should be tempted, because he can stop the cue ball there, which would get him on the pink 4 ball. He's gone for the 9. What a shot he's played there, by the way. Decides to draw the cue ball down table, make the early 9, and win the rack.
That tells me one thing, Colin. I think you'll agree. Yes, of course, Nguyen remains very much favourite to win this match. But I think Andy Finnegan could possibly pull off an upset. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility, not beyond the realms, because he's got the shots and he's got the experience.
Yeah, one thing he's also got is he's a very tidy cueist. Not sure if he has some sort of background in the snooker world or the English 8-ball, but you can see he's a very tidy, compact cueist, Phil, so you don't expect him to miss many balls.
Yes, at this stage of one of these major open events, sometimes you get 2 players who are so far apart, the chasm is so wide that you can't possibly imagine an upset occurring. And yet, with these 2, as I say, Nguyen Antoine still very much regarded as the favourite, but not quite a certainty. After the break-off, I'm going to tell you about an extraordinary match on table 11. In goes the 1. At least he can see the 2. Yeah, the match on table 11, they've been going now for an hour and a half. And Oliver Lawrence is only 5-2 up on Antonius Kakaris. 7 racks in an hour and a half, Carl.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, but we're not having the shot clock until the latter stages, it's not so much that the game's slow, Phil, it's the fact that the players, often when they're indecisive on what shot to play, they can be stood there for 2 or 3 minutes before they've actually played a shot. That's the reason for a shot clock. It's just to cut out the dead time. You always feel like there's an obvious shot when playing 9-ball as well. Yeah, there you see another nice pot there from Andrew. He might be sizing up an early win here again. Some sort of 5-9 carom. Could also send the cue ball into the 2 balls. You can never quite rely on being on the purple 5. He's took a gamble. Looks like he's hit it quite well. Oh, this is unfortunate. This is really unfortunate. He took a gamble. Gamble's not paid off. Left a pot, but at least it's a long pot.
Just starting out on table 3 right now. That great character, Naoki Oi, against Stephen Ellis. A direct scratch. Wow. Not the start that Nguyen anticipated.
Not the start at all, but this is what we've been saying. If you can put players under pressure and not, you know, help them relax, you just feel like the more well-known players might make a few more errors, and there is another error.
Well, maybe you're the wrong person to ask this question, Carl, but how can you miss an 8-ball like that?
That is a low blow here on day 1.
Please explain.
Well, I think the only explanation is it does happen, doesn't it? It's a bit weird. You don't know why it happens. Kind of just comes from nowhere, but Nguyen Antoine, he's got to settle himself here. There's a bit of distance. He's not out the blocks, is he? He's under it. He is under it. Why is he hitting so hard as well? He's worried about these pockets, I'm sure, in Vietnam, in the pool halls, where these players have grown up. They might not be used to pockets this snug, Phil.
That was the surprising aspect of the shot, though, wasn't it? Why play at that pace? He's missed a dolly 8-ball, then a 9 he could easily have converted. This rack could well be one of those quintessential turning points.
This is thin, but it's there. A sigh of relief from Nguyen Antoine to finally win that rack.
So easily, Nguyen could have found himself 3-1 adrift He should be 3-1 adrift, but it was a very simple pot missed by Finnegan. Then the 9-ball went astray shortly afterwards, and that's why we were all tied up at 2-2. To Nguyen Antoine's immense relief, no doubt. Our pal Jeremy Jones has gone back in front against Babkin Melkonian at 6-5. Something of a marathon, that match. Danny Olsen 7-3 up on Paul Song. Oliver Lawrence now 5-3 on Antonius Kakaris. Mohamed Sufi having to dig deep. He's on the hill against Lin Sung Han at 8-7. Also on the hill, Roman Hebler 8-6 up on Matthew Wrigley. Sam Henderson 5-4 over Diogo Suarez, and Ricardo Mota 5-4 up on Hunter Lombardo.
He actually sort of miscued the break there. I was looking at the replay. I think the cue actually come off his hand. He's not quite with it at the minute, Nguyen Antoine. I feel like we do see this with him though. He always seems to start off slow in tournaments, slow in matches. He did the same at the Premier League, back-to-back Premier Leagues he did the same. Started off very slow and then a few days in started to get wins and started to play a lot better.
One result from a little earlier I didn't give you. Jose Alberto Delgado overcame Carlo Blasi 9-2.
I think he was trying to get the cue ball behind the 9, to be honest, as a safety shot. It's gone wrong. It's gone very wrong as well. Big wall of balls to get behind.
British sports fans of a certain vintage will remember a former British and European middleweight champion boxer by the name of Chris Finnegan, who fought Marvin Hagler during a good career. Well, here, this Finnegan needs to counter-punch now. But that won't help. That's another self-inflicted blow.
Keep saying it. I say it a lot, but you've got to try and keep these players under pressure, especially when you're getting chances, and you don't always get the chances in 9-ball. Sometimes, you know, your opponent can be running 3 and 4 racks. Next rack put you in safe. You leave a shot, and then they run another 2 or 3 racks, and you're 5-6-0 down. Easy, it can happen. So when you do get these opportunities at the start, it's so important you convert them.
Nguyen Antoine went 1-0 ahead. He fell 2-1 behind. Now, though, exploiting the misjudgments of his opponent, he's back in front at 3-2. Remember, 9 racks the target for victory. The second stream of matches have begun. Naoki Oi has taken the first rack from Steve Nellis. Petra Urban 1-0 upon Jonas Suter Camino. Anthony Brabin from Cyprus. He's 3-2 upon Shane Conroy. Imran Majid, one of the UK's finest players, has shared the first 2 racks against Paul Taylor.
Yeah, he's way off the 1 ball at the minute. He's just not aiming correctly on the break. Does work like that as well. Until you start finding the sweet spot. Look where the 1 ball goes here, it goes high. Usually that means it's a little too full on the 1 ball, so you can make adjustments. He did play that. He played the cue ball off the back rail, knowing if it's the 1 thin, he'll pop the pink 4. The gamble was where the 1 ball finishes. And it hasn't finished good. I've noticed one thing, he likes to bring this jump cue round a lot. That'd wind me up, Phil. It's like it's not an unwritten rule, but you know, the top pros, they get a bit scared when the jump cue gets pulled out. They prefer the players kicking at the ball.
You're right, though. This is the 3rd or 4th time he's just gone straight to the jump cue without any hesitation.
Yeah, I'm glad to see him kick at 1, though.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing to change his mind.
Don't believe there was a pot available, or attempted anyway. Good chance to lay the hook here. Get that one down near the purple 5. As long as you missed the double kiss. Cue ball in behind the 3. Oh, he's under-hit this though. He has under-hit this by somewhat.
Carl, I'm going to ask you, and I think it's very difficult to do, I know that. The most important thing now for Finnegan, it seems to me, is to forget the 8 ball in particular. In rack 4, yes, he missed the 9 as well, but the 8 was point-blank range. It was a very bad mistake, and it's turned the whole contest. When in with another chance here. When you miss a ball of that simplicity, it really is important not to dwell. So how do you tell yourself not to dwell?
Well, you just have to look at the top players on the circuit. They just forget about it. It's part and parcel of the game. No one's going to play a season or career or tournament and not miss balls. You know, it happens all the time. That's just part and parcel of what we do. Maybe it's not missed balls. Sometimes it's easy positional shots or easy safety shots like the one he's just played. You know, we don't highlight them enough. It was such an easy safety shot, and that's what's led to this chance here. But you've got to sit in your chair and just keep battling. You know, you're still in the match. It's not over. It's not the end of the world, is it? It's just a game of pool.
Stephen Hendry, the 7-times world snooker champion, has a very interesting take on his game, but I think it definitely applies to pool as well. He said it's not the spectacular shots you knock in, it's the easy ones you miss. If you can eradicate the obvious mistakes, the bad mistakes, then you're in a good place. Now, that wasn't a bad mistake. He should have potted it, yes, but we've seen on more than one occasion already in the 2 matches we've brought to you that if you play with pace to those pockets, you have to be deadly accurate.
Yeah, we will definitely see this, especially when this table starts getting more play on it. You know, this is only the 2nd match. No one's been practicing on this table as well. Everyone practices on the outside tables. Again, they're just scaring the players. He doesn't have to take this on, though, actually. He can play off the left edge, get the cue ball down towards the 7, put the 5 on the top rail behind the 8. Well, that one slid in. That one slid in. So there's still a bit of play. There's still a bit of give on these tables. It's all about the pace you play it. Looking at that one.
This has not been convincing by any means from Nguyen Antoine, but he's now 3 balls away from doubling up on Finnegan. And we said it at the time, so it's not a matter of hindsight. That 4th rack could well be so influential. Not at his best yet. Regardless, he's 4-2 ahead. I can tell you over on table 15, Roman Hebler and Matthew Wrigley, they're hill. 8 racks each. Both desperate to avoid being sent to the 1-loss side of the draw immediately. Chris Alexander, 7-5 up on Joe Prince. Petri Makinen has now got to the hill against Alan Brown, 8-6. Makinen, who's played very well indeed on the World Cup stage for Finland.
See how the break shots changed. He's been let off in a couple of racks and now he's found the sweet spot. Look at the one. Straight in the middle pocket, and it looks like he's got a shot at the 2-ball. Is this the time we start to see a little bit of a breakaway in this match?
An interesting match about to begin on table 7. Robbie Capito of Hong Kong against Phil Wildman from right here in the UK. Don't underestimate Wildman's chances on home soil. Now that's a match where we might see an upset.
Nice use of spin there to get the cue ball down.
Wanted more angle on the brown 7-ball. Very well played, and the kiss on the 9 pretty much seals Finnegan's fate, you would assume, in rack 7. Remember, Andy Finnegan was on the threshold of leading 3-1. Then he missed a routine bread and butter 8-ball. He then missed the 9 from mid-distance. And ever since, Nguyen Antoine looking more and more like the winner.
It's a little bit like Vincent Facquet. This Finnegan's in a similar spot. He's had opportunities. He just can't convert them, and it just kind of builds up. It is hard to get back into a match, but you've just got to try and forget about it. Try and get yourself back into the match and get the pressure back on your opponent. This time he misses the 1.
Now that's the nightmare break in many respects. Breaking dry, leaving a simple pot on the 1. The 2, the 3, basically everything in the open.
Yeah, 2-ball looks like it passes the pink 4. If not, he's going to have to play a bit of a positional shot. Lost the cue ball here. It's hard to tell whether he was playing for that corner or the left centre. another chance. Another mistake. Another easy opener from Nguyen Antoine. Certainly the pot position's a little awkward. Oh, this looks good. Played for the right centre. He's played it perfect. This is lovely.
The multitude of fans of Mohammed Sufi will be delighted to know he's beaten Lin Sung Han. It was tough, very hard fought. He came through 9-7.
Just wants to float past this ball. Could play for it up in the top corner. Yeah, here we go. Has he got enough pace? Yeah, it has. Just connect the dots, basically. Might have to play for the 7 ball in the centre pocket again, unless he can pinch this ball in. Doesn't go past the 8. Yeah, you can see he just slightly overrun the previous positional shot. So he might have to just pinch a bit of the pocket. He's actually swapping hands as well here, so this is not going to make things easier. There's the cue ball. Well, he's got a shot. He's got more than a shot, that's okay. It's always awkward when you're close to the ball though, Phil. That's why I missed that 8 ball, the one you were giving me some jip about before.
Yes, it was a low blow as you described, but I couldn't resist.
I don't blame you, to be fair. I like it. Well, Nguyen Antoine doesn't fall at the hurdle of a close ball. It's not been clinical, this match. It's all about the scoreline and getting the win, though. Oh, this is nice indeed. This is very nice.
If ever there was a turning point in a pool match, it was rack 4. Andy Finnegan should be leading 3-1 after that rack. In fact, it was 2-2, and now it is 6-2. Nguyen Antoine in control. Now, Carl Boys, having unretired, he's got a match to prepare for. So, he's left the commentary box. Jeremy Jones still unavailable, battling your way out there. And so I'm joined, I'm delighted to say, by one of the recent winners, Chris Alexander, who's just overcome Joe Prince 9-5. Before we go any further, Chris, welcome into the commentary box. And
Thanks.
How are conditions?
Oh, the tables are brilliant. They're brilliant. Tables are brilliant. They're brilliant every year, so they're tighter again this year, I think. But it's going to lead to a bit more drama.
Yeah, Carl was saying just how tight they are. Can you explain to our viewers how they differ from normal club tables?
Well, they're at least an inch smaller, but the shape of the pocket's a bit different as well. So they spit the balls out a bit more. So you're going to see that happen over the next few days. As the pockets tighten up, the tables get a bit more worn in. You're going to see even great players miss a few balls down the rails, I think.
And clearly that influences shot selection. You have to be a little more subdued.
Yeah, you absolutely do, yeah. So the major winners so far over the last couple of years, shot selection is the key part of their game. Execution almost comes second. Shot selection's so key this level on these tables.
You were playing, so you wouldn't have seen this, but in the first few racks, Andy Finnegan looked quite dangerous, but then he missed an absolutely dolly 8-ball to that bottom left-hand pocket. Then he missed the 9, a tougher shot, but it was one he should have potted. And ever since, Nguyen Antoine has been the man in command.
He's a good player, Andy. good amateur. He plays out in McGoldricks in Scotland. That's the premier club in the country. I think he'll actually work there. But he's a really good player. He can take some scalps. Antoine's sort of coming into his own now the last few months, really showing his class.
For someone like yourself, Chris, to be involved in a tournament of this magnitude, it must be a great thrill.
It's a big thrill for me. I was kind of lucky. I got it in at the tail end of the 128 professionals. So that gives me supposedly easier draws in the first round. It doesn't always work out that way. But to be involved in events like this, it's been a long time coming, I think.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what you do, what your pool career has been like so far.
So I live in Jersey in the Channel Islands, so that's about 10 miles from France. We don't have a great deal of pool there, no 9-ball tables at all, really. So I kind of come to the tournaments a couple of days early to get a bit of practice, try and get used to conditions, but it's a bit of a roller coaster, if I'm being honest. It's I've got to take it as it comes. So hopefully the next couple of years I can win some more matches, move up the rankings a bit. I think I'm around about 90th at the moment, so I'd be scraping to get into Saudi. I need a good event here to get in that top 100 or retain top 100 spot. But yeah, that's the goal really at the minute. That's a good shot.
We were out in Vietnam at the Hanoi Open last year, and I was explaining to the viewers just how popular the game is there in the Vietnamese capital city. There are pool clubs everywhere. It's got such a deep footprint, and of course that was reflected in the interest in the tournament. The crowds were off the charts.
Yeah, and I think one of the Vietnamese guys played in the Scottish Open there at the weekend, and 113,000 people tuned into the stream to watch, which is just incredible. You know, the pool numbers are just getting bigger and bigger. The game's, it's a global sport as opposed to maybe snooker, which we're used to in this country. So it's got so much potential.
Yes, the thing is with the streaming figures as well, which, as you say, defied belief. That would have been good at any time of the day, but it was towards the middle of the night when he actually captured that title.
Yeah. So you're going to have to play a good shot here. This game's not over yet. Nice containing safety.
So your first victim, Joe Prince, had you played him before?
No, I didn't know Joe before. He's a good English 8-ball player from what I understand. And I think he's just moved over to 9-ball recently. He's got a lot of, he's got a lot of skills, good touch, but the table's caught him out a few times, which is kind of my advantage, having played on them before. It's a good hit there from Andy. You can see what he's trying to do here, pushing the one around. Try and get some cover behind the 7, possibly. I'm not sure if that shot's on. Oh, he's really powered it. Nice little rub there. Andy's not happy.
It really is amazing just how this contest has been transformed since that terrible mistake in rack 4.
Great hit. Where's the cue ball? He's going to be happy with that.
So just noticing here as I peruse the draw that your next match, Chris, is against Mickey Kraus from Denmark, who I can tell you, if you don't already know, which I'm sure you do, Mickey is a real prospect.
Mickey's a real good player. It's only a matter of time before he moves up a level into the kind of upper echelons of players, in my opinion. He's got bags of talent. Hopefully he plays bad later on against me.
Well, talking of bad, that was a shot that definitely did not work out as planned. Catching the far bump of the middle pocket means the one is on. Can Finnegan recapture some of that early effectiveness?
Ooh, no. Straight up off the shot there. Jumped up in the air.
You see this in all cue sports at all levels, even the very highest level. A player can be going along pretty nicely, decently. All of a sudden, they make one mistake and everything falls apart. Now, that was a be careful what you wish for shot.
Oh, dear. Yeah, we saw it last night in the snooker too. Kyron was going along pretty good. Started missing a couple, jumping up on the shots. Just didn't look like he was going to go over the winning line at one point, but he managed to do it, so congratulations to him.
I think the great American golfer Ben Hogan had the right idea. He told himself before every round that you're going to play 2 or 3 bad shots, so forget about it when you do play one.
It's a great mindset. Much easier said than done.
Exactly. It's much easier said than done. When we're observing it from a distance, as we are here, it's so easy to say, and we do in commentary all the time, he needs to forget about it. But actually doing it is very different from telling someone to do it.
Absolutely. The top 4 or 5 guys on the World Tour at the minute, they're all mentality monsters. They can really control themselves, put things out of their mind. It's such a great skill to have.
Now there, the attempted bank on the 2, illustrating just how tight that middle pocket is.
They're almost non-existent from a certain angle, the middles. Ooh. I wonder if Andy can get at that cue ball with the rest.
The worrying aspect about that shot from Nguyen's perspective, yes, you can miss them, of course, but there was perceptible movement on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, just got there. I'm not sure if this 3 goes past the 5 into the bottom left pocket. Nope. So another good shot required here. Gonna have to chop this back, try and hold the cue ball. I see he's really digging into it. Nicely done. Great shot. Big rack this. Keeps Andy somewhat in the game if he can get to 3. So he's had a good look at that 7-9 combo. He's got the right angle.
Knocked in a good combo to win rack 2.
Something in his eye line. Someone moving about in the crowd. Okay.
that is just what's required from Andy Finnegan. When Antoine had the chance to forge even further ahead, maybe we've just seen another transformational moment in the match. Incredibly, by the way, considering play today began at 10 o'clock local time and it's now 2 hours, 10 minutes later, still some matches that were in the first wave are ongoing. Sam Henderson, 7-6 up on Diogo Soares. Ricardo Mota from Portugal on the hill against Hunter Lombardo of the USA, 8-6. Jeremy Jones, who's due to be commentating on match 3 of our stream today, he's on the hill against Babkan Melkonyan from Romania at 8-7. Some really hard-fought affairs, including Oliver Lawrence, 8-5 up on Antonius Kakaris.
Is Troy Deeney the next game up?
Troy Deeney was supposed to play in our third match, but sadly he's been forced to pull out of the tournament with injury. So consequently, our third match will be Anton Raga of the Philippines against Nguyen Hai Dang of Vietnam. I love watching Raga play. What a class act.
He's an absolute beast of a player. We don't get to see him enough. I wish we could see him more, but he's an absolute animal. So Roman Fury's in the draw as well. I don't know if you noticed that. That's Tyson's half-brother, is it? Tyson Fury's half-brother?
I didn't know that.
I think it is. Unless there are 2 Roman Furies.
So that sport's all about a count to 10. This is all about a race to 9. One scoreline I have to tell you about. Seoa of South Korea, the lady player, 4-1 up on Ko Ping Han, the youngest of the 3 hugely talented Ko brothers.
Ooh. Okay, a little bit twitchy from Antoine at the minute. You think Andy's got to take these to really give himself a hope in the match? He's lost the white a little bit here. Not sure if he was looking for a contact on the 9 or the 5 after that. Big one coming up. You see a little bit of head movement again there on the shot. I'm not sure if that's dressed up. I think it has.
Yeah, as he was addressing the cue ball there, it seemed to me as though he was putting left-hand spin on the white, and maybe that's why he overcut it. Just the kind of chance that Nguyen would have craved after the last couple of racks haven't been his best.
Okay, he wasn't looking for that contact on the 7. He's trying to come round the back, but he's got away with it just about, I think. Doesn't look too happy with where he's left himself. He's going to have to spin the cue ball 2 rails at least, I think. These are the type of shots that are getting spat out at the minute. They're really rattling and getting spat out. So we'll see where. Be interesting to see what pace he plays this at. Oh, and that wasn't close, to be fair. That was never going in.
Well, he's got a good cue ball, at least. But I agree with you. That kind of shot, which has become almost a certainty on certain tables, has now become a real terror.
Yeah, you must have really seen the difference as well from commentating years ago to now. It's a completely different game almost.
Absolutely right, yeah, absolutely. And I think it's definitely an improvement, because what it enables the top players to do is utilise their elevated skill level.
Yeah, absolutely. It does separate people out. It absolutely does. And it did look a little silly on TV years and years ago, giant pockets, balls flying in from everywhere. Now it looks more like a professional level game. Okay, played a two-way shot there. You just wonder, is Antoine going to be able to... Where's he going? He's left this. Strange shot to play at that pace.
Yeah, we must also make the point that although the pockets are tight, the actual playing conditions are pristine. So the two things together, that's a perfect environment to show your skills. Now, this is the kind of pot that Finnegan missed on the 9 in rack 4.
Stayed very still that time. Well executed. It needs to go. It needs to travel. Not sure what side of the 9 he was playing on there.
You have to think winning this rack is a must for Finnegan, so this pot is a must.
Oh, no. Okay, well, he's got away with it.
It's purely and simply tension, pressure, the expectation of being out there in an alien environment in front of the cameras.
Absolutely, and Andy coming in as a qualifier. Antoine is a good professional for sure. There's a lot of gap in experience there. There's a lot of difference. Can't quite make his mind up what he wants to do here. Is he shooting at it? Your guess is as good as mine, Phil. I've got no idea what was going on there.
Yeah, that was the old answers on a postcard, wasn't it? I will say this, having missed the 9-ball he just has, you would think Andy Finnegan would be second favourite to knock this one in, but it doesn't quite work out that way sometimes.
Oh.
Too close for his own good.
Yeah. Yeah. Stay still on the shot that time. Nice strike. Just hasn't gone on a club table. That goes in every day, but we're not at a club.
Exactly. We are not at a club. We're at the Telford International Centre. Day 1 of the Bedvictor UK Open. And maybe we haven't seen the end of the match there, but it could be the beginning of the end, because after a couple of racks where he was wobbling a little, Nguyen Antoine now has a healthy 7-3 lead. 2 more required. Jeremy Jones still on the hill against Babkan Malkonyan at 8-7. Also on the hill, Sam Henderson from the USA over Diego Suarez. Oliver Lawrence 8-5 up on Antonio Skakaris. Steve Nellis acquitting himself well against Naoki Oi, only 4-3 down.
Great cue, Stephen. Plays all cue sports. Very, very solid cueist. I think Stephen's problem is he's about 6'6", so the table's really low for him this week. This is a real tester. It's wriggled in. These really have to go if he wants to give himself a chance in the match. I'm not saying they're easy, but you should be getting them.
While we're in the still relatively early stages of this rack, let me give you some of the completed scorelines I've not mentioned yet. Roman Hebler came through 9-8 against Matthew Wrigley. Cliff Castelline from Belgium 9-6 over Antti Solar. After being held early, Bernie Regalario 9-2 over Ashak Nathwani, and that sets up a mouth-watering second-round match between Regalario and Johann Chua. Talk about a tough draw early on.
Did I see Stuart Bingham in the building earlier? Did he make it here?
Apparently so. He's in the field together with Gary Wilson. Bingham, of course, coming off that run to the semi-finals of the World Snooker Championship at the Crucible. The way he played against Ronnie O'Sullivan in the quarterfinals, and indeed in his previous matches, I honestly thought he was going to go all the way.
Yeah, after the Ronnie win, I thought it might have been his year again. He's had a quiet few years on the World Snooker Tour, but bags of experience. He must have been a pro for 20-something years now.
Yeah, almost 30.
Almost 30, wow. Ah, Andy.
The missed pot was bad enough, but the scratch, that should end the rack.
Yep. Insult to injury.
Yes, talking about Stuart Bingham, he's one of those fellows, Chris, that doesn't matter what he wins, he's still got that half cue will travel mentality. He just loves playing cue sports anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, we went for dinner with him last year in Germany at the European Open, and he just loves the game. He loves any cue sport, I think. So he was talking to a lot of the American players, trying to pick up a bit of insight about the game from Hunter Lombardo and a couple of those guys. So he's not just here to make up numbers. Wouldn't be surprised to see him make the last 64. If he gets there, who knows?
Always remember when it comes to the crossover between snooker and pool, how the views of certain people can be totally incorrect. When we went to the US Open a couple of years ago and they made Judd Trump favourite to win it, the bookmakers, talk about getting it incorrect or what.
Judd definitely wouldn't have made himself favourite. I don't know who was helping the bookies do the prices that week, or whether they were just protecting themselves or trying to encourage some betting on Judd. But that was absolutely insane.
Back to this match, and now Nguyen Antoine in total control.
9. Oh, is there? Well,
9 it is, Chris. How about that? What a golden break, what a time, and in the end, a satisfying win, although not a satisfying performance for Nguyen Antoine. The golden break to seal everything. There will be regrets from Andy Finnegan, particularly the way, and I'm not slugging off here, not criticising overly, the way he threw away rack 4. That was the turning point. From that point, Nguyen Antoine went on to a comfortable 9-3 victory, but not a convincing one. So, as I say, unfortunately, Troy Deeney, the Premier League goal scorer extraordinaire, who was a hero for Watford, we were looking forward to him playing in this tournament, showing us his pool skills. Well, it's not going to happen. Not this year anyway. He's had to withdraw due to injury, and consequently, he was due to play in match 3. He won't be anymore. Instead, taking to table 1 shortly will be Anton Raga against Nguyen Haidang. We'll be back shortly.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him. He's got it! And for me, the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Welcome back to the opening day of the third UK Open, the first Asian in Telford after a couple of years in London. And in a moment, we're going to see Anton Raga, who, of course, made such an impression when he burst onto the Matchroom Pool Tour last year, the World Nineball Tour, with that wonderful run at the European Open. And he'll be playing Nguyen Hai Dang of Vietnam. And that one will be starting in just a few moments. Just to keep you updated on Jeremy Jones, former US Open champion, and of course, member of our commentary team here. He's just finished an epic match against Babken Melkonyan of Romania, and it's Melkonyan who's come through. He's won by 9 racks to 8. So defeat for Jones. He'll be joining us in the box shortly, but he'll still have another match to play on the loser's side at least. And let's see what else is going on. Soa, who we saw playing for Korea in the World Cup of Pool last summer, is leading Ko Ping Han by 4 racks to 3. Honus Suto, winner of a title recently on the tour, 5-2 up against Petter Urban. And just as we're waiting for play to start on the main table, let's go over to table 2. And this is the match I was talking about, Soa versus Ko Ping Han, who's at the table at the moment, youngest of the 3 Ko brothers.
Just Soa's getting back to the table. Probably didn't expect to get another chance. Han was definitely favourite to make that.
Soa, one of the top ladies players in the world, and we saw her playing in the Premier League last year as well as that World Cup.
Lovely. She's got great fundamentals, Soa.
Yeah, very deliberate, but very technically adept.
Yeah, technically very sound. I think the players get a lot of coaching in Korea. They get a lot of support, which is great.
You often see that as well. The top ladies players have a real technical soundness to them. You think of Alison Fisher, so technically good.
I think a lot of the women players go to coaches very early. I think some of the guys just try and do their own thing and maybe don't want to know what's wrong with the cue action and so on and so forth. Some of the ladies are really, really well coached.
Well, whoever's coaching Soa must be pleased with how this one is going. Ko Ping Han, the least known of the 3 Ko brothers, but he would still be a good scalp to get, and Soa is more than halfway towards doing that now. She leads by 5 racks to 3. Naoki Oi of Japan, someone who's been around the scene for so long and done well in so many big tournaments, leading the British player Stephen Ellis 5-4. Robbie Capito is 3-2 up on Philip Wildman. That's a clash of players who've both beaten no less a figure than Alban Ocean in this event over the last couple of years. Capito's was a particularly eyebrow-raising result because he beat the 2-time world champion 9-0. Imran Majid, in his 50s now, British player, 7-4 up on Paul Taylor. And Si Cha Chen has a 5-1 lead over Luke Hart. What do you make of the breaking technique there, Chris?
Yeah, hits the balls very, very solid. She's obviously very slight as a woman, so being able to get a lot of power is going to be difficult. So technique needs to be bang on, and that certainly was.
She was in the semi-finals of the Women's World Nineball last year. She actually knocked out the defending champion Kelly Fisher. And had a good lead in the semi-final against Chu Chi-Yu, but ended up losing that one. Chu was the eventual champion.
So Han's going to be big favourite to hit this, favourite to make it, but there's no guarantees with the jump shots. It's a natural angle for the cue ball to come back up towards the 7 to leave the 3 in the bottom left. Just depends how you catch it. It's going really steep. So he was going so steep there to try and get some draw on the cue ball to move up towards the 7, but the steeper you go, the harder it's going to be to hit it straight.
Yeah, and in the end, he wasn't anywhere near making the pot.
No prizes for guessing what was going to happen there. Now hitting this isn't going to be enough. He needs to hit it and get it safe. If you leave Soa in amongst the balls again, he's staring at a 6-3 deficit. He's having a good think about this one. So he's got to try and straighten this cue ball up off the bottom rail. You see he's digging into it. Yep. Slick tables, going to be very difficult to straighten that up on day one.
Yeah, with ball in hand, Soa with the chance to go 3 clear. Mentioned she played in the Premier League last year and tough opposition throughout that. Lost her first 3 matches, but then beat Konrad Yusufyan, who was in very good form that week. Now that turned out to be the only win she had in her first 8 matches, but in the remaining 7 she actually won 3 times, and they were all against former Mosconi Cup MVPs Alban Ocean, Chris Melling and Earl Strickland.
Yep, there's some scalps to take for sure.
Yeah, and even though they were all races to 5, still creditable results, and she managed to finish 14th in the table, 4 wins from her 15 matches.
The race to 5 adds a different dynamic to it. It is a shorter race, it does even the playing field a little, but there's more pressure on every single ball.
Yeah, it's a good point. You're basically into the end game of the contest almost as soon as it begins, really. So she showed a lot of nerve with those wins and played very well at times.
This 5 obviously passes the 8. She had a look at it early in the rack. She just needs to make a solid decision here and stick with it. Where does she want to take the 7 ball? The kind of obvious options to take the 7 ball in the same pocket that she's going to take the 6. But you need to get perfect on the 6 ball to get the cue ball round. Ooh, didn't want that. So she'll be going airborne here. Kind of an uncharacteristic mistake, really.
Yeah, it was looking very solid in the rack up until then. But now got a question to answer on this green 6.
Well, Han's going to be happy to come back to the table, but he's going to have to go airborne as well, I think.
No shot clock in these early rounds, so a lot of the players do end up taking a lot of time over their shots. Seen a bit of that here.
Usually the first thing that comes into your head is the right thing to do, so you can kind of talk yourself out of the right shot without the shot clock.
Well, that's it. I think some players actually play better if they are under time pressure.
Yep. Beautiful.
Well, I've not seen a huge amount of this contest. We just dipped into it while we're waiting for play to resume on the main table, but safe to say that's the best shot of what we've seen so far. But he would need another very good one here to keep this going.
Yeah, these middle pockets from this type of angle, it's not nice. They are really, really tight. Oh, he's digging into the cue ball a little. And he's levelled out.
In its own way, that's just as impressive as the shot before, because there was a lot of pressure on that, and playing it at that pace, he knew if he missed it, there's a very good chance he was giving away the rack. Nicely on the 8 as well. So had her chance to go 6-3 clear, but got herself hooked. And with an impressive finish to the rack, it's gone the way of Koping Han, so he's back to only one behind now at 5-4. Naoki Oi has won rack 10 to now lead Stephen Ellis 6-4. Honus Suto is 6-3 up on Petter Urban. As we look at the trophy that they're playing for, very distinctive trophy. It was designed for the inaugural staging a couple of years ago at the Copper Box. And you know, there is a really strong community of Nineball players here in the UK, Chris, and this week, as we've seen over the last couple of years, this is their chance to shine and show the world what they can do.
Yep, it's within our own shores. Everybody makes a big, big effort to come down to the event. It would be nice if we could see maybe some more of the snooker boys or some more of the top English 8-ball guys, but it has to be said it's their loss if they don't want to come in and have a go. The game is on the up in the UK, big time.
We do have a couple of players from the snooker tour here. Gary Wilson, who won a couple of ranking events in the season just finished, and Stuart Bingham, only a few days after playing in the semi-finals of the World Snooker Championship. I spoke to Stuart earlier, and he's not even playing till tomorrow, but he's already here.
Ooh, okay. He's going to have to play a really good shot here to start with, but I make him favourite. So he's going to play the 2-6 combo. It's just about where or how he's going to control that cue ball. So it looks like he's going to use the 8 as a bumper. Ooh, it's come underneath it. Nicely done. He fooled me there.
got a long, long way to go to come anywhere near matching the achievements of his brothers. Ko Ping-yi, World Masters winner last year, and Ko Ping-chung, reigning US Open champion. He's had his moments himself, though. He was a quarter-finalist in a world ranking event, one of the smaller ones. A bit closer to home than this, during 2023.
Yeah, it's a tough school he's got with his two brothers, but you know, conversely, you couldn't ask for a better setup in terms of practice and being able to advance your game. I think it's fair to say because of who his brothers are, there's a different kind of pressure on him. But I think it would also be fair to say that it's possibly underachieved or not shown his best just yet on the World Tour.
I think that's fair to say, and those two things may actually be related, because you often find with Ko Ping-han, if he loses to someone who isn't one of the top players, people are saying, oh, that's a bit of a surprise. But actually, I think that's because there's a bit too much expectation on him at this stage of his career because of his name. He's got a long way to go to actually become a top player, and as you say, there are advantages having two great mentors in his older brothers, but it brings its downside as well, with that expectation, which is perhaps a little bit unreasonable. But he's coping fine here at the moment. Such a good finish to the previous rack, and he's put together a good rack 10 here, which he's now just 2 balls away from taking to level the match.
And Soa, in the last frame, she's hooked herself behind the 8-ball, and she's not just got punished once for it, she's got punished twice, and that seems to be a regular pattern in pool.
That's it. When you've got control of proceedings, keep it, because it was only maybe 7 or 8 minutes ago she was at the table looking good for a 6-3 lead. Instead, the sequence of events since then has brought us level at 5 racks apiece on this opening day of the UK Open here in Telford. We are just looking in on this one as we wait for the start of Anton Raga against Nguyen Dang. And they are actually at the table now, as I think you can see there. Anton Raga is doing his warm-up. Chris, thanks very much for joining us. Jeremy Jones, after his match, is going to drop in and do the next match with us. Chris, we'll talk to you again, no doubt, before the week's out.
Thanks very much.
So you can just see there, that is Anton Raga, European Open runner-up last year, preparing himself. So Jeremy Jones has walked in with his cue bag over his shoulder after that match against Babken Melkonyan. And we'll just give him a moment to get set up and then get his thoughts on what happened out there in that 9-8 defeat. We are watching Ko Ping-han here against So Soa. We've seen Ko win the last couple of racks to level the match at 5-all. So, Jeremy, commiserations on that. What was the story of the match against Melkonyan, which seemed to be pretty tight all the way?
Yeah, just made a few key mistakes, and in the last game I really made a nice out to get to the 6 and just kind of waved at it and missed the 6 ball, and then he made a good out to win the match, but just kind of like couldn't get going too much, winning games in a row. Seems like kind of like in the Scottish Open a little bit, got through the tough part of the rack but then kind of fumbled a few times, but that's part of it.
Melkonyan will play Abdullah Al Yusuf, former World Championship semi-finalist, in the next round. I was out watching quite a bit of your game, Jeremy, and it was clear you weren't out there just to make up numbers or anything like that. The competitive fires were very evident in you.
Yeah, I was trying to, you know, get through a few things, a few nerves, I guess, and maybe a few question marks, I guess, also. Tried to get as loose as I could. Was really hoping to win that match to play again on the winner's side, but got to grind through the one-loss side now. Hopefully play a little better pool.
Well, your next opponent will be Cameron Elliott, British player. That'll be coming up a little later today.
Yeah. Don't know if he showed up to his first match or not against Abdullah, or excuse me, Al Yusuf. Not sure. It was a 9-0 victory I saw on the board, but
Okay, well, we'll try to find out about that. Meanwhile, back here, So-Soa, the chance to regain the lead. What do you make of her as a player, JJ? She's someone we've actually seen quite a bit of in matchroom events over the last year or two.
Yeah, definitely the Premier League, and then she played pretty well in another event last year, and I think a player that's steadily improving and sneaky good. I mean, really good player, of course, but just kind of pieces the balls together and probably checking her nerves a little bit as well, just like everyone else. First big open event of the year.
Yeah, she played in the World Cup of Pool last year in Spain. As part of the Korean team that drew the second seeds US, pairing of Van Bonen and Woodward in the first round. They were beaten 7-1. I think it's fair to say they were a little more competitive in that match than 7-1 might make it sound like, although they never looked like winning it. But she's comfortable playing in front of cameras and with a lot of attention on it. That not so good though. Fairly routine pot, and she was some way away from it.
Yeah, the pockets really didn't have anything to do with that one, but the pockets are very difficult. Probably the most difficult I've seen, or at least about like the US Open last year is what I kind of feel like.
As we were saying, you've already played a match here, Jeremy, and you did play in the Scottish Open last week as well. Is the sense you're coming away from all that with that if you played in a few events, you could see a significant improvement in your performances quite quickly?
Oh, absolutely. And you know, between events, really putting in the time to train, that's the main thing, I think. But yeah, I really like the rules. I like the table conditions. You know, if you don't get many chances, it means you ran into a player that was just exceptional in your match, really. I think what I like the most, the way the tables are, and you know, playing it that match earlier, is if you get a mistake, I mean, you gotta earn it back. There is no easy clearances out here.
Well, you've still got at least one more match to play anyway, so we'll see how your UK Open campaign proceeds. At the moment, it's proceeding pretty well for Ko Ping Han. Not that long ago, it looked like he might be about to go 6-3 down. And all of a sudden, he's 3 balls away here from leading the match.
Yeah, I watched him a bit at the Scottish Open, and I always felt like he was still kind of going through some growing pains before. Quite a bit taller than his brothers, and just seemed a little more fluid with the cue there at the Scottish Open. So good things, good signs for Ko Ping Han, the youngest of the 3 Ko brothers.
And with that simple 9, he does indeed take the lead at 6-5 against So-Soa. So I believe we're just about to get started now in the match we're actually here to talk you through. Anton Raga against Nguyen Dang. I can tell you about some players on the hill, including a couple of the home contingent. Imran Majid, someone who's been around for a long time, leads Paul Taylor 8-5. And Phil Burford, who was beaten by David O'Cady in the final of a world ranking event, one of the smaller ones in Scotland last year. Well, he was on the hill as well. I'll update you on that in a moment. I can also tell you Kwo Po Cheng, former World Championship finalist, is on the hill at 8-5 against Kevin Simpson. So, just going to watch a little bit more of this one before we go to the main table. And I'm told we're expecting that one to start in about 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, decent break off, making the one in the side. Gonna be some type of push out here. May test So-Soa on a tough shot here, just because the 3-4 is very difficult. You could roll out maybe in between the 5-6 near the rail. Something over. I wouldn't want to roll out up table and leave some type of easy safety with a difficult rack. Like to push out here on the end he's standing on. taking a long time on this push out, of course, at 6-5 and these races to 9, the opening round. It'll take a long time here, so a lot of respect here for his opponent.
Just update you on the British player Phil Burford, who I was talking about. He has now gone through with a 9-6 win over Pier Francesco Garzia of Italy. And Naoki Oi in the last few moments has just closed out a 9-4 win against Britain's Stephen Ellis.
Yeah, I guess not too worried about the snooker here. Not too hard to get the snooker. Could come off her right side of the blue 2. Dropping down below the 3, coming underneath the black 8, but looks like she's going to go the other way, maybe sending the 2 down table and bring the cue ball across behind the 9 and 7. Could fluke something here. She's got to watch out. She'll be cutting the 2. Yeah, you can definitely see the 2, but not much future with it. The 3-4 still a bit tied up. So he's going to go to the bottom cushion here with a little spin. Doesn't want to spin it too much. So's going to get an opening. A little bit of an angle here. Maybe go between the 7-9, maybe pull the cue ball. 2 rails underneath the 9, come in between the 7-8 with the cue ball maybe. Difficult.
Well, she's got to turn things around here. She knows she had a good chance to lead 6-3 only about a quarter of an hour ago. Hasn't taken long for things to turn around in her opponent's favour, so she's now coming from behind.
Yeah, looking to play a very difficult 3-4 combination onto the pink. Also, a holding position. Anytime you're thin, the cue ball is going to run a bit. So holding position, not easy. She may have to ease this a bit.
Okay, so we'll keep you posted on how that one's going, but we are now going to go to table 1 for the start of Anton Raga's campaign against Nguyen Hai Dang. Vietnamese player, you know much about him, JJ?
No, I don't. I saw him warming up a little bit. But no, don't know a whole lot about him. Of course, Anton Raga, know more about him than I've seen him play. I've seen him play 5 or 6, 7 times maybe. But, of course, a finalist in the European Open last year. First time we've seen him since.
Well, the one thing I would say about Nguyen Hai Dang is that if there's one thing we have learned over the last year or so, it's that there are a lot of very good players in Vietnam. We saw so many of them in the Hanoi Open, and a number of them made a name for themselves. Duong Quoc, of course, won it all in Scotland at the weekend, and that was a smaller ranking event, but you were in it, JJ. The field was just as good in terms of the top players as you'd see in anything.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you could say we were missing a few Asian players, but there was an Asian on top with Huang taking it down over Oscar Dominguez in the final. Great tournament for Oscar as well. Just a class event there at McGoldrick's.
Okay, so we've got our focus back on the main table, and Nguyen Hai Dang gets us underway. Race to 9.
Yeah, a little thin on the one there, and a great start here for Anton Raga.
Raga, as we see this break again, is coming to the table. He's 26 years of age. He's number 41 in the world rankings, but we've not seen him play in many of these events, and there's absolutely no way, Jeremy, that there are 40 better players than him in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I made a mistake. I think we did see him at the U.S. Open last year after that European Open. Of course, those will both fall in the month of August this year, back-to-back events. Fun player to watch, really very aggressive, but also plays with a little nerve, like a little bit of nervous at the times. It seems kind of like an Uranus a bit. You can tell he's a bit nervous, but still really incredible the way he performs. And once they get comfortable, that's when they become very, very dangerous.
And it could be a very swift end to this rack. He's looking at a 6-9 for a couple of shots down the line, Jeremy, is he?
Yeah, possibility. The 5's pretty near, so shape shouldn't be that difficult. He may even contact the 6 right here, trying to come one rail up for the purple 5. He'll try to avoid it. He'll add some left spin here, maybe contact the outer edge of the 6, which shouldn't hurt. Okay, he's going to play for the angle. So should be able to produce something on the 6 ball. Maybe the green 6 to the same pocket as the purple 5. He's got to kind of creep it up with a little bit of spin. You can see him cueing the left side of the cue ball.
Okay, so didn't fancy the combination, but you would still expect him to take this opener.
Yeah, he's gotten off the rail, a little bit of an angle, so he may work the cue ball with the draw spin. He may kill it with inside coming one rail. Just get by the 8. All depends. We'll know as soon as how he cues the ball. All right, he's hitting downward, so he's going to draw the ball up table and back down. You can tell the players that are competing, of course, in training, they just come out a little more loose than the players that are a hair idle.
Wen Hai Dang will have known from Anton Raga's reputation that this was going to be a tough start to his US Open campaign, and that message has been reinforced here. Dry break from the Vietnamese player. He's been sitting down for the rest of the rack. Raga, as you were alluding to, JJ, just a bundle of nervous energy there, but feeding off it very nicely as he deposits that 9 to close it out, and quite quickly, really, he's into a 1-0 lead. So I was telling you about Imran Majid, veteran British player, still looking for one more against Paul Taylor, his compatriot. Majid leading that one 8-5. And we were also keeping an eye on Kwo Po Cheng, former World Championship finalist, now through with a 9-5 win over Britain's Kevin Simpson. Robbie Capito 6-3 up on Phil Wildman, the Hong Kong player, starting to pull away a bit now. And Si Cha Chen, well-known name, with an 8-2 lead over Britain's Luke Hart. Raga was someone who wasn't perhaps well known to the general public before that run in Germany last summer, JJ, but among the pool community, he already had a big reputation even before that week.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, they were doing so many things in the Philippines, which has quieted down a little bit, those challenge matches and whatnot. And he was a guy that was reigning supreme in many of those matches against so many great players. We may get a fun one to see here, because I don't know if the 1 squeezes by the 2 or not. He'll give it a little inspection. Probably if he goes other than offense, he may pinch the cue ball behind the purple 5, trying to play some type of safety. He's going to go behind the 9, it appears. Thought he may just draw the ball here. Yeah, that shot there gets the best of a lot of players. He had a little concern about where the 1 was going with the 2 near the pocket, but yeah, Raga's here to win the tournament, right? Had a 41 seed. He's going to go up in that's for sure.
You would say that Raga needs to play in more of these events if he's to become a contender to win one, but maybe not, because he came out of nowhere, really, in terms of the World Nineball Tour to play in that event in Fulda last summer and almost won it. So I don't think he needs to do much acclimatizing at all in this sort of environment.
No, well, he's definitely one of those players that is going to excel no matter where he's at. But I kind of lean what you said to begin with. I think it doesn't have to come right out again and do what he did in Fulda. That's for sure. So many great players, and this is going to leak a little bit. But wouldn't be surprised if another player we haven't seen so much of that carries a name like Raga get into a semifinal or final here.
Yeah, we saw a couple of stories like that last year. You think of Dang Jinhu, who hadn't been seen on the international scene for quite some time, and then he just suddenly reappeared and took out the Spanish Open. And there could be an early end to this rack, JJ, because he didn't fancy the combination in rack 1, but the 3-9 after this perhaps looks a bit more appealing.
Possibly. He's in a decent position to hold for it, but I know the 4-5 is a little tangled up in the upper left, the pink 4 and purple 5, but I gotta believe he's going to try and run out. Now, he may know his opponent better than we do, being from, of course, that side of the planet. Now this cue ball's gotten on the rail. This is going to make things much more difficult. It's going to have to kind of thread the needle one rail between the 7-8 to the left side of the pink, I think. But pretty easy safety behind the purple. Real natural, just coming off the left side of the pink. Oh, I don't know. This may have leaked out. Didn't really apply any left check there, and the way his opponent's standing, maybe it did not leak. One of the toughest kick shots, because you really can't put a lot of speed on it, or not much. Now he got a decent amount, and what a shot.
Okay, so it looked as though he was going to be 2-0 down, having barely been involved in the match, and now all of a sudden he's got a chance to draw level early on. Played a couple of well-known names in the Scottish Open last week, and took it to a hill finish against João Grillo, the Portuguese player who got to the last 16 of the European Open last year. Went to the loser's side and was then beaten by Niels Fyen.
Yeah, I tell you, Grillo, watch out. I watched him play a lot last week. He's playing really well. I think he's a sneaky player in this event, all these World Nineball Tour events. Now, just shots like this are a little more demanding in the way the pocket's playing.
Actually, just to correct that on reflection, of course, it was the Spanish Open where Grillo was in the last 16 last year. Well, he got his chance. It was a good one. And with the simplest of nines to finish, Wen Hai Dang has indeed drawn level with Anton Raga at 1 each. Clint Ianson, British player, is on the brink of a really useful win over the Dutch player Tim de Ruyter. 8-4 in that one. Francesco Candela, an Italian player who's been around for some time, is on the hill as well against Britain's David Hopkin. It's 8-3 in that. Paul Taylor is clinging on against Imran Majid. He's got it back to 8-6 behind. And Si Cha Chen still out there looking for one more against Luke Hart. It's 8-2 in that one now. Opening day of the UK Open tournament runs through to Sunday. Joshua Filler, the inaugural champion 2 years ago, almost retained it, beaten by excellent Kaci last year. Who's going to be the third champion?
Yeah, 2 dry breaks to open here for Dang, and another nice opening shot to get started here in rack 3 for Anton Raga. Yeah, now there's that combo you were talking about, Richard. Definitely a very playable 3-9 combination, especially with tricky kind of run out.
Well, didn't go for combination possibilities that were there in the first couple of racks, but he was never going to turn down that one. And with a 3-9, Anton Raga wins rack 3, and he leads once again 2-1. Now I can tell you, JJ, we've got a real treat coming up in the next match on this table. After this, it's going to be World Cup winner Johann Chua against Bernie Regalario, one of those young players who we were really talking about so much in 2023. Shane Wolford, another young player who had a big 2023, made his Mosconi debut as part of your team. In action at the moment against Aleem Khan. It's 1-1 in that.
Yeah, it seems Bernie and Johan, that'll be a round 2 winner's side.
Yeah, and Hona Suto, winner of a ranking event recently on the hill against Petr Urban of the Czech Republic at 8-5. Si Cha Chen has now got the job done against Luke Hart. That one's all over at 9-2. Back here, Raga with a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, a little 9-ball action. Cue ball and the 2-ball are going to dress up nicely, so touchy little shot in the side, but a lot of openings in the center to come across for the red 3. Caught the one a little thin as well. Friendly kiss to get the cue ball up near the blue 2. But again, a good starting shot, or at least what looks like a good starting shot. He's paying close attention.
Yeah, not quite close enough.
No, you could tell it was off with the speed. A hit on the 2, of course, overran for the red 3. What you'll notice is that the rails are playing fairly broke in for Neufeld, and what I mean by that, just a little moisture outside and a little chilly here and maybe in the event room. So I don't think you're going to see as much slide, which will make the pockets even tougher. Looks like he's got a little piece of this blue 2. He's going to try and run off maybe get behind the red 3 with the cue ball. It's a pretty smart shot. We should see the jump cue coming. He's 1 for 1 so far with it. And it looks like he was kind of lining up to bang this 2 around, maybe not go for the make. Oh wow, he didn't get over it. Didn't expect that, Michael.
No, and it's been a mixed and eventful start to the match, I think it's fair to say, for Raga. And again, when Hai Dang finds himself with a chance to draw level. You see so often in the early days of these open events, players who perhaps aren't particularly accustomed to playing with a bit of attention on them, that even with ball in hand from a position like this, they might struggle to see it out. So this will tell us a bit about him and whether or not he can be clinical here to close it. But looks pretty comfortable. You can always tell, I feel, within the first few shots if someone's really going to struggle playing in front of cameras. But no signs of it from this player.
Yeah, he made some nice safeties already. Pretty open clearance here, even if you are a bit nervous. But just kind of double checking there. Should just draw the cue ball back a bit. Could stun, I guess.
Well, these are pretty encouraging signs for Nguyen Hai Dang. Doesn't seem bothered at all by the fact that he's playing a well-known player and the cameras are on him. Okay, it was fairly routine, you would say, once he got ball in hand. But he looked very comfortable taking them. And once again, he's drawn level at 2-all. A couple of familiar names from the Philippines, off to good starts in their matches. Jeffrey Ignacio leading British player Tony Burton 3-0. And Roland Garcia, who's been around for a while, 4-1 up on Yannick Pongers. Francesco Candela, not sure I gave you the final result on that, but either way, he has now defeated David Hopkin 9-3 to make a winning start to this UK Open. Robbie Capito 7-4 up on Philip Wildman. As I was saying earlier, that's a match between two players who have both beaten Albin Ocean in this event over the last couple of years. And Lucas Fracasso Werner, American player who has been in a World Nineball Tour ranking event final on the hill at 8-5 against Britain's Tom Emmers. So back here, evenly matched in the early stages. It's been an eventful first 4 racks, and they've been shared.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was his best, but considering the first 2 were dry, got to be happy to get a ball down. He's got a little bit of a look at the blue 2. I believe a cross-side bank is playable, but not easy to gain position on the red 3. So you probably see a safety coming.
We've been talking about Anton Raga and how he wasn't greatly known to the wider public before that European Open run, but he had done well, even going back the last few years in events with international fields. China Open, very big event in Shanghai, almost 5 years ago now. He got to the final of that, beaten by Wu Cha-Ching. He was also a quarter-finalist in the Asian Open world ranking event in Singapore in the summer of 22. He's been a semi-finalist in the All Japan Championship, so he wasn't entirely unknown on the wider stage.
Curious to see how he wants to play this blue 2. Not that hard of a shot with speed, but if you have to hit it lightly, it can be a little troublesome. And he's going to leave a nice gap here to get started for Anton. Can see the rails are a little lively. Players not used to that as much the first day or two. Is he going to set up for a 4-8 combination here? Not the easiest. Oh, he could get below it. So this is the 50-yard line here, Michael. Not very pleasant either way, the side or the corner. I'm not sure he can even shoot at this, really. Can he get position? Yeah, I was going to say, I was thinking he was playing safe.
You know, sometimes you see less familiar names in the early rounds of these open events and they turn out to just not be up to it. But I guess when you look at someone like this, you would say, well, it's such a long journey from Vietnam to the UK. You wouldn't come here unless you felt you could compete. And so far, that's what he's doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Making it to that Scottish Open early. Smart choice there. Wants to hit just past the side, it looks like, is about the right contact point on the rail to get at this pink 4. 2 rails, he's jacking up a little, so he thinks he needs speed, I guess. He's going down the rail a bit. Oh, look how thin that hit was. Wow. So thin, it may sell out a 4-7 combination with a bit of a big pocket with the black 8 laying there. Now, it'd take a lot to get position coming up and down the table, but I think doable. He's going to play the safety instead. solid hit on the pink. He's going to get the cue ball some ways away, and a very difficult shot coming for Anton Raga. Nothing easy here. Like he's playing safe, I think.
Talked about what a long journey it's been for Nguyen Dang to come to this UK Open. It's actually 2 long journeys, really. You need to take a couple of flights, which are both about 7 hours long. But on home ground at the Hanoi Open last year, his opening match was against Michael Feliciano, who got to a couple of world ranking finals last year. Gave him a decent contest, but lost 9-4, and then beat Wen Pi Hai in losers round 1. He was eventually beaten by BJ Ussery, American player, in losers round 2. In his home tournament.
Yeah, BJ, who made that long trip, has made the long trip here as well. Quite a few more Americans that we haven't seen in the past here at this UK Open.
And I know he was in the running for the Mosconi team last year, so is that part of the motivation, do you feel, that they want to be involved in that?
Yeah, absolutely. BJ had a pretty good run at the Super Billiard Expo just a few weeks ago, so yeah, definitely. That's why you see Lucas Fracasso-Werner out as well.
Yeah, BJ Ussery actually won one of the smaller ranking events, which got him some points and put him in Mosconi contention in Virginia around about this time last year.
He's probably setting up for a little kiss shot on the 8 here, I believe, anyways. After playing the green 6, rub off the brown 7 to play the 8. Now, does he need to draw back? I think, yeah. Oh, that'll develop. That was developed nicely.
And this looks very simple from here. So, at the 3rd time of asking, Nguyen Dang managed to make a ball off the break. But he wasn't able to win the rack, so Anton Raga, for the 3rd time, goes 1 clear at 3-2. Indeed, every rack of the 5 we've had so far has gone to the non-breaking player. Jonas Suto, winner of a ranking event in Mexico just a few weeks ago, has closed it out now at 9-5 against Petter Urban. Robbie Capito, US Open quarter-finalist last year, now on the hill at 8-5 against Philip Wildman. And Imran Majid has been on the hill for a very long time now. Into his 50s now, Majid, very experienced player. But he's struggling to finish it off against Paul Taylor, his compatriot, who has now closed to just 1 behind at 8-7. First time playing this event in Telford. It's a well-known venue for big snooker events. We were here back in February for the Players' Championship. Now we're here for the UK Open pool.
Yeah, really nice venue, I think, and you can see the purple 5 getting in the way of the blue 2. Did make the 1 on the side. Probably a push-out option coming if you're new to 9-ball. After the break, and only after the break, the breaker after making a ball or the incoming player after a dry break can announce push-out and push the cue ball anywhere they want, and the incoming player has the option to take the shot or pass it back. Looks like he's going to try and tie up the 3 a little bit, the red 3. Maybe not.
Correct me if I'm wrong, JJ, but when I was out watching your match earlier, did I see you actually potting a ball on a push-out? Was that correct?
That's right, yeah. Yeah, that's legal. You can actually even, you know, sometimes you break in the one, you have a shot at it, but impossible to get position or any kind of look at the next ball. You'll sometimes even push out and pocket the lowest numbered ball, calling and push out. This is a difficult one here. I don't know if I would take this. The only thing I can imagine, he's going to play it thinly with some left spin and try and cross the 2 over into the pink and come up the left side of the table. Shot that's overlooked quite a bit, but I was going to say it looked like without hitting it thin, looked like the pink 4 was always in the way.
Just talking about the push out, Jeremy, obviously you have an enormous reputation as a coach and a teacher of the game. Is much of a part of that teaching players about the psychology and tactics of the push out?
Yeah, sometimes worked with some about that, but you know, push out is going to take some experience, and of course you're always trying to lengthen the game normally, because at this level or any level you're behind. Normally you're in a bad situation, let's say, so a lot of times you'll tie a ball up, or one thing you don't want to have happen, and it does happen occasionally, is push out and then your opponent clear the table. That's kind of like the ultimate sin on a push out, but things get difficult, and it seems like always at the most important times push outs get very, very hairy.
Well, look at the force with which he hit that, and ultimately it was that sheer volume of force that effectively took it back out of the pocket again. Let's see it once more. Well, we only caught the end of it there, but I think we actually had a scenario there where it was one of those that you actually saw better in normal time, because you saw the pace on the ball and took it away from the pocket and let Raga back in here.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not looking to come twice over between the 6 and the pink 4, 2 rails. He's going to come 2 rails, but softly like that, play from above. I think he got there okay. Now he'll come back probably for the 4 in the middle. That depends on how much angle he has. Could kill the cue ball for the 4 in the upper right.
Really did take the scenic route at the European Open. He lost his second match against Konrad Yasuchin in a hill-hill finish. Yasuchin, who's going to be playing Carl Boys right here in any minute now, really. So he had to win 3 matches on the loser's side, the last of which was against Niels Feyen. So it was a tough route for Raga in that European Open, even to get to the single elimination stage. Once he got there, he had some fine wins, beat Mateusz Sniagotsky, then whitewashed Ko Pin-Yi, who'd been World Masters champion just a couple of months prior to that. Good wins against John Morra in the last 16, Wojciech Szewczyk in the quarterfinals, and then most impressively of all, I think, defeating Joshua Filler in a close semi-final. And he had the upper hand for a lot of the final against David O'Cady. He led 8-6, lost the next 5 then to trail 11-8. But then put together 4 in a row to be first to the hill at 12-11. Played a loose safety, let O'Cady back in to take it to the final rack. And then in that decider, Raga had a chance, but a 6-ball failed to drop in the side for him. And O'Cady soared out from there for the title. But I think that European Open, even though it was a good story to see O'Cady winning it after the struggles he'd been going through, it was one of those tournaments where it's probably better remembered for a guy who didn't win it than the guy who did. But he won't be getting close to finals again with too many more shots like that, Jay.
Yeah, I was watching just the stroke itself. It seemed really good. Maybe just overcut the ball a little bit, got a little more cue ball movement than he wanted. May fluke it here. No. that's got to go a little bit. It's going to be enough, but he kind of was looking at the 8 to see if it passed the 9 earlier. I think it does, maybe a hair snug. A little thin here on the 7. Does he come but underneath the 8? 2 cushions, could come 1 row into the 8. Just from that first shot, getting a little awkward. Pretty fortunate to run just an inch or 2 past the 8. Does he have to contact the 9 here? He caught it thick. What a big miss there early in the match, I know, but boy, Raga can get going off a little momentum.
Yeah, there's been no momentum for either player so far in the match. Nobody's won 2 racks in a row. Nobody's led by more than 1 at any stage. In fact, no one's won a rack on their own break yet. But that may be about to change. So the missed 8, the most significant moment of the contest so far, and Raga goes 2 clear now for the first time at 4-2. Now, we were having a look in earlier on the match going on table 2 between Ko Ping Han and So Soa. Well, Ko has finished that strongly, and he's pulled away to win by 9 racks to 5. And that means that Carl Boys will be on in just a few minutes' time to play Konrad Yasushin. If you want to watch that one, you can do so on Matchroom Multisport YouTube. But of course, if you'd rather stay with us for this, we'll keep you right up to date on how Carl is getting on. Part of our commentary team, as you know, for all these events. Just looking at Raga, Jeremy, in the instinctive way he plays. And we often talk about the fact the shot clock will come in for the later rounds. If he's still around for those, you sense he's barely going to notice the shot clock.
Yeah, he's a young man that sees the table quickly. Like many of the greats, can really kind of recognize trouble or where the key ball is in a rack, and you know, goes with his first gut instinct a lot as well, which doesn't hurt when the pressure's on.
So a little breathing space for Raga for the first time. Now can he build on it? But he's dry, and he's left a shot at the 1.
Yeah, good shot as well, Michael, and something that Dang can make up for that missed position and that missed 8 ball in the last rack. He's got some work, though. Tell you what, though, if he gets on the 3 nicely, the red 3 to get to the pink 4, it really opens up the rest of the rack.
I've been talking a lot about the Hanoi Open and the successful inaugural staging in Nguyen Hai Dang's home country, Vietnam, last October. It's now been confirmed that the second Hanoi Open will be played in basically exactly the same slot this coming October. I think people have been listening to us over the last few months, Jeremy, maybe feel we go on about the Hanoi Open a bit too much, but if you'd been there, you certainly wouldn't think that. It was an absolute phenomenon as a success story.
Yeah, kind of setting the bar for those new events that have been acquired here on the World Nineball Tour, and of course more coming. But yeah, something special, some 2,500 or so in the stands, another 400 or 500 outside waiting, and just all so many smiles and happy faces to see all the greats there playing in their home country.
You know, it can happen in different sports that you hear about a country where the sport in question is growing massively in popularity and it's going to be a big success, and then you go there and you find it's not really true. It was the total opposite in Vietnam, because we'd heard big things about how the game was growing, but it actually exceeded all of our expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it started with the Perry Open. You know, I'd gotten there a day or so into the event. Got to finish the last 3 or 4 days of it, and it was a really nice event over there, and we went across town and got even better. All right, big little shot right here, I think, for Dang. Not to change too much of the subject, but man from Vietnam trying to make some noise here at the UK Open. Needs a bump. I think getting a little more settled, actually, after the missed 8 in the last. Maybe figured out a little something with the miss. That does happen.
Yeah, well, I was saying earlier how sometimes players who aren't accustomed to playing in front of cameras and on the main tables struggle early on. And then you see guys who look comfortable, as Nguyen Dang has early on in this match, and then something goes wrong, they miss a ball, they pass up a chance to win a rack, and it throws them a lot. So these are encouraging signs from his point of view that what happened in rack 6 doesn't appear to have thrown them off course at all.
Yeah, absolutely. He's making a nice out here. Looks pretty natural with just a straight high ball. I think he gets past the side. Comes down for the black 8 in the upper right. May have to check the ball with a hair of inside English. All about speed control here. Don't want to fall on the rail or, you know, near to the straight on the black 8. Now cueing kind of downward on this ball, maybe raising the tip. And he may have fluked this, but I really think he kind of talked himself out of that. And the reason why I say that is, seems to me he was getting ready right after he knocked in the 6 to just get down with a nice high ball and knock that in like it was real natural, and then started to think a bit. Going for the long rail bank. Tried to hold the cue ball, got the 8 up a bit. It's going to leave a playable shot on the brown 7. Nothing easy though from 7 feet away or so.
Yeah, absolutely. But if this shot goes to plan, should be on the 8 and should be 5-2. Well, not quite guaranteed yet, but a chance to really start pulling away here now. This would be his 3rd rack in a row if he can take 8 and 9.
Yeah, nice to be young though, Michael. You're not going to find too many of the veterans, you know, kind of rolling that ball from distance. So playing pretty confident, looking to go up 5-2.
So twice early on, Nguyen Dang levelled. But from 2-all, he's now lost 3 in a row, and Anton Raga is past the halfway point in his quest to reach 9 and go through. He now leads by 5 racks to 2. Jeffrey Ignacio of the Philippines could be heading for a very comfortable win over Britain's Tony Burton, leading 7-0. But another Philippines player is in a very different contest. Roland Garcia, just 1 ahead of Yannick Pongers at 5 racks to 4. Clint Ianson, British player, has beaten Tim de Ruyter 9-7. We've noticed this from the previous couple of UK Opens, that you get these players from the British scene who produce some notable results, and I think that falls into that category. So Clint Ianson will now play Francesco Candela, who, as I was saying, went through earlier on. And Imran Majid still can't get over the line. It feels like he's been on the hill forever 8-7 ahead in the All-British clash with Paul Taylor, who's fighting a strong rearguard action towards the end of that one. Shane Wolford, US Moscone Cup player last year, 5-2 lead over Aleem Khan. And Tom Staveley, British player we know quite well, on the hill at 8-6 against Aidan Finch. Four more needed for Raga. From what we've seen of Raga over the last year or so, JJ, what would you say in general about his breaking technique and abilities?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think he found it obviously at the European Open last year, but I think it is something that we've seen here, kind of inconsistent on the hit on the one. He's had a few different types with the cue ball below the rack, that time above the rack, a little thicker hit. I think the part you're going to want to improve on, of course, is that firmer break and being able to get a little better spreads at times, maybe make the odd ball, the ball you're not expecting. Now Dane getting into position a little quicker than he has. It's been I wouldn't say slow, but definitely deliberate. He's not going to get what he wanted there. Maybe he's gotten more snooker than I thought. It looks like a pretty easy return here from Raga.
You mentioned that Perry Open just before the Hanoi Open. Raga was there and did very well. Got to the semi-finals, beaten by Fedor Gorst. Didn't have a great Hanoi Open itself then to follow. Went out in the last 64 in a hill-hill finish against the vastly experienced German, Ralph Suquet.
Oh, he did get the snooker here. That's huge. Don't know if he'll kick at this with a lot of speed or not. Maybe kind of light. Yeah, no hit. So he's going to surrender ball in hand. Now Dane may keep it somewhat in the position it's in now to attack for the left middle.
News of Carl Boys. He's won the first rack against Konrad Yasusin on table 2. I mean, Carl comes up with all kinds of ways to get out of doing a bit of work at these tournaments, JJ, and stay out of the commentary box as much as he can. Given the form he showed in Scotland last week, he may have come up with the best possible way of doing it by performing well on the table. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Carl get through several rounds here.
Yeah, I think, you know, he'll feed off of what he did there in Scotland, get a little more comfortable as he goes. Of course, a tough draw to start, but I think Conrad a little more susceptible to making a mistake or two early, just like most players. And tell you another thing, these are some tight pockets, so it can get a little heady for any player, really. And a player like Conrad, sometimes a little loose with the cue ball. Nice shot there from Dang. Don't think he'll have to do much here. Maybe just go forward. But again, you got to like it when kind of cueing downward, may drag the cue ball, may come into a bump in the 6. I don't think so, though, but that's not going to get it. Yeah, I was going to be surprised if that fell, and that's the difference on day ones and other tournaments. We see those types fall, and I was just going to say, you got to appreciate that, knowing that even shots like this cannot be taken for granted. Oh my, huge mistake.
Well, he's played some really good shots at times, but he's also made a lot of errors.
Yeah, he was just trying to come out between the 7 and 9 with the cue ball. Plenty of space. Could have ran past the 9 quite a bit and been okay. And he's had a missed jump. He's had a made jump, but then he's had a foul on a jump shot as well.
All a bit ragged from Raga. And what a chance this is to snap that 3-rack losing streak.
Yeah, jump shot. Had a little bit of frustration with it after snookering himself from really something very routine. Speaking of routine, nothing major here, just one rail out to the center, a little past where the cue ball's at now.
Well, with ball in hand and the table laid out as it was when he came to it, would have been hard to see a road back for Nguyen Hai Dang if he hadn't taken his opportunity to win the rack. But it never looked to be in much danger, and so after losing the last 3, he's taken that one and is still very much in this contest at 5-3 down. Arfan Dad has recorded a whitewash. The British player has beaten Dimitris Tsiampanis of Greece by 9 racks to 0. And will now play Joshua Filler in the next round. Filler among the big names who got a bye through this first round. The match we're watching here, well, they're playing for the right to take on either Karl Nadeberg of Estonia or Norway's Tim Singh, and it's Nadeberg leading that one 3-1 at the moment. And Imran Majid, after a very long wait, has finally got the one more rack he was looking for. 9-7, he has beaten fellow British player Paul Taylor. And Majid will now face Ko Ping Han, who we saw a bit of earlier, on his way to victory over So Soa. Jeffrey Ignacio of the Philippines now on the hill at 8-1 against Britain's Tony Burton, who took a long time, actually, to get his first rack on the board, so has at least averted any prospect of a whitewash. Yannick Pongers rather, continuing to battle well after a rough start against Roland Garcia. He's now back level at 5-all. 5-3 here.
Dang's breakoffs are getting better after 2 dry ones to start. He's got an opening here on the 2. I think he should attack. It's a little thin, but there's some balls impeding the cue ball. He'd love to cut this in and just go back and forth, but the green 6 a little in the way. So now he may dig on the cue ball a little bit. I think this makes it a hair more missable. He's going to like this. The cue ball speed is pretty perfect. It could have been 6-2. Raga breaking with that prime opportunity in the last game and didn't get out. Made a huge mistake with the cue ball. And now Dang did get out. Now a chance to break and run to level, not level this match, but get it at 5-4.
Yeah, we've not seen a break and run from either player.
Shouldn't do a whole lot here. Just kind of stop the cue ball, simplify the 6. You'll have an angle on the brown 7 to come back up for the black 8. But again, can't take any of these off. Pockets are very snug. That a little thick. He's going to be okay, though. Just got enough to where he can draw off the black 8 somewhat down the right side of the table.
Oh, can you believe that? On the brink of the first break and run of the match, chance to get back to only 1 behind. And he was nowhere near potting the 9. Look at this again.
Yeah, you kind of wonder. Maybe it didn't really see a miss hit on the cue ball. Rarely ever blame the aim with these players, but I guess that could have been the case there. Now, should just try to roll this bank in, not super light, but not real heavy. Oh, he played it the other way. Wow. Surprising. Only reason you would play it that way versus underneath where you were standing is if you felt like possibility of your opponent missing the 9 behind you with a little distance involved.
Well, what a reprieve. But now, can he take advantage, having just missed the 9 unexpectedly at his last visit? Gets it second time round, so didn't get the break and run, but he has closed to 1 behind. It's 5-4. Tony Burton of the host country has managed to win another rack. Now trails Jeffrey Ignacio of the Philippines 8-2.
Carl Boys up 2-0.
Yeah, against Konrad Yasushin. Carl Nadeberg of Estonia now leading Norwegian player Tim Singh 4-1. The winner of that will play the winner of the match we're watching here. Loho Sum, former World Masters runner-up, has a 5-1 lead now against Hassan Shahid. And an all-British clash. Kevin May 3-0 up on Jake Newlove. Fair to say a big incentive there because the winner will play Shane Van Boning.
Really nice break off there. Good speed. Quite a bit of opening on the balls. He's got an awkward look at the blue 2, but he does have a look. Oh, a nice pot on the blue 2. Not the cannon he wanted on the 7. Now very awkward on the red 3. And only has a piece of it, I believe.
Fluked the 3, but the contact on the 4 hasn't promoted his interests.
Yeah, it should be a light kick here. Sometimes you don't get a cushion on these types. Oh, he hit it very nice. Very well done. Just trying to get a little separation to leave something difficult. Not only making the pink, but also gaining position on the purple 5. What a shot. So coming alive here in the middle of the match. Nguyen Dang, excuse me. Probably the shot of the match as well here on the pink 4.
Yeah, I'd say for sure. And he trailed 5-2 at one stage and looking like he might go further behind in the next rack. Could be a few balls away now from drawing level. Setting up a big finish. It would be a big scalp for him against Raga. As we were saying, was only one rack away from winning an event very similar to this, the European Open last summer. So how would you sum up what we've seen overall in these first 10 racks from Nguyen Dang, Jeremy?
Well, good, pretty good. I mean, like I said, 2 dry breaks. Had a couple little mistakes early, but he's gotten better every rack, it seems. Gaining a little more confidence. I don't know if you remember that 8-ball he missed, kind of babied it a little bit. And I tell you, ever since then, he didn't have a missed 9, but none of us could really put our finger on that, but he's played pretty solid since. I wouldn't say anything special for Anton, meaning not terrible match or anything like that, just not really gotten it going, what we're used to seeing. A little quick that time, and just as we talked about it and had a chance to tie the match, he's going to leave a goofy one a little elevated over the 9, but shouldn't be a problem for Raga. It's usually the simple ones, Michael, that really get the best of the top players.
Yeah, he's had a couple of disappointing misses now. You think of the position Dang could have been in. Well, that needed just a little bit of attention from Raga, and he's played it ideally. And so he has a bit of daylight again, going 2 clear at 6-4. Raga needs 3 more. Tom Staveley, British player, has beaten his compatriot Aidan Finch 9-7. And will now face Hona Suto, who we saw play for Spain B at the World Cup of Pool last year, and who recently won a ranking tournament in Mexico. Looks increasingly likely that whoever comes through the match we're watching here will play Estonia's Karl Naderberg, because he now leads Tim Singh of Norway by 5 racks to 1. And the latest update on Carl Boys is that he's added another rack and leads Konrad Yasusin 3-0.
Yeah, and I think at the table again, maybe trying to get it to 4-0.
Of course, this is something that we're getting to see again as we come into this first multi-table matchroom event of the year. Jeremy, is your ability to follow every match around a big hall all at the same time.
Well, beautiful venue we have here. Not quite the view like we had as commentators at the Copper Box for the last couple years, but been pretty impressed with this arena so far.
Well, we're in the heart of British cue sports country here. Raga 6-4 up.
And we'll see if he wants to take on a tough one that's pretty thin, even though he's close in proximity to the blue two. That was a better break off. Got a kiss on the cue ball from the 9, which we'll see quite often this week. It looks like he's not going to take any chances here. He's going to knock this ball away.
So many matches going on here on this opening day. Trying to keep you across as many winners as possible. Jeffrey Ignacio is the latest. Tony Burton, the British player, rallied a bit towards the finish after something of a nightmare start. But Ignacio comfortably through 9-3. And at the moment, looks likely to play compatriot Roland Garcia. But he's still got work to do, leading Yannick Pongers 7-5. I was talking about your ability to watch so many tables all at once, Jeremy. We can watch a couple of tables at the same time here, because this is what's going on over on table 2, and you are absolutely right. Carl Boys was at the table, he's won that one, and he now leads Konrad Yasusin 4-0. He might win that match so comfortably that playing in it doesn't actually get him out of any commentary duties, which I think is half the point of him wanting to play in it.
Well, I'll tell you, he's broke the balls well there, Carl has. The one drained in the side, got quite a bit of action, along with the cue ball getting kissed up the table. But I'll tell you, it's, you know, you'd have to label him as an underdog against Konrad at the moment. Of course, Konrad playing full-time and a great player, but it's a type of player I think that's not the worst draw for someone that's you know, you're going to be an underdog against.
Yeah, and having beaten Alban Ocean comfortably in that Scottish Open last week, why would Boys feel there's anything to fear in this one? If you've been watching the game over the last couple of years, you'll obviously have heard Carl doing so much commentary. You might not be aware of his playing career, but it was very successful. 4-time Mosconi Cup winner. In fact, until last December, he shared the record with David O'Cady of the most Mosconi Cups played in for either side without ever being on the losing side. He also reached the US Open final, winner of the World Cup of Pool. So we'll keep you posted on that. But let's return our focus now to this table, because Anton Raga is putting together a good 11th rack here. And there's a few balls away from restoring that 3-rack advantage he had at 5-2. And if he does it again this time, he'll be 1 away from the hill. Well, he's made his mistakes in this match, but he's found some real efficiency there to close out that rack. And Anton Raga now leads 7-4. Shane Wolford, part of your US Mosconi Cup team back in December in North London. JJ is on the hill now at 8-3 against Aleem Khan. Carl Nadeberg has stretched his lead to 6-1 over Tim Singh. And if he wins that, he will play the winner of the match we're watching here. And in that all-British clash, it's now 4-0 for Kevin May over Jake Newlove. Winner of that faces Shane Van Boning. Good matches already forming, actually, for the next round, including Eklund Kaci, last year's UK Open winner, against Jose Alberto Delgado. So they'll be playing each other a little later.
Yeah, the break shot hasn't been its best. Been a big variety, and maybe a 1-9 coming here to get one back on the board quickly with ball in hand. See a real thin hit on the 1. Cue ball coming some 3 rails before kissing off the 9. Be shocked if he didn't play the 1-9 here. It's not a very runnable table, but super makeable combo. Didn't expect that miss. Did expect him to shoot at it, but that's why, because the chances of missing very slim.
Well, he was given an absolute gift there, and that's why you see so many sudden shifts in momentum in this game. That something like that can happen. You can come to the table and just through your own good fortune, you have a chance like that for a quick kill in a rack. But Nguyen Hai Dang has passed it up. Raga could extract full price here. It's not been 4 clear at any stage.
Yeah, going to be a little elevated here on the red 3, but necessary to have that angle to come up for the pink 4. Key to this, again, don't baby it too much. You got a lot of room to run the cue ball. Oh, he went ahead and made sure he wasn't letting up on that one. Went to the extra rail on the top of your screen.
A whole new conversation has started in the last couple of weeks, hasn't it? With the announcement of the Reyes Cup, Europe against Asia, coming up later in the year. Given the way Raga was such a crowd favourite on that run to within 1 rack of winning the European Open last summer, I have to think if he could make the Asian team, he would be so well suited to that environment. I know we talked about this during the World Masters, JJ. Who would be your 5 players on the Asian team? And you couldn't narrow it down to anything less than about 8 or 9, any attempt we made. And it's just going to be so wide open. And you just sense the race for places on that team is going to be so dramatic and exciting later in the year. And that's the kind of excitement Raga could have done without when it looked as though he might be getting to the hill. He's opened the door once again here for Dang.
Yeah, and that was all about directing the cue ball, promoted that miss. A little thin on the 5. You know, you feel like the way the tables are playing, the break rule's pretty tough. 2-3 game lead is worth something, but oh, he's not going to leave an easy one here. But I'll tell you, you can get a hair complacent. Not the sport you want that. Yeah, I'd totally forgotten about the Koh brothers. And hard to think the Koh brothers won't both be in there, though. Nice recovery there.
Well, it felt like every time any of us tried to name who we thought the 5 players on the Asian team might be, we'd get to the end of it and then realise there was some massive name we hadn't even considered. It's just because there's so much depth and so many different countries with a number of top players in Asia.
Yeah, nice shot there. Yep, you got, and of course Singapore has Yap and Chinese Taipei, the Koh brothers, Chang, some you know, Kunlin, Wu Kunlin's a great player, and Philippines have so many players that want to be in that and on that team, the Reyes Cup.
Okay, so Dang has closed to 7-5. I think it says a lot as well. You look at someone like Naoki Oi, who's so experienced and has done well in the World Cup, a team event, a number of times, and he barely even featured in that conversation. You sort of feel he wouldn't be in that 5. And that shows you again how much depth there is when you consider all his experience.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that Team Asia has to think of is experience, because this is going to be something totally new for them. Of course, totally new for the European team that will play the first one against Team Asia in that Reyes Cup. But you got to believe that team atmosphere and what will be a crazy atmosphere, kind of, you know, a little edge to Team Europe in that regard as far as experience.
Yeah, and you look at it realistically, the likelihood is that it will be very similar to the European team that's played in the last 2 Mosconi Cups. So they've all got vast experience of that sort of environment.
Looks like Conrad's gotten on the board at 4-1.
Yeah, that's the match against Carl Boys. Dean Shields on the hill now in the All British clash with David Black. It's 8-3. Shane Wolford in the last few moments has got through with a 9-4 win over Aleem Khan. And could now face Marvin Assis of the Philippines. It was a 4-2 lead over the British player Sunesh Garib. So there's been a couple of times when it's looked as though Wen Hai Dang might be slipping out of serious contention in this match, but he keeps hanging on and he's very much in it now. He's breaking, only 2 behind at 7-5 in this race to 9 on the opening day of the UK Open.
Thin hit. And look at a 2-9 combination. I know that Anton will look at it, and it looks pretty nice overall. Yeah, thin hit on the 1 really promoted that scratch. I'd have to look at this 2-9 pretty easy, and I'll tell you, you're not going to look at these combinations too often, but with the tables, the way the tables are playing, I mean, you got to consider some that you're a big favorite to make, even though it may be early in the rack. He's going to play for the run out, looks like. I would seriously have to look at this 2-9 combination. I don't think it's very difficult at all to play the 1 in the opposite side pocket, it looks like. Now he's going to play for the run out.
One more winner to tell you about. I don't think we gave you the final result on Lucas Fracasso Werner, another of your compatriots, JJ. He's got through 9-5 against Britain's Tom Emmes. Will now play Sullivan Clark. Karl Nadeberg of Estonia now on the hill at 8-1 against Norway's Tim Singh.
Playing for the run out. He's going to come all the way across between the pink and the yellow. Ooh, barely got that one down. He's going to fall a little straighter here near the rail as well. Danny Olsen and Huang about to tee it off, it looks like, in a round 2 winner's side. That should be a good one. Danny's been playing some of his best pool. Expect that one to be close.
Yeah, Olsen has actually been in a world ranking event final around about this time 2 years ago in New Jersey. It was at the start of 2022 that the current world ranking system began. We've got the bigger events like this that obviously count for huge numbers of points, but if you can do well in a number of the smaller events, you can make huge progress up the rankings. Because it's a 2-year rolling system, the points that were being earned in the early months of the world rankings being around are now gradually being taken off, and players having to defend points that they won a couple of years ago. Plenty of movement there, Jay.
Yeah, I think that was more of a habit than maybe not knowing. Sometimes you'll see movement when players not sure if they've made the ball or not. Okay. Nice clearance so far. This is 2 more balls to get on the hill in this race to 9. This is a first round. We have some second rounds already starting.
So Nguyen Dang was breaking with the chance to get back to only 1 behind, but he scratched, and Anton Raga has seen it out, so he is on the hill at 8-5. And for the 3rd time in the match, he's 3 clear. Doesn't feel like the sort of match where someone's going to put together a run of 4 in a row to turn it round, but the chance is still there for Dang. Roland Garcia still looking for 1 more against Yannick Pongers. It's 8-7 in that one now. And Konrad Yasusin has got 2 in a row. He was 4-0 down to Carl Boys. He's closed that to 4-2. So Raga looking for 1 more.
The 1 in the side, a little awkward here on the blue 2, queuing over the pink, or partially queuing over the pink. You wouldn't say the greatest of routes to get on the 3 just because the brown 7 and the green 6 covering up things a bit. I'd like to simplify things on making this ball a little elevated as well. Confident stroke. I don't know if it's enough speed. It's close. Definitely can cut it in, but a little missable for sure. But can he hold for the pink? That's the real issue. Could bank it. It's a little awkward as well.
That wasn't a great effort, Jeremy, and yet again the door is open for Nguyen Dang. Long road back from here. He's got to win the last 4 racks, but you got to start somewhere, and this is a bit of a chance to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And player that definitely isn't going to pull the trigger before he's ready. But I think I kind of feel like that was the case with Raga. Looked like he was entertaining a few things and decided to get down and just play with extreme spin. All right, caught this a little thick, so he's going to have to play a nice one here on the pink. Fortunate did hold an angle.
Just 1 more winner to bring you. Dean Shields has won the All-British Clash with David Black by 9 racks to 3, and will now play the recently crowned World Masters champion, Fedor Gorst. Back to this one.
Nice shot there. Kept it pretty simple. Gonna have to work the cue ball off the purple around for the green 6. Some 3 cushions, it looks like, between the 8 and 9.
Konrad Yasushin continuing to rally, was 4-0 down against Carl Boys. He's now got it back to only 1 behind at 4-3.
Okay, looks to be pretty straight here. Gonna have to work the cue ball back somewhat where it's at now for the brown in the left middle. Yeah, that happens so often. Now Raga with a chance. Really looks like one big ball here on the green 6 to get this W. You never know when he strikes the ball if it's going in or not. He doesn't give away much.
You know, you talked about getting the W, and that is what it's all about in the early rounds, which is just as well for him because it's not been a great performance from him, and he knows he'll have to play a lot better. But, you know, in these 256-player events, the last match you play, if you're going to win the title, is a long, long road from your first. So there's plenty of time to play his way in. What he has done, at least, is play his way in to the next round, because Anton Raga has beaten Nguyen Hai Dang by 9 racks to 5. The player from Vietnam had his chances and made too many unforced errors, really. So Raga, the winner, he goes through to play Carl Naderberg of Estonia, who closed it out just a few minutes ago against Tim Singh of Norway by 9 racks to 2. So what a treat we have coming up next. World Cup winner Johann Chua against one of the rising young stars of the game, Bernie Regalario. That will be along in a few minutes' time.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
Wait.
My word! He's got it! And for me, the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
And welcome back to the opening day of the UK Open, being played for the first time here in Telford after 2 years in London. And we're about to watch Johann Chua against Bernie Regalario. This looks like one of the standout matches of the day. And just while we're waiting for them, let's look at some of the scores on the screen. I'm joined by Imran Majid. Well done on winning your match earlier, Imran. And you were made to wait a bit at the end before getting across the line.
Yeah, I started the match well, but my opponent started to come back, started playing some really good shots, and yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes, so you just got to try and maintain your focus and get over the line.
Yeah, 9-7 win over Paul Taylor. And he will now face Ko Ping Han, who was a 9-5 winner against So Soa in a match we saw a little of earlier. So many matches there to pick out interesting stories about. Hassan Shahid is battling back well against the former World Masters finalist Lo Ho Sum on table 3. That one is 7-5. Over on the other side of the screen there, you'll see that Konrad Yasusin, who was 4-0 down against four-time Mosconi Cup winner and former US Open finalist Carl Boyes, is now level in that one at 4-all. Torsten Homan, you see there, who had a good run in the Scottish Open at the weekend. Level at 1-all now with Britain's Oliver Lawrence. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz will be defending his world title in Saudi Arabia next month. Has won the first couple of racks against Adam Smith. Nick Malai, name we've been familiar with over the years. 5-4 up on Martino Correa of the UK. Alexa Pechel's US Open semi-finalist last year. You can see there he's just starting on table 12 against the experienced Roman Hibler. Dennis Graba of Estonia, another experienced player, has won the opening rack against Kledio Kaci, the younger brother, very promising younger brother of our defending champion here, Eklant Kaci. And Duong Kwok, who's just won the Scottish Open, his first ranking title, has taken the opener against American Danny Olson. That one is on table 24. So they are the main stories at the moment. Petri Mäkinen there of Finland, someone else who's been around for some time, with a 2-1 lead over Michael Feliciano, the Philippines player who got to the final of 2 big ranking events in 2023. Big things expected of him this year, and a small early deficit in that one. So the warm-ups are finished, and Johann Chua and Bernie Regalario are going to get things underway. Do you know much about Regalario, Imran? He's someone there's been a lot of talk about over the last 6 months or so as a real promising talent.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a seasoned Filipino player. I know most of the old school players, maybe some of the up-and-coming ones. But I recently saw him play in the Premier Pool League. I think that was in Connecticut, Jason Shaw's club. And he played some good stuff there, yeah. Wasn't quite to his normal level. Maybe jet lag or whatever, all that commuting all the way from Philippines played a part. But he played some good stuff there. Definitely got potential to be one of the best, yeah. I like his game. It's, yeah, very, what could I say, clinical. Yeah, quite clinical at times.
Yeah, we always know anyone who comes from that part of the world to play in these events, they arrive with a pretty good game to bring with them. Johann Chua's opponent, well, we don't need to tell you anything much about him because he was the star, really, of the Philippines' success in the World Cup of Pool last summer as they won it for the record 4th time in Spain.
Yeah, he played unbelievable in that World Cup of Pool. Sorry, I have to go back to that because the shot making on display in that tournament by Johann Chua was unbelievable. Well deserved.
Yeah, I think fair to say in this one, to sum it up, Chua the favourite, but it's not going to be a major shock, you know, if Regalario wins this, given his growing reputation.
Absolutely not. It's a race to 9, and as we know, there's some luck involved in the game, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. But you got to say, on paper, Chua's the favourite, more experience. Has probably had more international experience as well, which counts for a lot. Nice break off there, gets the one in the side, has lost the cue ball, so doesn't have a shot on the 2. Will have to push out. See the 1 going straight in the side pocket with some speed. It had some momentum on that ball. It's a tricky push out here. I don't see anything obvious straight away. I think he's got a... Yeah, whatever he did, he's probably going to be in trouble. Now, I'm not sure how much of the 2 ball he can see, but I do see a 2 ball in off the 9 in the middle. I'm pretty sure that's on. I think he's having a look at that angle now.
Second time today, Chua's been on the main table. 9-0 win earlier against Vincent Facquet of France.
Yeah, he went for the 2 off the 9 into the middle. Has given up a shot for Bernie, and now it's pretty open table. He's got a nice easy starter, so he'd want to get this rack under his belt.
Regalario obviously has played a match as well. Came through it almost as comfortably. 9-2 winner over Ashik Nathwani, representing India.
He's got a nice demeanor about himself around the table. He's not too hurried, plays at a nice momentum. Looks pretty relaxed, cool.
Yeah, we saw Regalario make a bit of an impact at the Hanoi Open. Eventually went out in the last 32 to Levan Corteza, more experienced compatriot.
That's right, Mike. I was there at that tournament in Hanoi. Yeah, he played some good stuff there. I think that was the tournament that kind of put him on the map, if you like, because he got some good wins under his belt and showed the world what he can do.
And something else that looks as though he's going to have under his belt in a moment is the opening rack. Taking these very confidently, and this is for a 1-0 lead. Bernie Regalario wins the opener against Johann Chua in this all-Philippines clash. They're playing for a place, remember, in winners' qualification, so you get through that, and you'll be into the single elimination stage. Now, I was telling you about experienced Philippines player Roland Garcia, who was looking pretty comfortable against Yannick Pongers, but he ended up losing that match 9-8. That's in the first round, so Pongers will now play another Philippines player, Jeffrey Ignacio, in the second round.
Yeah, you take your foot off the gas a little bit in this game. One little bit of loss of focus, and the guy can come back 4, 5, 6 racks, no problem. That's why it's a pretty cutthroat game, I would say.
Yeah, well, Konrad Yasushin was really charging back against Carl Boyes from 4-0 down. He levelled at 4-all. But Boyes has now won the 9th rack, so he's now leading 5-4. Looks as though if he gets through, he'll play Alvin Angito, who has an 8-2 lead over Jedlecki Thomas.
Yeah, one ball in the side again. Doesn't have a shot on the 2 again. which is a big part about this new break format. Well, I say new, but it's been around for a few years. But you're not always guaranteed to be on the lowest ball. There is an element of luck involved. And this is preferred by the players.
Just one more score I want to bring you up to date on. We were keeping an eye on Loh Ho Sum, the former World Masters runner-up from Hong Kong. Was looking good early on, but Hassan Shahid was hanging in there. Loh Ho Sum, though, now on the hill at 8-5. And if he gets through, we'll probably play Mustafa Alnar, who's leading 8-1 over Paul Williams.
I'm not sure what Bernie's looking at here. Maybe a kick shot to hook him back. I don't see an obvious one straight away. Let's see what he plays. Is he playing it soft? Yeah, he's playing it soft. No, I didn't like that. That's a foul. It's a foul. Nothing hit a rail after contact. The object ball or the cue ball didn't hit a rail. He needed to play that firmer.
Chua will be 32 next month. Start of the year ranked 60th in the world, but if he plays a decent schedule, you have to think that's a number that's going to absolutely tumble as 2024 goes on. Playing professionally since he was in his teens, so very experienced at this stage. He's a World Championship quarter-finalist a full decade ago. In addition to his World Cup win last year, he had some excellent individual results in some of the big events. And wins over Jason Shaw, Joshua Filler. Actually beat Filler 9-1 in the Spanish Open.
Yeah, put on a clinic against him. I watched that match. Yeah, he was just faultless. Anything he did was turning to gold, and he played great on top of that. Just going to play an intricate positional shot here from the 4 to the 5. Looks like he's going forward. Yeah. It's nice to see Carl and Jeremy play in this tournament, Mike.
Yeah, last-minute decision for both of them there. It was just decided during the World Masters when we were in Germany for that a couple of weeks ago that there were a couple of spots open, and someone had the idea of why not get these old stagers in. And
yeah, why not? They're both great players, and they could do some damage.
And of course, Carl Boys played in the Scottish Open last week. Smaller event than this, but really strong field, and beat Alban Ocean there.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, I was there. I watched him play. He's a natural, Carl, at a lot of things. He was knocking in 180s for fun on the dartboard. You know, play a record pull.
I've seen him play darts, yeah. And he hides his light under a bushel as well. As a snooker player, he's exceptionally good at that too.
That's right, yeah.
Johann Chua's not bad either, and he's won that second rack to level with Bernie Regalario. Now let's look at some of the other matches going on in this round. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who'll be defending his world title in a few weeks' time in Saudi Arabia, leads Britain's Adam Smith by 3 racks to 2. Claudio Kaci, younger brother of our defending champion Eklund Kaci, making quite a name for himself in the pool world. Claudio leads Dennis Grabber of Estonia 2-1. Torsten Homan, former world champion, who was a quarter-finalist actually in that Scottish Open, was beaten by the eventual runner-up Oscar Dominguez. Homan is leading 3-1 against Oliver Lawrence. Duong Kwok Wang who ended up winning the tournament in Scotland, has taken the first rack against American Danny Olsen. And Michael Feliciano of the Philippines, who got to a couple of big finals last year, 3-2 down early on against the experienced Finnish player, Petri Mäkinen. Babken Melkonyan, who beat Jeremy Jones earlier today, has taken the opener against the former World Championship semi-finalist, Abdullah Al-Yusuf. And that brings us up to date with the big stories going on in this round. Mickey Kraus of Denmark is leading 2-0 over the British player Chris Alexander, who we had in the commentary box a little earlier. 1-1 in the early stages of this one.
There you see Johann Chua's break a little bit harder and has come up dry. Yeah, put quite a bit of power into that one. I think if you are going to adopt the harder break at this format, you really need to pay attention on your Q-tip position on the white ball.
So explain to us why you're saying that, Imran.
Because if you slightly mishit the white, you're coming through at a very fast speed, you won't get that one ball in the side. Now, Eklund Kaci, who's probably got the best break on tour and has a very powerful break, he's the one who told me this. You've got to have good Q-tip position on your cue ball, as well as the power. So, yeah, it's not easy to do. So that was one of the best breakers in the game. Nineball was close there. Does have a bank on the 8-ball with the 2 here. Just try and stay at the table. Now he's got a problem getting from the 3 to the 4. He probably draws it back. He probably draws past the side pocket here with some outside English. 5 o'clock on the cue ball. Has got some angle on the 4 ball, but I don't think it's too much of a problem to kill the cue ball for the 5 in the side. Can play with some low outside spin. Played that nicely.
Comes across as one of those young rising players who just sees everyone as another opponent. He's not really that interested in what someone has done in the past or what they've achieved. Sort of feels he's just out there with a chance to win against anyone he faces.
Exactly, he stays in the moment well. I think it's the case with most of the Filipinos that they grow up playing the game, playing one-on-one challenge matches, or we can say money matches, and that kind of sets them in good stead for tournaments. And if they come up against a good player, you know, they're not too phased because they're always kind of in action all the time, every day.
Yeah, and given that the scene is so strong in the Philippines. If you've reached the level where you're coming from there to play in these big international events, where you're going to be accustomed to playing big-name, experienced players anyway. But just as we're saying all that, the rack that looked to be going his way may not now turn out like that, because chance has been handed here to Chua. This was unexpected, Imran.
Yeah, we didn't expect that at all. I think he was, because he was drawing the cue ball past the side pocket, maybe it took his eye off the ball a little bit there.
This is no certainty, though. But if he does get it, should be 2-1 in Chua's favour. Yeah, simple 9 to follow. So Chua lost the opening rack to Bernie Regalario, but he's won 2 in a row since, and he now leads for the first time in the match at 2-1. Konrad Yasusin has levelled once again with Karl Boys at 5-all, so the Polish player has now won 5 of the last 6 racks, having lost all of the first 4. And Loho Sum has now won, former World Masters runner-up, 9-5 against Hassan Shahid. So very much into the last knockings now of today's action in round 1. The focus gradually shifting to the round we're watching here, round 2, where Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the world #1, has taken rack 6 to now lead Adam Smith 4-2. João Grillo, who we saw in the last 16 of the Spanish Open last summer, now leading 6-1 in the all-Portuguese clash with Ricardo Mota. Dennis Graba 3-2 up on Claudio Kaci, and things looking even better now for the 2-time world champion Torsten Homan. He leads Britain's Oliver Lawrence 4-1. Petri Mäkinen has extended his lead to 5-2 over Michael Feliciano, another Philippines player who really burst onto the scene and made quite an impact on the World Nineball Tour throughout 2023. And Duong Kwok, winner of the Scottish Open last weekend, has now won the second rack to lead Danny Olsen of the US 2-0. Abken Melkonyan 2-0 up against Abdullah Al Yusuf, and Roman Hibbler has taken the first against last year's US Open semi-finalist Alexa Pechelj. Mickey Kraus flying against Britain's Chris Alexander. It's now 4-0 in that one. If he wins it, he may well play the defending champion Eklan Kaci in the next round. Back here, it's 2-1 to Chua.
Oh, stayed with the hard break and did get the 1 in the side. No shot on the 2 again.
Big moment for Chua in one of these Matchroom Open events was at the US Open 3 years ago, first of the Atlantic City era. Beat John Morra to go through to the quarterfinals and was only beaten in a hill finish by the defending champion, sorry, the eventual winner of that tournament, Carlo Biado. So he was 1 rack away from the last 4, and who knows what might have happened from there.
Chua played a kick shot, but I don't think he intended to play it like that. Has got the snooker. He was rather unlucky on the break. He had a shot on every single ball apart from the 2 ball. So that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So he's aiming at the 2 ball to hit that diamond, middle diamond on the long rail. Let's see how close he gets to that. No, mishit it. As a left a shot up for Chua. Not easy, mind you, slightly hampered with the 7. He's got to bear down on this one. When you're elevating, any unwanted side can, you know, take the cue ball off line and you can miss the pot. So got to stay still. Wasn't easy because he was elevated. Probably makes the shot like 5 times harder when you're elevated, something like that.
We're watching an all-Philippines match here, Imran, and I suspect we'll see a lot of these on the World Nineball Tour throughout 2024. But from a player's perspective, try to give us a sense of just how big a deal the game is in the Philippines, where it really is one of the major mainstream sports.
It is. I think it's actually the first major sport, mainstream sport in the Philippines is basketball, and then you have pool. I mean, out of all the sports, football, tennis, pool is #2 sport in the Philippines. And yeah, you can almost say it's a national sport out there. I've been there countless times to the Philippines to play, and there's pool tables absolutely everywhere. In the streets, in the alleys, on top of mountains, you name it. There's a pool table.
Top of mountains?
Yeah, I've seen
you get a few,
on top
you
of
get a few
mountains.
rolls up there.
Yeah, they love it out there.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about Efren Reyes. Well, I mean, he is just one of the biggest icons from any field in that country.
Yeah, I do think that's why they do have a big player base in the Philippines, because if you've got the GOAT coming out of a country, a lot of other up-and-coming players are going to try and follow in his footsteps and try and be as great as him, but that's a hard task for anyone to be as great as him. But no, that's why they have such a big following out there. Has he gone too far? Yes, he has gone too far. Not feeling totally comfortable, Bernie, in this match so far. But it is early doors. Hopefully he'll find some rhythm, some momentum, and play how he can play. Looking at a thin safety behind the 8 and 9. He's going to push the 6 over the pocket and will leave a jump shot, so he's trying to think of a better solution.
In the background there, you see the very distinctive UK Open trophy. It's been won by Joshua Filler and Kaci, and it's 2 stagings so far.
That's a pretty good shot. I don't think Chua can make this ball. From where he was, I think that's a pretty good shot. It was very touchy to get the 6 right behind the 7 like that. His speed control needed to be exemplary. Very nice shot, I like it. Could have easily gone wrong though, that shot. Well, Chua's going to kick one rail. You would have thought, or is he going direct at the ball? Okay, direct at the ball. And has left it up. I liked the kick shot there to try and get some separation. I do see the method in his madness, what he was trying to play, but it was very, very difficult. Great chance here for Bernie to level up. Well, I say great chance. I'm not sure if the 8 ball goes past the 9 here. If not, we'll soon find out after this shot. Flies in. A little bit on the rail, but should be all right. Just got to focus on the pot. Position is natural.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Imran. You were saying at first it was a great chance, and then it's one of those you look at a bit more closely and you realise there's a little bit of figuring out to do, but he's done it nicely, and having lost the last 2 racks, Bernie Regalario has taken this one and has levelled again against Johann Chua at 2-all in this race to 9. Also level, but at a much more advanced stage. In the previous round, it's 6-all now between Konrad Yasution and Carl Boyes, who did lead 4-0 at one stage in that match. And also in that round, the all-British clash between Jake Newlove and Kevin May is level at 5-all. The reason we're keeping a close eye on that one is because there's a very big prize for the winner, because they are playing for the right to take on the 5-time US Open champion Shane Van Boening in this second round. Speaking of which, in the second round, Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, runner-up in the inaugural staging of this event a couple of years ago in London, now leads 5-2 over Adam Smith. 3-all between Dennis Graba and Claudio Kaci. Torsten Homan continuing a very good day, 6-1 up now against Oliver Lawrence. Last weekend's winner in Scotland, Duong Kwok has a 3-1 lead over American Danny Olsen. And Petri Mäkinen, very experienced player, but still a surprise to see him leading by such a comfortable margin as 7-2 against Michael Feliciano. 2-all here.
Very nice break. That's absolutely textbook. Look, cue ball's bang in the middle of the table. He's got a shot on the tree, on the 3. Very nice break.
Yeah, I'd certainly say of all the breaks I've seen so far in this opening day, that is without question the best. How are you feeling about your own game, Imran, in this event? Have you
Not bad
got
at all.
optimism about going far?
Yes, I have. I always do in every tournament. I've come in here in good form from Glasgow, which was my first tournament of the year. So I felt a bit of pressure over there, which I wanted and which I needed to get into kind of tournament mode. And I believe I'm in tournament mode now. So things can only get better from here.
But I think it's fair to say 2023 in these events was a pretty good year for you.
Not bad at all, yeah. I got a couple of 9th places in the major tournaments. Had some good scalps, beat a few world champions. Yeah, not bad at all.
This is looking good for Bernie Regalario. We really praised his break, and this so far is the result of it.
Yeah, he wants to place his white in the middle of the table here. Yeah, that would do, so he can swing round 2 rails for position for the 8 in the same pocket.
Very competent 5th rack from Bernie Regalario. Started with a wonderful break, multiple balls down off it, and all pretty routine from there. So once again, he leads Johann Chua at 3 racks to 2. Now, I told you it was 6-all in that match we're keeping an eye on in the first round between Konrad Yasution and Carl Boyes. Well, the British player has very quickly advanced from there now to an 8-6 lead, so he only needs one more. He's on the hill.
Yeah, that was quick. It was 6-6 like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah.
He might have got a 9-ball.
Well, this is what I'm suspecting, a golden break.
Yeah.
We might be seeing a lot of you in the commentary box if Carl goes on a run. But then again, you might be busy yourself playing a lot of matches. Yeah, great to see at the UK Open, British players winning matches.
Yeah, heavy contingent have come over, you know, playing this UK Open, because there's been qualifiers leading up to this for the last 5 or 6 weeks, and a lot of the English players have been battling away, finally getting their spot in the UK Open. So they're kind of in practice mode, in match mode. Their games are in good shape, been playing a lot of qualifiers. And as we saw in the World Snooker Championship recently, there was 3 qualifiers in the last 4. So just goes to show that all that match practice does help. Another good break.
I think that's going to be one of the themes, Imran, in 2024, you know, because so often the first couple of days of these Matchroom Open events, we see a lot of 9-0s, 9-1s, and some guys who just come out and can't really compete. But of course, if everyone's had to get in via either their ranking or qualifiers, you're going to see that happening far, far less from now on.
Yes, definitely, yeah. You know, the aim here is to make a professional tour, whereas before you could just pay your entry and get in. But now you have to qualify, you have to, you know, be there by credit.
Well, it was a good break from Regalario, but that wasn't guaranteed that he was going to follow it up with what he was left, and indeed he has immediately opened the door for Chua. And while he tries to figure that one out, let's see what's going on over on table 2. Carl Boyes has that great win over Alban Ocean in a good run at the Scottish Open last week. He could be about to claim another good result. As we were saying, it was only a few minutes ago, Imran, we were looking at this and it was 6-all, and Boyes now is 3 balls away from victory. Well, he took that very confidently, and it's a simple 9 now, so Carl Boyes is going to clear his first hurdle in this UK Open. Strong finish. He beats Konrad Yasushin of Poland by 9 racks to 6, and will now face Alvin Angito for a place in winners' qualification. It really is impressive, isn't it? Because, you know, you talk about experience and career record. Clearly, Boyes has by far the better of the two there. But he's hardly played a tournament for about 5 or 6 years now, so to come out and be producing results like this really is very commendable.
Yeah, like I said, he's a natural talent, yeah. He could have won the tournament in Scotland without any practice. He's that kind of beast, you know. Abundance of natural talent. And obviously a good winning mindset, which I think he has developed over the years when he was playing pool. Obviously he was a MVP in the Moscone Cup a couple of times, I believe.
He's one of those guys who, you know, when you meet him, you would think he's probably very laid back about it and almost doesn't care whether he wins or loses. When he gets out on the table, there's a competitive animal there. And even when he was assistant captain at the Moscone Cup, you saw he turned into a completely different character. It means a huge amount to him. Meanwhile, back in this match, Johann Chua has levelled it up once again. It was 1-all, it was 2-all, it is now 3-all in this race to 9. So in this second round that we're watching here, João Griot now on the hill in that all-Portuguese clash with Ricardo Motta at 8-2. Cledio Kaci has edged ahead of Dennis Graba again at 4-3. Duong Kwok steadily pulling away against Danny Olsen. It's now 4-1 in that. And 2-all now between Abdullah Al Yusuf, who was 2-0 down, and Babken Melkonyan. Mickey Kraus a couple of racks away from completing a whitewash, leads Chris Alexander, British player, 7-0. Different story here, though. Level pegging at 3-all.
Oh, Nineball in the corner
Here
pocket.
we go. Well, it almost went in the side, but as soon as it slipped past it, you could see the potential there for it to run along the rail into the corner, and indeed it has. So Johann Chua, who about 90 seconds ago was 3-2 down in this match, is now leading it at 4 racks to 3. Well, GB stands for Great Britain when we are this week, and it also stands for Golden Break. And that's certainly the first I've seen. We suspect Carl Boyes may have had one, because he did get through a rack very quickly. We'll find out from him.
Carl maybe had a 1 or 2. He won 2 racks in like 4 minutes or something like that. So maybe he had one. That is very doable if you're adopting this the hard break in this format. Cue ball's obviously coming off the rail into the 9-ball, so it can go towards the corner or the side pocket. That one was kind of unusual, hit the point of the side pocket, trickled up the rail. Yeah, he's hitting them good. He's found the measure of the break now. As Chua, no shot on the 2-ball. He's probably going to play a safety.
Speaking of golden breaks, we had that extraordinary situation at the World Masters where Fedor Gorst and Shane Van Boening were playing in back-to-back matches. There were only 2 matches in the session, and both of them had a golden break with their very first shot of the match.
Oh, wow.
Such a wonderful occasion, the World Masters final. Joshua Filler looking to win a big title in his home country, and looked like he might do it when he led Gorst 12-10. Gorst coming back to win the last 3 and win in a hill-hill finish. Great atmosphere in Hildesheim. Huge success there.
He's played that well. He caught the 2-ball very nicely. A thin clip. Didn't get the snooker. It was very close, though. Yeah, Fedor done very well, winning the Masters final. Yeah, I think he's going to win a lot more. And it's scary that he's so young and he's got so much room for improvement at such a young age.
Well, he was very consistent in doing well in the matchroom events in 2023, but kept getting to the later stages and falling. He was a quarter-finalist in a number of those events, so it did feel like only a matter of time before he won a big matchroom individual title. Has, of course, been world champion, but that was before it became a matchroom event and what it is now.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a multiple world champion. This is nice. He's got some cover here. Left a jump shot. Chua's probably going to go airborne.
João Grillo is the first player through to winners' qualification, a 9-2 winner over his fellow Portuguese player Ricardo Mota.
Yeah, he's got his jump cue out. Can't really do too much with the cue ball. Elevating quite a lot there. Made the hit, wasn't far away from the pot, but has given up a shot for Bernie. They're going toe-to-toe in this match and could set up another draw at 4-4 here. He's got a good chance to run out here.
You could see massive elevation required on the cue there, and it was a good effort, which perhaps could arguably be said to have deserved a bit more good fortune, but it has left a chance for Regalario.
And there's our ref, Julian Roper, who was also in Glasgow a couple of days ago.
Well, he had a massive week the week before that because he was at the World Masters. It was the first time he'd been out there centre stage in front of the TV cameras. And it was wonderful to see a young man enjoying himself so much. He loved being out there and he did a fine job.
He's an excellent referee and really puts his heart and soul into every rack when racking the balls. Really enjoys it. He's a good little player as well. I've known him for many years. Used to play on the GB Nineball tour in England. And now he's a referee. Travels the world, but playing matchroom events or refereeing in matchroom events. Yeah, he had to open the 8 and 9 there because I don't think the 8 was available into any pocket. So that's a good opening shot. It's got to be careful. It's not easy to get on the 5 ball. He's a little bit flat, hasn't got too much angle, so probably needs to force this a little bit. That's not great because he doesn't have too much angle now to get out into the middle of the table. Not sure if he can play rail first. Depends how much the 5 ball is off the rail. He did play rail first with the outside English. Very good shot. Better shot than it looked, actually. And in prime position now.
Well, it's turning into one of those matches, isn't it? They've been level and every possible opportunity. There's never been more than one in it either way. And those patterns are being maintained here.
Yeah, and you would expect this to be a pretty close match. If I had to call it, I'd probably say 9-7 either way.
Well, at the moment, it's 4-all after Bernie Regalario took his opportunity there to level us up once again. So I told you João Griot was through to winners qualification. The same can now be said of Petri Mäkinen, who's beaten Michael Feliciano by 9 racks to 3. Now Mäkinen, very experienced player, former World Cup of Pool winner with Finland, but that's still a fine result, particularly by that margin, given Feliciano's growing reputation. The likelihood is at the moment that Mäkinen will now play Duong Kwok, winner of the Scottish Open last weekend. He's 5-1 up against Danny Olsen. And another player who may be through to winners qualification very soon is Mickey Kraus of Denmark, because he's on the hill at 8-0 against Chris Alexander. And in fact, just as I said that, he's potted the winning 9-ball in rack 9. So the whitewash is complete.
Well, I wouldn't expect that because Chris is a great player. Mickey must have just frozen him out or just played a perfect set.
Yeah, Mickey Kraus is someone who people have been talking about for about 3 or 4 years as someone who can come through and make it into the top bracket. I think it's fair to say it hasn't quite happened for him yet, but that will certainly help him along. A 9-0 win there against a useful opponent. He could now play the defending champion, Kaci, although Kaci is a tough one. Before that, against Jose Alberto Delgado. Impossible to call this one at the moment, roughly at the halfway stage, and it's 4-all, Regalario to break.
Pretty good break. I'm not sure if the 2 goes past the 4. If it does, he's got a good chance to run out this rack. It's very tight. He just has to stop his cue ball there if it does go. I think it does, yeah. And looking at his body language and how he's sizing himself up to get down for the shot, yeah, it does go. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. Can put a stroke on it and go into the rail if he wants to. It's obviously always a good idea to let your stroke go. Oh, gotta remember to pot the ball, Bernie. Yeah, there's a couple of shots in the open play. Didn't expect Bernie to miss. But we can let him off. It's not easy traveling from Manila. I went to the Hanoi Open last year and, you know, I found the jet lag is a problem. Different time zones and different food and water all plays a part.
Yeah, that was a huge issue for a lot of people. I know I hardly got any sleep the entire week in Hanoi because the jet lag was throwing everything so much out of whack. So you got to bear it in mind with these players. They've got to go out there and concentrate and be sharp right from the off. Of course, both these players have already played a match today and have both come through.
Has he lost the cue ball here? I think so. He miscalculated the kiss on the 6. I think he was maybe playing it harder to play the 4 in the side. I'm not sure. What can the Filipino kid conjure up here? They're pretty good in the safety side of the game and the kicking, so I fancy him to put him in a good snooker here. He could clip off it and come 1 rail into the 9, maybe. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. He's looking at, if I leave him there, what kind of jump shot do I leave him? So he's thinking ahead. Yeah, plain and simple, and he's got cover. That's a good, effective safety. He could have played another shot, but he would have left a jump, and then you're at the mercy of, you know, what happens after the jump. You know, he can fluke the ball, or he can re-safe you. This way, he's cut out the jump shot, which is good thinking. Bernie's going to have to spin this off the bottom rail. Okay, he's going 3 rails. Well, he's looking at 3 rails, which is a possibility. I like it. He's just got to miss the 6 ball. It was a nice effort. Yeah, nice effort.
Feels like one of those matches, Imran, where we can all save ourselves a lot of time by just going straight to the hill finish, because Not guaranteed, of course, but it just has such a feel of that. Nobody's established any momentum or got on top of the other player at any stage of it at all.
Yeah, here's Chua's chance to put some daylight in the scores. If he can win this rack, break and run another one, he'll be 2 racks clear for the first time in this match.
Yeah, it was with James Aranis that he won the World Cup of Pool last year for the Philippines. They started off against the host and holders, Spain, and beat them. Close one. And then they beat Spain B in the second round. That was a much more comfortable win. After that, though, it was drama all the way. They had hill finishes against the Coe brothers in the quarters, and then against Austria. Formidable pairing of Ocean and He in the semi-finals. And even when it looked as though they were going to be comfortable in winning the final against Germany, Joshua Filler and Moritz Neuhausen really came back and made a battle of it. And I think the 11-7 scoreline doesn't fully tell how tense it got towards the finish. But it was a wonderful moment in the career of Johann Chua. And that's been a pretty good moment for him in this match. He leads once again at 5-4. Imran, thanks very much for joining us. I know you've got to go off and play Koh Ping Han, so all the best with that. We'll be keeping an eye on it, and we'll talk to you again later.
It's been a pleasure, Mike.
Cheers, Imran. And just another winner to tell you about. Torsten Homan has beaten Oliver Lawrence, the British player, 9-1. So Homan through to winner's qualification, and there could be a huge age gulf between him and his next opponent, because Claudio Kaci has the upper hand at the moment against Dennis Graba at 5 racks to 4. The winner of that will play Homan in the next round. And Francisco Sanchez Ruiz shouldn't be long in going through to that round as well, because he's 8-2 up against the British player Adam Smith. So he just needs one more to set up a match against João Grillo. So veteran Imran Majid has left the commentary box and has been replaced by the promising newcomer, Carl Boyes. Don't know where this man has been for all these years. Fine win over Conrad Yasush. Carl, well done. You seem to fly out of the blocks in that one.
Yeah, I got to a very good start, to be honest with you. There was quite a lot of safety early on in the match, and I was kind of liking it out there, won't lie.
So you were 4-0 up, and then he came back and made a real contest of it, but you seemed to finish it out very strongly as well, particularly in that last rack, which we actually saw here on the split screen.
Yeah, I played a bit of a weird shot on the 6 ball to get on the 7, but I was just glad to knock it in. But I'll tell you what, you know, the fact that I've not really played on these tables in these open events, I can't stress how tight they feel, so you feel like your cue ball's got to be a lot better. And certain shots, you know that they're not going to go in at pace, so your angles have got to be better. You know, I feel like I've learnt a lot more. I feel like my commentary would be a bit better. Now I've played a bit. So what have we got here? Chua 5-4 against young Bernie Regalario. What a match this is.
Yeah, never been more than a rack in it either way. We've had a golden break from Chua in rack 7. We've seen a few mistakes made along the way, but a lot of quality as well.
Didn't play the bank. He played to get the wall. It's just signalling where he would have liked it.
So you've got another match to play today. If you win that, you'll be 1 win away from single elimination. Have you been given any indication when you're playing again?
6:30.
Okay, so plenty of time to get some hours put in on the day job first.
Leave it out, Michael. I believe Jeremy Jones is out there battling it out, Michael, is he? Playing his losers round match?
Yeah, we'll have a look at that when we're rounding up the scores at the end of the rack.
Tricky shot he's faced with here, by the way, because you always want to try and get a good 1 ball. So if you flick off the right side, you might get a good cue ball, but the 1 ball looks like it's going to stay in open play. That's why he didn't play it. That's why he played it this way. Not guaranteed to get a safety, but he played the percentage route. And it's not bad, is it? At least the 1 ball doesn't pop. Don't know if you can see the left side, the left side to Johann, so our right side as we look. If he could, he'd have got down and played the cue ball in behind the 3, so... You can land in some awkward spots at 9-ball, I tell you. Sometimes you stood behind the shot, you just think, I don't know what shot to play. You've got to be so creative at times and try and play percentages. That's why the professionals want to play on a tighter pocket, because it's not always easy to play good telling safeties. Sometimes you've got to take a bit of distance. Well, Michael, you can see how difficult this shot is because he's took some time over this. We must be on about 2 minutes now.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of this today. There is no shot clock, of course, until we get down to the last 16 stage.
He's trying to vision if he hits the 1-ball into that 2. 1-ball comes off the back rail, the bottom rail, where it's going. He feels like it's going into the 9. Let's see if he's right. That's the shot he's playing. It's gone a little wider. All in all, he's got to take that. It's nice to have these racks, you know, if you're watching 9-ball and you're a big snooker fan, you know how long snooker frames can take with the safeties, you know, playing at distance, and sometimes the black gets tied up. In 9-ball, really, playing safeties back and forth, it usually doesn't take that long before someone's going to attack or even get ball in hand. Oh, what a nice shot he's played here. They are not easy to play thin off the ball. Wants a full ball kick here if he can get to full ball off the top rail, kicking 1 rail at this yellow 1-ball. Full ball would send the 1-ball just above that middle pocket back down on the back rail. Well, he's got distance. Well, this is very dicey. You're trying to pop this ball and come out into the middle of the table. The safety's quite easy. I wouldn't blame him. He could put the 1-ball on the right-hand side rail and use that red 3-ball and just get the cue ball over on the left rail. He's having a look though, Michael, isn't he?
Well, had a look, didn't play it.
Well, did he play it? He looks a bit bemused, doesn't he?
Beginning to second guess myself now.
Well, he went for a cheeky bank. That was incredibly cheeky. Look at the cue ball to spin round for the blue too. He's left an opportunity here. That looks short of pace to me.
Yeah, for sure. In one sense, there's no pattern emerging in this match. In another sense, it's just been one pattern for the whole contest. It's just been like this, back and forth. Neither player taking the upper hand or looking like they're really going to take a firm grip on the match. Nice shot from Regalario, playing the bank after losing the position he hoped for. He's been level at every possible score. 1-all, 2-all, 3-all, 4-all. Chance that sequence is going to be maintained here. We saw a bit of him last year on the tour. Carl, what do you make of Regalario and his game and his prospects for going on to become one of the leading Philippines players?
I believe he's got the game, I really do. Not seen too much of him, but from what I've seen and heard, of course, news spreads fast in the world of pool. What I do like about him, Michael, is his cue action. As crazy as it sounds, it's very un-Filipino-like. You know, the Filipinos all bring their own style and flair to a pool table. You know, you look at someone like Francisco Bustamante and even Carlo Biado, who's playing this week. The cue's so unique and different, but it's very compact, stays very still on the shot.
Yeah, very technically sound for such a young player. And so, the match continues much as it's been going on all along. Level once again, still impossible to call it either way, so it's 5-all. Then news of Jeremy Jones, who was beaten in a hill-hill finish by Babken Melkonyan in a really long match. First on table 24 this morning. He's gone to the loser's side. He's going to have to win 4 matches to make single elimination, and he's cruising against Britain's Cameron Elliott, leading now by 6 racks to 0. So that's on the loser's side. Back on the winner's side, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, runner-up in this tournament 2 years ago, has won rack 12 to finish it off against Britain's Adam Smith, 9-3. So he'll now play Zhao Grio for a place in the final 64. Duong Kwang 6-2 up on Danny Olsen. Abdullah Al Yusuf and Babken Melkonyan are level at 3-all. A lot of matches level. Alexa Pechel's US Open semi-finalist last year is at 3-all against Roman Hibbler, and it's 5-all between Cliff Castelline of Belgium and Switzerland's Dimitri Jungo. Number of matches in this round, all playing to get in to winners' qualification. There are still some matches going on in the first round, including that all-British clash between Jake Newlove and Kevin May, where they're playing for the right to take on Shane Van Boning. It's 7-all in that one. It's 5-all here.
Well, he can pot this ball, but we all know it's not easy. Maybe able to just get the cue ball in behind the brown 7. We'll have another look in a moment.
Just going back to round 1, hill-hill finish to tell you about. Doesn't feel like we've had that many of them today. But there is one going on right now on table 10 between Nick Malai and the British player Martinho Correa.
Yeah, I don't believe Bernie will take this 2-ball on. Looking at the table now. Just scared about the 2-ball when you jack up. He'd like this to bounce away from this rail because he's left a swerve shot. Talking about young Bernie, aren't we? You know, I think he's 19 years of age. Johann Chua can't be that old, Michael.
Have a guess what age he is.
He's got to be late 20s. 28?
No, you're being kind to him there. He's actually 32 next month.
Wow, he's getting on a bit.
He's only a decade younger than you.
2 decades younger than you.
Well, not quite. I knew you were going to say something like that, so I had my response prepared.
Kicking off the back rail. Oh, that is delightful. You could just see how close the cue ball was to scratching. How well did he play this, by the way? He's in all kinds of trouble here. Because coming off the bottom rail, so if you can imagine the cue ball just going past the 9, he's got to play it with left-hand spin. You lose a little bit of control with the cue ball. And because the 2 ball's quite far away from the rail, unlike Johann Chua's kick shot, it's harder to control the cue ball. Playing good safeties over the course of a tournament or a season will pay off.
We were talking earlier about Chua's role in that World Cup win in Spain last summer. The Philippines became first ever 4-time winners, breaking the tie with China, who they very nearly faced in the final, actually. China beaten in a close semi-final by Germany. But in the matchroom individual events in 2023, as I mentioned earlier, Chua had some very good wins, but really go deep in them. Beaten in the last 32 of the World Championship by Max Lechner, same stage of the European Open by Aloysius Yap, and in the Hanoi Open against the eventual winner Jason Shaw. Not a single elimination at the Spanish Open, but went no further. Actually beaten in the last 64 by Emil Andre Gainflow. And had Chua won that match, he would have had a rematch against Joshua Filler, who he had actually already beaten 9-1 in winners' qualification. As it was, Gainflow went through to play Filler and actually beat him.
Jeremy Jones is 7 racks up. I think he's practicing, you know. I did walk past him and he was at the table. When I come back, it didn't look like he had an opponent, so I just presumed his opponent had gone for a bathroom break. So I don't know if his opponent's shown up.
Well, Jeremy seemed to think he may not have shown up for his first match, but surely if he didn't turn up, he just would have been given a walkover, wouldn't he? Or has he maybe not withdrawn, so Jeremy just has to stay at the table and keep being awarded racks?
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing, because you can use the time to A, practice, and B, sky for your commentary gig, Michael.
I know that's the only reason you've entered the tournament, Carl. Still, on the money they pay you to do this, you'd have to win the tournament to make playing more lucrative than the comms.
Well, I wish I was a pound behind you, Michael. Chua's just lost the cue ball a little bit. You could hear the tap with the chalk. That was his way of trying to talk to the cue ball. Should still be okay, I know that, but now and again he's under pressure. He'll know Bernie very well. These two, I'm sure, they're good friends. And he's fired it into the bottom jaw. Believe me, if you've not got a good cue ball here this week, now and again, you'll miss certain balls. You could see he actually jumped up off the shot as well.
In a match as closely contested as this, where there's been so little to choose between them throughout, a moment like that could be of huge significance. Okay, so big chance for Regalario now. He has led in the match before. He won the first rack, but since then the only time he's been in front was all the way back at 3-2.
This is quite thin. Yeah, well done. Wants his cue ball to slow down, leave an easy shot in the middle. was a bit of an angle on it. But he's a big favourite to pot this 9, to steal the rack with just 2 balls left.
Yeah, it looked like he was going behind once again. But once Chua missed the 8 from distance, Regalario mopped up. So he is now 3 racks away from victory. He leads 6-5. We were talking about Jeremy Jones there being 7-0 up against Cameron Elliott. We were discussing the circumstances because we don't know them. Whether there's an opponent there or not, Jones is on the hill now because it is race to 8. So that's on the loser's side. Race to 9 in this round we're watching here, and it's 5-all between Cliff Castelline and Dimitri Jungo. Roman Hibbler now 4-3 up against the proving young Serbian player, Alexa Pescelj. Abdullah Al Yusuf has got his nose in front of Babken Melkonyan at 4-3, so he's won 4 of the last 5 racks in that one. Duong Kwang just needs a couple more, 7-2 up on Danny Olsen. Winner of that will play Petri Makinen, who had a fine win a short time ago against fast-rising Philippines player Michael Feliciano. And Claudio Kaci 6-4 up on Dennis Graba. We were speculating about Claudio Kaci as to whether or not he might decide to concentrate more on snooker, where he's got a good reputation, but apparently, you were telling me in Germany, Carl, he's decided this is the game for him and he wants to put all his eggs in this basket.
Yeah, I spoke to him again this morning. He confirmed it, Michael, so he feels like he's got more opportunity in the world of 9-ball. He knows what Matchroom are trying to achieve with the WNT. So look at Bernie's break. It's a good one. 2 balls going to find the top rail. Work to do here. Well, he's hooked anyway, so it'll be the push out. Well, we often talk about the Cole brothers, don't we? So there's 3 brothers. There's Cole Pinhan as well, but it's the 2 major winners who seem to get all the limelight. So we've got another couple of brothers now to contend with.
Well, that would be quite something if we had a World Cup match where brothers were up against each other. Claudio hasn't played in the World Cup yet, but you have to think he's the likely partner for Eklund Kaci in this year's staging. Albania have won a few matches in the World Cup over the last few years.
Push out will be called. If you're tuning in for the first time and wondering what he's doing, he's playing what we call a push or a roll out. So you just put the cue ball where you want on the table. You can hit another ball, you can pot a ball. But your opponent, in this case Johann Chua, has the option to play this shot. It's quite a good side to the game, this, because you can really think about the play you're playing. If you know a player is pretty weak in the long game department, as in the potting, or maybe a poor kicker of the ball, or a poor jumper of the ball, you can really test them. He doesn't know what to do, does he? Do I play or do I pass it back?
We were discussing Jeremy Jones and whether or not his match was actually going ahead. We will obviously confirm that with him, but either way, we can confirm he has now been declared an 8-0 winner over Cameron Elliott, so he's through to the second round on the loser's side. Could actually play Anton Raga in it, because he'll play the loser of Raga's match against the Estonian, Karl Naderberg. Regalario bidding to be the first player in this match to lead by more than 1 rack at any stage. And it's no great surprise, really, Carl, that it's been that way, because even though Chua is more experienced of the two, I think we would have seen it as a pretty evenly matched contest at the start.
Yeah, you always felt like this one could go close. As the pair trade racks, kicking 2 rails, hit it full, needs a bit of help here because there's no real cover. He's going to leave a pot, maybe even a 9. Well, he can't pot the 2, can he? But there you can see what he's faced with. That gives you a little idea. Oh, he's got to chase the 9-ball here, Michael, hasn't he? Again, if you're new to watching, as long as you hit the lowest ball, if another ball goes in, you stay at the table. But if it's the 9, you win the rack.
And this is to leave us level for the 6th time in the match. Yeah, it's exactly what's happened. So Johann Chua levels with Bernie Regalario once again. It's now 6-all.
6 times they've been level. That's a stat.
Yep. Been level at every possible juncture. You could say 7 times, of course, because obviously they were level at the start of the match. So I think we're getting into splitting hairs at that stage. We don't have many of them left to split at this stage, Carl. Dennis Graba has won what looks like it was a very long 11th rack against Claudio Kaci to close to 6-5 down. Duong Kwak-Wang, newly crowned Scottish Open champion, is on the hill against American Danny Olsen at 8-2, so he just needs one more to set up a clash with Finland's Petri Mäkinen. Because that was a fairly short rack, not a huge amount of progress to report in other matches since we last updated you. I can tell you, though, that Viktor Zielinski of Poland is now underway against the British player Phil Burford. And Zielinski has won the opening rack in that one, also in this round. Going all the way back to round 1, Jake Newlove now on the hill at 8-7 against Kevin May. The reason we're keeping a close eye on that one is because the winner will play the 2022 World Champion Shane Van Boning. In fact, Newlove has just claimed that prize by closing it out at 9-7. 6-all in this.
Where's this cue ball going to go? It's okay.
So with that all-British match finishing, there are only 2 matches still going in the first round. Jan van Lierop of the Netherlands leading Spain's Javier Del Santo 7-4. Pia Filler is 3-1 up on Chris Watanawana of Thailand. You can watch that one, actually, if you wish, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. That's going on over on table 2. Of course, half the field still have to play their first-round matches tomorrow.
It's all about angles. Just wants a nice angle on this red 3 to then get on the pink 4. Needs a nice angle on that pink 4 because he's got to get back down for the green 6. The purple 5 is no longer on the table. You can still cheat these pockets, as always. You need to be able to cheat the pockets, otherwise you're not playing Nineball, are you? But your cue ball's just got to be a bit cuter.
It's a term we use a lot, Carl, and it almost implies that something untoward is going on when you use the word cheating, but it's not that at all. So explain to us, if you would, for people who may not be that familiar with the game, what exactly that term means.
Yeah, it just means you can hit the rail on the way down if a ball's near the rail. You can sort of float them down the rail and aim near jaw. Obviously in snooker you've got to aim far jaw, because if you catch the near jaw, it just won't go in, will it? Nineball's different. You aim to the near side of the jaw on the pocket. Might have to pump this quite hard, which means he could land straight on the green 6, and straight is a no-go. Cue ball might find the rail. This is not as easy as it looks now. He's got to play it with maybe a tiny bit of right spin. He might get away with playing ball, but the cue ball's going close to the 9, the left side of the 9, that is. You've got to watch that top left corner pocket. He's clearly feeling it, Michael. He's up and down a lot. That's what he's faced with. Maybe he can find that top right hand rail as we look at the TV. Yeah, there he goes. It's nice. Doesn't want to be straight. The bounce will help. Well done. Could play for the 9 in out of the pocket here. Depends how you want to stroke the cue ball. Some players have played for the 9 in the other pocket. He's decided to swing it round 2 rails. I always feel like it's one of them where there's no right shot there, it's each to their own. He clearly likes striking the cue ball like that, so I expect him to play the cue ball the same way on this shot.
And with that, Chua gets his nose 1 in front again at 7-6. He's inching his way towards victory, but Regalario still only 1 behind him. Duong came here on a roll after winning the Scottish Open, his first ranking title at the weekend. And he's continued that into today. A 9-2 winner over Spencer Oliver earlier. And now he's beaten the American Danny Olsen by the same score. So he will play Petri Mäkinen, the former World Cup winner from Finland, for a place in the single elimination stage. Mario He, Austrian player, more than capable of winning a tournament like this. He's taken the opening rack in this round against George Antonakis. Eddie Kaci still just ahead of Dennis Graber at 6-5, playing for the right to face Torsten Homan. Abdullah Al Yusuf has really turned it around. He's won 6 of the last 7 racks now, the former world semi-finalist, to lead Babken Melkonyan of Romania at 6-3. A lot of matches level at the moment. Cliff Castelline and Dimitri Yongo are 6-all. Alexa Pechelge and Roman Hibbler are 4-all. Ko Ping Chung, the US Open champion, is just starting against Mikael Ågaard of Norway. Tom Stavely of Britain has won the first rack against recent ranking event winner Hona Suto. And Victor Zielinski has now made it 2-0 against the British player Phil Burford. So, Chua needs to find a couple more to advance.
He's got a fantastic break, this kid. He really has. He absolutely thumps them. I love it. I love to see it. And that's why he's making more balls than anybody else. And what I mean by that is he's making not just the yellow 1 ball, he's made the 8 ball this time because he's getting the balls moving around the table more. He's got work to do though. Pink 4's tied up. That's the problem. I wonder if he'll try a cheeky exhibition shot here. Pot the 2, go off the 1 rail and come over and try and bump into the pink. That would be, well, that would be a highlight reel for sure. He might have a go at this, you know. Saying that, maybe that's a bit naive. Because he can pop the 3 ball and play the easiest hook behind the brown 7. Well, decision time. He plays with flair. I think he had a half-hearted attempt, but it's the hook. Don't blame him. If he can get the cue ball touching that brown 7, Burnett is in all kinds. And I was in this position myself in my match, Michael. If you can pinch this rack and get 8-6 up, it's a wonderful feeling. Even though you can still lose, and you know that, it just helps you relax a bit in the chair.
Well, even more so in this match when you consider that will be the first time either player had at any daylight. I can tell, Carl, you're really getting the enthusiasm back. You're loving being a competitor again, the way you're talking about these matches.
Yeah, it's just the fact that the way I've just won the match, you know, it gives you that little bit of a buzz, doesn't it? But I do think, because I've played in Scotland, and obviously I've played one match here, I feel like I'm seeing things different because I've experienced it on this table, you see, as where before I hadn't experienced it. Probably get back beat 9-0 next match, Michael.
Well, you played a couple of events quite close together, didn't you, a couple of years ago? Because, as I remember, when you were a last-minute replacement as part of that hastily assembled Britain C team that got to the World Cup final, didn't you play the World Championship just after that? And did all right, as I recall.
Yeah, I played the Worlds literally about 2 weeks later. You know, Emily or the team, I can't remember who it was, said I could play it if I wanted, and because obviously I'd done well at the World Cup, I thought, well, listen, why not? I mean, listen, everyone knows why I stopped playing pool. It was a complete shambles. You know, things are changing. They're changing for the better. So it wasn't like I stopped playing because I didn't feel like I could compete. I just didn't want to be a part of what was on offer. So I played in the World Championships. I think Ruiz gave me a right battering in the last 32.
When you're saying that you stopped playing because you didn't like what was on offer then, when you see what's on offer now, clearly that suggests you're going to play a number of these events.
Well, you sort of can't, can you? Because you're not a World Nineball Tour pro, so you can't play in the Invitationals, and they're the events you're desperate to play in, aren't you? It's like this event. If you're Joshua Filler or Jason Shaw, you're desperate to make it to the last 16. If you don't get to the last 16, you've failed at the event, because you want to be there when Sky Sports are there. You know, that's where you're going to get the sponsors and the recognition, you know, playing live on TV.
But if the opportunity was there, say you did well in this and then played in another one and got some more ranking points, and then the options are there for you to play a number of the tournaments, is it something that now appeals to you again?
I just don't think the option's there because, like I said, you've got to be a World Nineball Tour pro, haven't you? Unless, like, there's a wildcard spot available for World Championships.
But you could become a World Nineball Tour pro.
Well, maybe Jason needs a partner for the World Cup or something, I don't know.
Yeah, you see, you're planning out a schedule now.
I think you'd miss me too much. All you do is give me stick when I go off to play a match.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, but when you're playing, it gives me the opportunity to slag you off when you're not even here to hear it.
Well, playing the safety shot is proving to be the right decision. Could have took a gamble. Would have been a gamble going into the cluster. Decided not to. And it looks like it's going to pay off because he's going to be the first player in this match between the two Filipinos to be on the hill.
Yeah, and not just that. It's the first time anyone's more than one clear. Johann Chua was 6-5 down, but he's won 3 racks in a row now, and he's on the hill, as you say, Carl, against Bernie Regalario at 8-6. Claudio Kaci has won away from the hill against Dennis Graba. That one is 7-5 also in this round. Alexa Pechelge has won the 9th rack to lead Roman Hibbler, the experienced Czech player, by 5 racks to 4. Cliff Castelline now 7-6 up on Dimitri Jungo. Ko Pin-Yi, the recently deposed and so now former World Masters champion, is just starting against the British player So Shaw, who we often see in these events. Nguyen Tan, one of the leading lights in the emerging Vietnamese contingent on the tour, is level at 1-1 with American Jeremy Sosai. Mikael Ogard, a big outsider against the US Open champion Ko Ping Chung. The Norwegian has taken the first rack in that. 1-1 between Jonas Suto and Tom Stavely. Robbie Capito, US Open quarter-finalist last year. 1-0 up on former world finalist Kwo Po Cheng. Max Lechner has won the first rack against Antonis Braben. Seems to play under a different name at each event we see him. Victor Zielinski still 2-0 up on Phil Burford. So, Chua, the World Cup winner, needs one more rack to advance.
Listen to the noise off this break. Absolute thumps it. But it's still a dry break. Bit of life left here. 8-6 in a race to 9. When you just need them last 3, you are well still in the match. Especially winner breaks, because if Bernie can steal this rack somehow or win this rack, he's got the break in the next, and then you know what it's like, Michael. 8-all, anyone can win.
Well, the last match you and I commentated on together was, what, 9 days ago in Hildesheim, and Joshua Filler was in exactly the position Chua's in now, 2 up with 3 to play, but better Gorst got the momentum at the end and won.
Yeah, what a final that was, wasn't it? You know, I thought Fedor hung him really well in that match. I think Filler, on reflection, if he looks back, he'll feel like that one got away, because he had opportunities to really get a healthy lead, I felt. But listen, when you've got the trophy cabinet like Filler's, who cares?
Oh, but Regalario will certainly care about that, because it may well be his last shot in this match. We can't mention the World Masters, Carl, without me making up for my one regret from that tournament, which is that I didn't point out in the final that of the 3 of us, I was the one who picked Gorst at the start. I think you went for Ocean, didn't you?
Yeah, we conveniently forgot about your pick.
Well, the win did rather catch us by surprise at the end.
That shot that Bernie has just missed is exactly why we need to be playing on a table like this, because he didn't quite hit it clean. And if them balls are... Wow, what a moment this is. Bernie Regalario sticks the 2 over the pocket. Johann Chua sends the cue ball across the arena.
And you know, in a funny sort of way, it's really appropriate that that happened, because I'm not saying it's been littered with mistakes, certainly not on that scale, but it's been the sort of match where every time it looks like someone's going to take a significant upper hand, something unexpected has happened. And that was very unexpected. Something else that's unexpected is that So Shaw won the first rack against last year's World Masters champion Ko Pin-Yi, and he's just won the second one as well. The winner of that will play the winner of this.
So Shaw's he's an unusual character, you know, Michael. He's the type of player where he literally does not care. So he'll send the balls flying around the table, he'll go for jump shots, he'll go for crazy shots, and you could be sat in your chair thinking, what is he doing? And he plays super quick, so we'll keep an eye on that match. That's an intriguing one.
That might be another British Shaw who can make an impact here.
Cue ball needs to settle down here. It looked a bit pacey, didn't it? He's got fortunate that it's landed there. He can just pop this 7 in the corner. Got to make sure you still get the cue ball moving here. You don't want to leave yourself, yeah, one of them funny little 8 balls. He's obviously playing for the brown 7 to pot it in the right centre. That's how much he overhit this ball by. Yeah, well done. Really got the cue ball moving there to leave the 8 ball straight. Couple of stop shots away, and it's game on.
So frustrating for Chua. These could all have been his. Did the high hurdles on the 2 ball, sat down for the rest of the rack. So Bernie Regalario is now breaking with a chance to take us to a hill-hill finish, which has looked highly likely throughout the contest. 8-7 now to Chua. Cliff Castelline is on the hill against Dimitri Yungo at 8-6. Castelline, the Belgian player, isn't he the guy you played in the final when you entered that tournament a couple of months ago?
Yes, very talented left-handed player. I was speaking to him in Belgium, really nice fella actually, and he's always worked, but this year, Michael, he's having a year out. He's having a year off work. I believe his company has said to him, listen, go and chase it, we'll give you a year out. If it doesn't work, come back. So he will be playing on the World Nineball Tour. Like I said, he's a very, very handy cueist, left-hander.
Given that Alban Ocean couldn't beat you, Konrad Yasushin couldn't beat you, and Hona Suto as well, you beat him in Scotland as well, didn't you? And Cliff Castelline managed to beat you, so must be a decent player. Ko Ping Yi has won the third rack, so now 2-1 behind against So Shaw. And Ko Ping Han, his younger brother, has taken the opener against the British 50-something Imran Majid. Regalario, 8-7 down.
Where's this 2-ball going? He has got an easy hook to play, though. Just because of all these balls, Michael, if you look at the 9-ball, the purple 5 and the brown 7, that's a big target. He's just thinking about the 2-ball. That's what he's thinking about at the minute. He could actually pot the 2 past the 8, but that's very thin, so I don't see him taking that option on.
I told you Ko Ping Chung, the US Open champion, had lost the first against Mikhail Ogard. He's now lost the second as well, so the Norwegian is 2-0 up. I wonder if that's ever happened before. All 3 of the Ko brothers playing at the same time in one of these events. You wouldn't want to be one of their parents at the event, because you'd be in a no-win situation trying to pick which match to watch. Daniel Guttenberger of Austria has a 3-0 lead over the very useful player, Si Chao Chen.
Got to hit this ball. Got to hit a rail after contact, which he did. The 3-ball hit a couple of rails. Can pot it in the bottom left. I'm not quite sure the natural path of the cue ball, though. Again, them 3 balls, he could get the cue ball welded on the purple 5 and the 9. Yeah, look at the cue ball come. Wants it touching though, otherwise leave the jump shot. Oh, has he left the rail first? Huge, huge error if he has. If Chua can see the back rail, that is a nightmare shot he's played. Look how big the target was. Do you think that sneaks through, Michael, on that bottom rail? It's tight, isn't it?
Yeah, extremely tight. Normally when you get the overhead view, it answers the question for you, but I'm not sure it makes it any more conclusive.
Yeah, the reason why he wanted to be touching one of them 3 balls is because it cuts off this rail. He's going to the back rail. He's a big favourite to pot the blue 2 here. Well, I was getting giddy. Not in that pocket. I didn't think he'd pot it in this pocket. Wow, look at that.
It's one of those that once it comes to rest, you're still watching it for about 10 seconds thinking it's bound to topple over. So, how does he get himself out of this one?
1 rail kick, he will go close. Players have a bit of a guideline. They know from the bottom right corner pocket to the centre of the left rail, you would always scratch at a nice pace. So he can work this out. At this level, he should pot the 2 ball. I don't know where the cue ball's going to go, but he should pot the 2. That'll do. That will do.
Yeah, that was the question, really. Obviously, the pot was straightforward enough, but needs a bit of fortune from a positional sense, I guess, and looks to have had it. Have you ever played anyone from Indonesia before?
Well, I've been to Indonesia playing a few times, Michael. Yeah, I actually won quite a big speed pool tournament.
Oh, was that the Guinness thing?
Yeah, it was in Jakarta.
Yeah, of course it was. Yeah.
Yeah, they like the pool over there. It's another one of them, you know, like Vietnam, where we're all like, wow, they like the pool in Vietnam. Indonesia's very similar.
Yeah, Alvin Anjito, your opponent later. Big mystery to me why Indonesia has never really done very much in the world of sport at all. It's, I think, the 4th most populated country in the world. Sport is massively popular there, but nothing much ever seems to come out of there in terms of success.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with what you're saying, Michael, the stat man. Although earlier on, me and Phil were chuckling. He was commentating with Jeremy. I don't know if he told you, he did say the US Open. Has he told you?
In what context?
He was talking about this event and he said the US Open. Phil Yates was loving it.
Well, I think it's just Phil's bad hearing at his age. I think you're allowed to be 1 letter out on the opening day.
It was quite funny. He said that would really annoy you. Well, this is dangerous. He's looking at, does he swing round into the cluster of 3, but you're just not guaranteed a shot, are you? You would really be throwing all your eggs in one basket playing that shot. You have to feel the play here is try and get on the 4 ball and then play the hook on the 5. Well, he's going into these. You just don't know where the cue ball's going to go. Could even scratch in the top right pocket where his head is.
Well, there we go. Didn't scratch in that pocket, but scratched in the other top one.
Just didn't like it. You know, when you look at the master tacticians of the game, you know, if you look at someone like Ralph Souquet or Darren Appleton, they're never playing that shot. They just wouldn't. They couldn't live with himself just crashing into balls.
By the way, I have the perfect excuse for being 1 letter out at the name of the tournament earlier, because last night I was staying in the hotel next door to the Crucible after the World Snooker Final. I had about an hour's sleep, and then the fire alarm went off 5 times. And I was up early to travel over here today, so I'm doing well to even still be standing up.
Was that Karen Wilson celebrating, setting all the alarms off?
That thought did occur to me.
I thought it was because you were wearing a snazzy US Open jersey.
Yeah, well, I was wearing it at the Crucible, actually. It got a lot of attention. See, I'm spreading the pool gospel.
I really believe he's going to slide down past the 7 and play safe. That's what he's doing. Again, these shots, it's so crucial you get the cue ball touching the brown 7. Or any ball. When you're playing a safety shot, you'd love to get it touching the ball you're playing the hook behind. It cuts out so many options. Yep, I believe he's done that. So he can't go above left centre pocket now to get to that rail to make it an easy kick. So it looks like he's got to come off the bottom rail and the side rail, probably the top rail. Just makes kicking so difficult.
Under pressure here. Classic case of 1 wrong move. Could be your last move. Kaci on the hill now. That's a match we've been keeping a close eye on. He leads Dennis Grabber 8-5. So unless the Estonian wins the last 4 racks, that'll be a real clash of the generations between the younger Kaci brother and Torsten Homan in the winners' qualification round.
hit the purple 5, or you're into the loser's side or the left side of the draw. I know Jeremy Jones often talks about the speed of kick shots, very clever on a pool table is JJ, and kind of get the feeling this is what he would be saying if he was here with us, Michael. Kind of a medium-ish pace, just trying to get that 5 ball on one of the rails, not to leave a pot. Here we go. Is he going 3 rails or 2? 1, 2, 3, and he's missed it. Give up ball in hand.
Okay, so we've seen mistakes, we've seen unexpected twists throughout. But Johann Chua can put all of that out of his mind now. Just concentrate. Taking ball in hand. Plotting these 5 remaining balls to claim his place in the winners' qualification round. It's a match in which he would have been made favourite before the start, but probably only a marginal favourite, really.
Just wants to make sure he leaves the cue ball perfect to get on the brown 7. He'll play the brown 7 up into the top right corner. He won't start playing for combinations. Well, I say that was his intention, but he's overrun the cue ball. He might have to play the combo now.
Guess we sort of knew with the sort of match it's been, it wouldn't be entirely straightforward, even with ball in hand.
This was not the intended plan from Mr. Chua. And believe me, when there's a distance like this between 7 ball and 8 ball, you can miss. He's a big favourite. But look at that, the 7 ball has followed it in. Wow.
Yeah, that wasn't in the plan, so bank shot for the match.
He must be thinking, how have I potted both balls there? That was wild. He will be playing this bank shot, as Michael said. There's no way you would never take this on. I get the impression he'll hit it hard as well. He's that type of player. A lot of players would try and get the cue ball on the bottom rail as a bit of an insurance policy.
So a match in which neither player could really take a firm grip on it at any stage. Johann Chua was 6-5 down, but he then won 4 of the next 5 racks. He didn't intend to leave himself the bank shot for the match, but once he has dispatched it. Chua the winner over Bernie Regalario in the All-Philippines clash by 9 racks to 7, and he will now play So Shaw or Ko Pin Yi for a place in the single elimination stage. Stay with us for more action in just a few minutes' time on this opening day of the UK Open.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him. My word! He's done it! And it would be a shock tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical. Welcome back, everyone. It is the continuation of day one of the Bedvictor UK Open, the first major event on the World Nineball Tour in terms of ranking points in 2024. We've had lots of open events around the world so far, but this is the one where most prize money can be earned thus far this year. 30,000 to the winner, and of course 30,000 ranking points as well, so someone could zoom up the rankings by prevailing here at the Telford International Centre on Sunday night. And then of course next up it's the World Nineball Championship in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, where the winner receives $250,000 US. Now let's just take a look over on table 2, where Pia Filler, the wife of Joshua Filler, is acquitting herself pretty well. She's 5-4 up on Chris Awana. Chris Awana. What a name, that.
Yeah, it's Chris to me, Phil. That is it's a wild surname. Peter's got to be careful here. She doesn't really want the 3 ball to stay up. I mean, she did, but she was concerned about still being on the 3 ball if it didn't stay up. And she got a pot at the pink 4 ball. Pia Filler, of course, this is the wife of Joshua Filler. She's a mean player in her home right. She's just got back from America, actually, Phil. She was playing one of the ladies' events that they have over in the States.
Yeah, with her involvement in the World Nineball Tour and also the fact she plays a busy schedule in the female game, she's here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, and I know she posted on her social media, I don't think her bag had arrived. That's what she said on her socials anyway. Whether it has since, I'm not too sure. I'm trying to have a look at what cue she's using. You know, that cue looks like Albin Ocean's cue, and I'm looking at the case lent up. I'm wondering if Albin's lent Pia her cue. I mean, this is the beauty of 9-ball. It's not like snooker, or, you know, in snooker, if a snooker player lost their cue, they'd feel like they'd lost the right arm. I mean, it's a little odd for a pool player, don't get me wrong, but it's more about the tip. You know, Pia probably plays with the same brand of cue as Albin. She's doing okay here as well. She's potted a couple of nice balls. She's landed straight on the green 6 though.
Just to reiterate that we will be concentrating on table 1 as soon as the 5th match of the day begins over there. It's Sam Henderson, a teenager from the United States of America, against the runner-up, the fairy tale story in last year's World Nineball Championship, Syria's Mohammed Sufi. If you want to continue watching this, you can do so by accessing the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. And I just get the feeling, Carl, that Pia is going to be tough to beat. She gives every shot all due care and attention.
This is horrible though, off the back rail. Yeah, it was a horrible shot. 9-ball pool players are so used to potting balls in the bigger corner pockets, so whenever they've got one in the middle, you always feel like it's a bit of a weakness. This is obviously table 2 action that we are watching. I think the players are just warming up on the other table. We will be joining the other table.
Yeah, before we go over there, I must congratulate you on a fantastic performance against Konrad Yuzhushin. So, scalps claimed thus far at the Scottish Open and now here. The likes of Jonas Suter Camino, Albin Ocean, and now Konrad Yuzhushin. That is a really good hat-trick.
Yeah, obviously me and Michael spoke about it in the previous match, so I know we won't harp on about it. But what was quite funny is, Phil, when I come from the table back over to our commentary area, as you know, you have to walk through the arena, and as I was walking through, David Al-Qaedi was stood with Jonas, and they were both saying, no, back to commentary for you.
You don't just talk a good game. We will keep you right up to date with table 2, of course, with how Pia Filler progresses. Now though, it is match 5, 2nd round action, Mohammed Sufi against Sam Henderson. We know Sufi can be inspirational. I think it's fair to say Henderson, given his tender years, has to be regarded as a real prospect. He's from Iowa, the great state of Iowa. Was a student at Pleasant Valley High School there.
Do you know what, Phil? I'm looking forward to this match. We know Sufi got to the World Nineball final. He has an absolute game of flair. Cue's very bizarre, if that's the right word. You'll get to see it in a minute, but he goes for his shots. But this young man, the whole of America are talking about him, and I've never seen him play, Phil. Well, he can certainly break. That was straight out of the Francisco Sanchez Ruiz textbook. What a break to start this match.
Well, if you're watching this in America, I think you'll be proud of what you see. He beat Diego Suarez in the first match here today to set up this contest.
And another good opening pot for the young man. What age did you say he was, Phil? Do we have that information?
17.
We'll do 17. Wow, world at his feet. There you see, he's a World Nineball Tour professional. 128 players signed before this season. So if you've got one of them logos on your shirt, you are one of 128. And that is basically all about making the game more professional. Having one tour, the World Nineball Tour. A ton of events worldwide, from smaller events to medium-sized events to these big open events. And whatever you win on the tour, basically the prize money changes to ranking points, and that's how you get your ranking. The higher ranked you are, the more rewards you will get. You'll get invited to the World Pool Masters that we've just had. Top 14 ranked players play in the World Pool Masters, along with 2 wild cards and World Cups of Pools and Moscone Cups. Now this year we've got the Reyes Cup. It's all going on at the minute.
It's only a handful of pots, but he doesn't look intimidated by occasion or opponent. Absolutely not. Looks right at home at their centre stage.
Got to get the job finished, though. We see this a lot, don't we? Player can start off very well in rack 1. All of a sudden a miss comes from nowhere, and they kind of like curl up into a ball. So this will give us a good look of his cue action, actually. Let's have a look. Oh, there you see. Very, very straight. Well, Phil, I'm impressed. So far, so good. Hits a nice clean ball. Feels he's landed straight here. He's got a bit of an angle. He might have to play for the 8 ball in the bottom right corner, or he's looking at stopping the cue ball there and then playing a thin one, but the cue ball's got to travel. That might be the wise move. So cue ball will be travelling here. Oh, this looks fine. Well, this is an impressive start. It really is. And I can see why America are praising Sam Henderson. I know it's only 1 rack, but what a rack it is.
That was a statement, if ever there was one. Sam Henderson, all the way from Iowa in the Midwest, takes the opener impressively.
Well, he's only played 1 rack and I'd put him in the USA team, Phil.
Yeah, didn't take you long, did it, to start off the Moscone Cup baiting. You have to believe, though, given his skill, given his dedication, and also given his desire, Moscone Cup might well be in this young man's future. I know it's only 1 rack. I can hear you thinking I'm being premature, and maybe I am, but he certainly looks as though he's got the credentials. His middle name is Ryan, Ryne, and his nickname is Rhino, after the famous Ryne Sandberg, who played second base in the major leagues, best known, of course, for being a hero at Wrigley Field in the Chicago Cubs. And it's been said that when his opponent misses, he charges to the table like a rhino. Well, he certainly looks as though he's got the game and the potential to be one of Poole's big beasts.
Well, back-to-back 1-balls on the break. 8 balls going to spoil the party for Rhino here in rack 2. He's going to be kicking at this or playing the push. Playing the kick. I think he's trying to come across the top side of it, get the cue ball over to the bottom right hand side. Well, he's played this wonderful. I'll tell you what, he has played this absolutely spot on. And I'll tell you what he's done here, Phil. He's sent a message to Camp Sufi. Sufi will have seen the break shot. He'll have seen the way he got around the table to clear the table. He'll know he's a good solid player.
That has worked out very nicely indeed from Sufi's perspective. An extra roll on the cue ball, and he might well have been tucked directly in behind the brown 7. Turning the tables anyway.
Yeah, talking about turning the tables, me and Michael were talking about the Soulshore-Koping match. Soulshore won the opening 2 racks. That match is now 6-3, but it's 6-3 to Koping.
Much like Sufi beforehand, Henderson can't complain. Sufi was given a tough workout in his opening contest today. Came through 9-7 against Lin Sung Han.
Good speed control there from Sufi. What a fairy tale week that was in Poland, the World Nineball Championships. He just kind of felt like he just come out of nowhere, and just the way he played, Phil, he really lit up the event with his unique style.
Yeah, he's a 30-year-old from Latakia, which is Syria's principal port city. But when the civil war erupted over there, he was one of many who left. He's now based in Germany, and his story, well, it's emotional, it's inspiring, harrowing. a jump shot that did not work and which has completely opened the table. Yes, when he got to the final of the World Nineball, Sufi, he was potting them from everywhere. Had a little bit of luck involved as well, a liberal helping in his quarter-final victory over Albin Auschen. Then he beat Wu Kunlin in the semi-finals before succumbing 13-10 to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the title match.
He will not hang about as well. Very easy on the eye. Sometimes, though, that can catch him out, because it's caught him out a little bit there. Now he'll have to play this hard. Yeah, he was okay. I thought it landed a bit too straight.
Unconventional but effective cue action. The back arm is not exactly straight, is it? Juts out.
Yeah, it's very much like the German legend Oliver Ortmann.
And that's how he runs through a rack at the speed of light. Mohamed Sufi, just like that, back on level terms. It's 1-1. By the way, the winner of this contest in winners' qualification will take on either Abdullah Al Yusuf, who's a good friend of Sufi's actually, or Babkin Melkonyan. Right now, Al Yusuf leading 7-6. When we did the story on Sufi for Billiards Digest and his backstory became known to the world, yes, he sat down and spoke with me, but his English wasn't absolutely out of the top drawer, and so he asked if Abdullah Al Yusuf could be his interpreter. And Abdullah did a fine job. Terrific gentleman. And yet, after that, they could be playing each other here.
Just worried about the cue ball, isn't he? He could pot the pink 4 with the cue ball, but he's got to try and dress the 2 ball up for the next shot. And he hasn't done that.
Sufi yet to recapture the magic of his World Nineball week in Poland. He did win a tournament in Estonia last year on the back of what he did at the World Championship, quite correctly. He made his debut at the World Masters and the World Cup. As for this tournament, he was beaten in the last 64.
Good effort. Obviously had to avoid the side pocket to come back over for the 3 ball. A lot of players might have gone forward with the cue ball then. Sam chose to come back.
One of the symptoms of nervousness is negative thoughts. When you play at the speed Sufi adopts, negative thoughts don't have time to creep in. That super quick rhythm, so reminiscent of Tony Drago.
Yeah, it's good to watch, isn't it? Let's not be naive. As soon as the cue ball stops, he's down on the shot. But now and again, mistakes will come in because of that. He has the ability to blow you off the table.
And if he does get to the weekend, for him, a 30-second shot clock will not be an imposition at all. Now some extraordinary scores to give you. Top of the list from Norway, Mikkel Aagaard is leading Ko Ping Chung, the US Open champion, 5-2. Ko has just won rack 7, so it was 5-1 to the Norwegian. Antonis Brabin, also known as Anthony from Cyprus, he's leading Max Lechner 5-4. Mario He having no problems against George Antonakis, 6-0 up. Viktor Zelinsky being held to 5-5 by Phil Burford. Some really interesting matches going on around this arena, which houses 26 tables. And Tom Staveley from here in the UK finds himself 4-3 up on the Mexican Open champion, Jonas Suter Camino.
Well, he had a keen eye on the cue ball. It was going towards the side pocket. This might give us an idea if it was going to fall in the pocket. Maybe it just was going to until it hit the green 6. This is very thin in the left middle. In fact, I don't think it's cuttable. He's going to bank it across and try and get the cue ball in behind the pink 4.
Just going to ask you a question about yourself, Carl. Do you think it's a help that you're now in the commentary box, not having to think about your next match? And also, do you think over the years since you've been, quote, retired, watching pool and watching a variety of different players has helped your own game?
Yeah, I think definitely commentating on the world's greatest players, and you know, doing a lot of matches with Jeremy where he gives you his insight into the match. I feel like I've never watched as much pool. Obviously, when you're playing for a living, when you win a match, you'd just leave the venue, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be watching it on telly. You'd probably go and have some food. So I definitely think, like, I've learned a lot more, but the touch and the feel is way off. That's where the practice, and not so much just the practice, but it's playing in a lot of tournaments, because nothing beats playing in a tournament and winning matches. Look at this for a shot, by the way.
That is Sufi all over. Signature Sufi.
He definitely plays his own style. It's a great style to watch. But Phil, now and again, he will throw a silly miss in.
Again, like the player I compared him to, Tony Drago. That's the other great thing about watching Sufi. He's totally unpredictable, either one way or the other. He can be brilliant, and as he's just done there, he can make a howler.
Cue ball's going to find itself on the rail, so it's a little test up. Obviously, he can only hit the top side of the cue ball. Key to this shot: stay very still.
And staying still when you're his age, when you've got no scar tissue, is easier than when you've been around the block a few times. Henderson was very still on the shot, and he's still very much in the match. It's 2-2. Some other scores for you. Daniel Guttenberg, 5-2 up on Cho Chia Chin. Sioa, 3-0 up on Paul Taylor. Abdullah Al Yusuf and Batkin Melkonyan Milconian, who beat Jeremy Jones in the first round. They're locked together at 7-7. Ko Ping Han, the junior of the three Ko brothers, 5-2 up on Imran Majid. Pia Filler, if you want to see that match, by the way, over on Table 2, just a reminder, it's available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. She's now 6-5 up on Chris Watana. Hong Kong's Robbie Capito going nicely against Kuo Po Cheng, leading 7-2.
Maybe he can get to the potting angle. He can, because he's come round to have a look at the combo. He's going to play the cue ball 2 rails into the centre area of the table. That would leave the blue 2 onto the purple 5. He didn't get the cue ball where he wanted. Good pot though.
I must say, Carl, I like what I see. Obviously, he's got plenty to learn. But what's also obvious, the fundamentals are there.
Yeah, often the younger players sometimes make the wrong decisions in matches. I've seen that with young Bernie Regalario in the last match against Chua. Oh, that's not the best safety, is it? I'm not saying he can pot it, but, well, he's down quick, but he can certainly jump over the edge. Big mistake here from young Sam. Oh, wow. He'll be devastated with that one. Mohammed's just asking for the cue ball to be clean. That will mean where he's hitting the cue ball is probably a big dollop of chalk. After missing the 8-ball in the previous rack, usually the next rack, once you get back to the table, you just slow down a little bit, and I think Mohammed has done.
And then, again, the error is there for all to see. A 7-ball he should have gobbled up is missed.
Back-to-back misses at the end of the rack.
The only positive about that shot is that the 7-ball didn't run on.
It's a fine shot he's played there. As the cue ball was coming along the bottom rail there, Phil, I actually thought, I never thought it would scratch, but on some of the tables over the years, that might have scratched.
Undoubtedly. Now, because of that flying elbow on his back arm, even when he was doing so well at the World Championship, I thought that he wasn't the best jumper, Sufi. reasonable.
Can't stress the difference on this shot that Sam's got. If you're playing on a regular club table or some of the tables over the years we've seen on TV, this shot is unmissable. You can fly this round the table without any pressure. Now on here, this is a different ball game. He's got to find the middle of the pocket. He's got to play it with pace, because look where he's aiming on the cue ball. He's trying to rip this in. Oh, he's hit this good. He has hit this good. Wonderful shot, wonderful pot.
He comes with a reputation, does Sam Henderson, and I think it's well merited. There it is. Sufi missed the 7 ball just as he missed the 8 in the previous rack, and that's why Sam Henderson is back in front for the first time since 1-0. It's now 3-2. Can tell you Ko Ping Chung might be on the comeback trail against Mikael Øgaard. It was 5-1 to the Norwegian, now it's 5-3. And Thomas Brabin 7-4 up on Max Lechner. Never underestimate Brabin. Mario He 7-1 over George Antonakis. Clint Johansson 5-2 up on Francesco Candela. Victor Zielinski and Phil Burford are going at each other in a right royal battle. It's 6-6. Robbie Capito 7-3 over Kwo Po Cheng. We saw Nguyen Antoine on the main table earlier. Well, he's 5-4 up in his second match of the day against Jeremy Sosi.
Two from two on the break. Make that 3 from 3.
Keeps breaking like this, they'll be calling him Slamming Sam.
From that angle, it looks like the 2-ball pot's past the 9, but it can't do. Or can it? Well, it does. Just his body language, as if this I've been a bit unlucky. It doesn't pot, but it does pot. And the 4-ball pots as well. What's up with you, Sam? Come on.
Maybe raising expectations of his opponent, giving false hope.
Yeah, I'm sure he was looking at the green 6. He knows he's got work to do here. Can he go forward off the top rail and just above the right centre middle pocket and then crash into the 2 balls?
He knew where that cue ball was going to come to rest. Maybe a couple of feet before it did. Valiant effort. Now, he can't be too cute here. Can't play too precisely because there's always the chance he would hit the 8-ball first. Conversely, he doesn't want to throw himself too wide and miss the green 6 completely. But leaving the green 6 in mid-table, not what he wanted either. Mind you, after missing the 8-ball in the rack to 2-2, and then the 7-ball in the rack that took Henderson 3-2 ahead, Sufi might be lacking a little confidence at the moment.
Yeah, I think if you're struggling, you should play this in the right centre pocket. Even if it's very thin, you've got more chance of potting it in the middle. Well, everyone else in the room has, but since Mohamed Sufi has missed them couple of easy balls, he's getting put through the mill here. Wasn't that thin? Sam's got to kick on from here, though. You know, if you've got to beat these type of players, the named players. You know, I'm not saying Sufi's top tier, because he isn't. Let's not be naive. He had a fantastic World Championships and nearly won it, losing in the final. But since then, Phil, unfortunately, he's not really been seen a lot, has he? He's not really been at some of the events.
No, and I think the reason is what we're seeing here. There's two Mohamed Sufis, excellent and erratic. And you need consistency.
He's looking at one rail here. I believe 2 rails a lot of the pros would go. He's going 1. And he's missed it.
In so doing, handing the rack on a plate. Henderson 4 pots away from doubling up on Mohamed Sufi.
Yeah, the scoreline could easily be 4 racks to 1. Just with the chances, not because Sam's played bad, he hasn't, but just the chances that his opponents had at the table.
Very nicely done. Sweetly cued with deep screw and reverse side. Reverse English. Sam Henderson, 4-2 ahead. For many a year now, the USA has been looking for a bright new star of pool. Hundreds of hours to go before that in competition. Thousands of frames. But the signs are good for this teenager from Iowa. Very good indeed. Sioa in a 1-loss side match against Paul Taylor leads 5-0. She's doing well. Abdullah Al Yusuf and Babkin Melkonyan 7-7. A real marathon that. Melkonyan not the quickest player out there. Daniel Guttenberg 6-2 up on Shao Chia Chin. Petra Urban 4-3 on Aidan Finch. It's 7-4 for Steve Ellis over Quinton Pongers. That means Ellis is on the hill because that's a 1-loss side match as well. Race to 8. Jonas Suter Camino and Tom Staveley 5-5 And Lucas Fracasso Werner, 5-1 up on the New Zealander, Sullivan Clark. Also on the hill, Ko Pin Yi, 8-4 up on So Shaw. This time the one did not disappear, Cole.
No, we've seen it over the last couple of seasons. You're not guaranteed to keep potting the one ball. It's actually quite a difficult break shot. At least he didn't leave a pot. Well, Phil, I don't know if the 6 ball will go. It looks like it's hitting into that top rail. It's very close, isn't it? The problem is, because he's playing the jump shot, the cue ball will be moving quite fast, so at pace, the 6 may rattle. But he doesn't have to go for this. If he feels like the 6 won't go, he could maybe try and tie something up, you know, Phil. He could try and roll the 2 onto the 8 ball, so that makes the 2 ball dead. He could flick the purple 4 towards the pink 4 towards the purple 5, sorry. Tie that up. You don't always have to go for it.
Maybe he's battling here against the impetuosity of youth. All in all, not a bad outcome.
Where's the cue ball? Where is the cue ball?
This is the way that Sufi plays, but you still have to say these words. This is loose. It just is loose. It's terrific when everything's flowing, Cole. He's one of the most attractive players in the world to watch. But when he's not on, and he's making mistakes, then he becomes highly vulnerable.
Yeah, and as a player, you've got to sit in your chair and recognise what is going on. Needs to get past the 8 ball here. Needs to get past the 8 ball. And just as I was saying, Phil, you have to recognise what's going on at the table, and when your opponent's struggling, it's really important you try and punish their mistakes. He had quite a big gap to land over on that right hand side of the table, did Sam? Because if you look where the 9 ball is and the 8 ball, look at all the space he had to land there. Now can Mohammed kick on? Got off to a great start in this match. Since then, it's been pretty woeful.
Yes, he tucked away the second rack very nicely. he's missing all sorts.
Yeah, this is very worrying now when you're missing them. He's missed 3 or 4 easy balls in this match, and it's only 4-2. Is he playing the bank shot? He is. Nicely done. Good cue ball control as well there. Beautiful control bank there. Really am liking what I see, Phil. I know we've said it already, but just continues to keep impressing.
He clearly loves the game. He's enthused by it. And being out here on the main table in front of the TV cameras, playing a former World Championship runner-up, if that doesn't get the juices flowing, nothing will. But sometimes players of Henderson's vintage are overawed by the situation. He's not, but playing that kind of shot at that pace down the rails, you have to be bob on.
Yeah, he just caught the rail at pace, and they stay over the pocket. Watch out, cue ball. Watch out, cue ball. Look at this. This is incredible.
Not only has he scratched, he's also conceded the rack in abject disgust. Sam Henderson can't quite believe this. It's not always this easy, young man. But Mohammed Sufi is, to be frank, having a nightmare, and he trails by 5 racks to 2.
Yeah, over on table 2, I think that match is over. You can just see the players packing up, and I believe it was Pia Filler who got the win. It's actually Pia's first event as a World Nineball Tour pro, Phil.
And the way she approaches the game and the way she looks after Joshua Filler's game, she is thoroughly professional. Yeah, Pia Filler beat Chris Watanawana 9 racks to 5.
You can't blame Mohammed Sufi for taking a timeout. Sam Henderson is just across the halfway mark in this match. He's played a good set, to be fair. It's been helped, it's been highlighted because Sufi's been poor, real poor. But there's nothing Sam Henderson can do. He's just had to mop up the pieces.
And there's a real youth movement in pool at the moment, and here today, Claudio Kaci, the younger brother of Eklund Kaci, defeating Dennis Grabber, a very experienced Estonian player, 9-5 earlier. Kopin-Yi, after a slightly concerning start, came good in the end. He beat So-Shaw 9-4. And Kopin-Yi's brother, Koping Chung, he was 5-1 down to Mikhail Ogod. Now it's 5-4. Win Antoine, 6-4 up on Jeremy Sosi. These are all in second round matches on the winner's side. And Thomas Brabin, we know him as Anthony, on the hill against Max Lechner at 8-5. And Victor Zielinski also on the hill against Phil Burford 8-6. Lucas Fracasso Werner in total command against Sullivan Clark, 7-1. Just a reminder, all matches at the moment on the winner's side are a race to 9. If you're on the one-loss side, it's a race to 8. While we're waiting the match to resume, we can give you some live scores. It really is busy around this arena. Jonas Suter Camino, who was magical in Mexico, winning the Mexico Open, 6-5 up on Tom Stavely now. Sioa 6-0 on the one-loss side against Paul Taylor. Petra Urban, he's 5-4 up on Aidan Finch, again on the one-loss side. It really is a marathon encounter between Babkan Melkonyan and Abdullah Al Yusuf. 8-7 to Melkonyan. Melkonyan from Romania. And he is the antithesis, isn't he? The complete opposite of Mohamed Sufi. He takes his time on virtually every single shot. He was involved in a grueling battle with our own Jeremy Jones earlier today, and he came through that, and now he's one up with 2 to play against Al Yusuf. The winner of that, by the way, in winners qualification, will play the winner of the match we're watching currently.
There you can see the trophy. That is what is on offer this week.
Hot off the presses, Abdullah Al Yusuf and Melkonyan will battle on some more. They've gone hill. Mario He 8-2 up on George Antonakis. On the one-loss side, Kevin Simpson 5-1 over Phil Wildman. Imran Majid has fought back nicely against Ko Pin Han. It's 5-5. And on the winner's side, Clint Janssen, he's going really nicely against Francesco Candela of Italy. Candela has had some really good results on the World Nineball Tour, but Janssen is only 3 racks away from making it into winners qualification. Sufi's back in the building, in the room, in the arena. So we can get on with this. Don't think it was a bad idea, though, considering the way the last few racks have gone, Carl, for him to pop outside and gather his thoughts.
Yeah, very smart move, smart play. This match is not over by any stretch. But one thing we know, Sufi's got to stop missing balls over the pocket. He's up against it because Henderson, the young 17-year-old, breaks so good.
If a truly world-class American player could emerge, someone like Henderson, it would completely change the Mosconi Cup dynamic, wouldn't it? In all sports, in Q sports, you see it all the time. Players with bundles of ability. But when they're in the spotlight, they freeze. They don't have the necessary temperament to be able to exploit their ability. It seems to me as though Sam Henderson is relishing being centre stage.
Yeah, why not? Why not indeed? He's got the pool world at his feet. To be just 17 years of age and one of the best youths in America. He knows what's happening on the World Nineball Tour and what's trying to be achieved. A fully global professional tour. Well, I'd be playing with a spring in my step as well.
No obvious obstacles here. Apart from the tightness of the pockets, it was only the pace that allowed that to drop in.
Sure, you can put a little extension on the back of the cue. A few big balls coming up here in this match. 6-2 or 5-3 is a big difference.
Michael McMullen and Jeremy Jones will be commentating on the next match here on table 1.
Further up centre of table was the desired plan, but often players can do this where you just slightly pull out the shot. So now he's left with a bit of distance, and it looks like the cue ball has to crash into the 8 ball, so he'll either go forward with it or try and come back for the 8 in the same pocket. Well, he could miss it. That's incredible. I was looking at a little screen me and Phil have here in the overhead. I was convinced he had to flick the 8 ball there. I was watching the 8 ball. It was going far jaw all the way. And he's plumb on the 9 ball.
It's quite apparent he's the real deal. Sam Henderson, 6-2 up. You know, one of my favourite movies was filmed in Iowa, Field of Dreams. And being a World 9-Ball Tour player, that's a dream opportunity for Sam Henderson, one he's clearly going to take with both hands. The experience of travelling around the world, coming up against the planet's best, that for him sounds like nirvana. Is this heaven? No, it's Iowa. That's where Sam is from, and he's proud to be so. The other great line, of course, from that movie, Carl. Build it, and they will come.
Phil, I can't think straight at the minute. I've got a match soon. Throwing all this at me. I don't think I've seen that film. Is that bad?
You must see it. It is absolutely terrific. I must have seen it 5 times, and every time at the end I cry.
Field of Dreams.
Kevin Costner.
Well, talking about dreams, it's another successful break. Can play the combo. 2 onto the brown 7 here.
Mohammed Sufi must feel like crying at the moment. This is not what he signed up for.
Just trying to pick out a point in the distance where he wants to play the 2-7 combo. He needs to control the 2 ball as well. That's not bad. I say it's not bad because he can cut the 2 in, but the 4 and the 9, the 9 is blocking the pink 4 into bottom left corner. I think he'll play the pot, but he actually doesn't need to. He could try and draw him behind the 8, fling the 2-ball round the table. But the kid's feeling good. This needs to travel, though. He needs a favourable bump. I think he's going to get it. Is he going to get it?
Game of fractions, as they say. On this occasion, have the fractions worked in his favour? Hard to read, isn't he? The body language rather confusing at times.
If it does go, it might go off the left jaw. Well, he's given us no indication at all that that 4-ball went. That is crazy. 99% of pros on tour would have maybe like sighed a bit of relief or held the hand up. He made it look as like it didn't go. Yeah, he rushed that one because he's just left himself a little awkward. Awkward because of the 9-ball. You've got to get your cue over the 9. Your hand feels like it's in the way a little bit. But if you can just rip it past the 9 for a shot on the 8. I think he's hooked himself. Didn't hit the cue ball how he wanted. Look at all the space at the bottom of the table.
But as you say, that mistake can be traced back to the shot before it, where he definitely rushed. And that's something you'll learn as the weeks and the months go on. At this level, you cannot give your opponent any kind of free pass. When you're in command, you need to stay there.
Kick and stick, leave the cue ball there. Send the 8 up table. Wanted centre of the rail, so it was just a little bit over hit, but well, 6-2 down. Missed 10 balls. How difficult is this 8-ball? You could forgive him for playing safe off it, chip it thin. Don't play the pot. Ah, that was a good one. His back's against the wall and he's come with a good one.
It seemed to stay up for a split second and then decided to drop. That was a rack that Sam Henderson should have tucked under his belt. Not the case, though. And Mohamed Sufi, who can go on one of these incredible runs, has won a rack he so badly needed. Henderson's lead reduced to 6-3. We do know now who the winner of this will play next. It will be Abdullah Al Yusuf, who, after being 8-7 down against Babkan Melkonyan, won the last 2 racks to win 9-8. Gutsy performance, that. Koping Han back in front against Imran Majid at 6-5. Naoki Oi's taken the first from Do Tae Kien. Nguyen Antoine of Vietnam, 7-4 up on Jeremy Sosi. And now Koping Chung has won 5 consecutive racks after being 5-1 down to Mikhail Oagard. He's 6-5 up.
Well, you feel like he's got to work at this comeback. It would be quite harsh for Sam Henderson if Sufi had 3 or 4 easy layouts on the table just because he's played so bad. I feel like he's got to work it, play some good kick shots and safeties and kind of fight his way back. Here comes the push out. Bottom left of the corner is where he's going.
Another result for you. Hugely talented individual from Poland, Viktor Zielinski. He's defeated Phil Burford 9-7. Lucas Fracasso-Werner, a 9-1 winner over Sullivan Clark.
Didn't quite hit the two where he wanted, so he's left another long pot. Got to play this ball, got to attack it. 3 ball goes in the same pocket as this 2 ball. You've got to pot it, you've got to get close. The only thing that's close is the cue ball is in the pocket.
And look at the table, Carl. No hint of a cluster. They're all there.
Whenever you make a mistake, like the previous rack where Sam hooked himself on the 8 ball and lost, rack number 9, you would always love to have Paul in hand in the very next rack. And that's what he's got. Well, well, well. That is the first real sign of a real big moment in this match, where it's let Sufi in through a relatively easy shot, and a shot where he's been knocking the balls in.
Neither player wants to go to the one-loss side of the draw for obvious reasons, especially when you consider their next opponent probably will be Konrad Jezushin of Poland. Tough assignment, that.
He's a little steep on this 7. If you look where the 8 ball is, Phil, he's got a bit of work to do here. He's not out yet. He's got to play a good positional shot. This lacks pace. Well, maybe he was playing for the 8 in the same pocket, but I thought he was trying to come past it. Boy, this is tough. Oh, it looks good. Looks good. Showed a lot of bottle there, Sufi. Delicately rolling the 8.
The misplayed position in rack 9, the missed pot in rack 10. Will they be ultimately the downfall of Sam Henderson? Long way to go before we can say that. But he was 6-2 in front, in charge. Now it's 6-4. And Sufi might well be on one of those excellent rolls that he puts together where he can breeze through a whole succession of racks in no time. Imran Majid and Koping Han are involved in a real tussle. 6-6 when Antoine 7-5 over Jeremy Sosi. Koping Chung now seems to have a handle on his match on table 25 against Mikhail Oegard. He's won 6 consecutive racks to lead 7-5. Jonas Suter Camino edging in front against Tom Staveley at 7-6. Antonis Brabin on the hill against Max Lechner, now 8-7, tightening up over there.
Feels like a lifetime ago since we've seen this break, and it's a good break. Doesn't look the best of outcomes though. Julian Roper is the referee there, just taking the template off the table. It's a quick fix with the old ball marker. Made his debut on Sky Sports at the Masters, Phil, and on the first day I was speaking to him at lunch, he was very nervous. Obviously I didn't help that. I was telling him, don't drop the cue ball, don't do this.
You won't find anyone more enthusiastic than him. I can think of a lot better people to have lunch with before you make your TV debut than you, though, Cole. I was going to say you're mischievous, but it's far worse than that. Irreverent.
This match has had some twists and turns. The young man in the screens, he's played a very solid set indeed. But that last opportunity on the pink 4 has just turned this match on its head, so this rack now is huge. 2 rails welded onto the pink.
What I like about his tactical game, when he's needed to play shots like this, he's kept it simple, not overthought.
You will expect to hit this full. You'll be disappointed with the outcome, but Sam's still got to play a good shot to get on the red 3 by the looks of it. Well, looking at that angle, he can just float past the 3 ball in between the green 6 and the 9. Play for the 3 in the same pocket. Oh, he's put another miss in. They've just started to creep in at the end of this set.
We've seen lots of intriguing pool today. I think this match is the most intriguing of the lot. Peaks and troughs for both players.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a brilliant shot that he just played to soft draw the cue ball back to exactly that spot. What a delightful shot. And this is what will happen. He'll smell blood. He'll start to grow in confidence.
While the cue ball's cleaned, I can tell you Anthony Brabin has beaten Max Lechner 9-7. What a win that is.
First half of the match, Sufi was missing some easy balls, Becky some easy mistakes. That give young Sam the lead, but the latter stages of this match, just a couple of mistakes have creeped in, and that's why It's 6-5 now to Henderson.
Yes, you can trace the turnaround back to the 9th rack. Henderson should have gone 7-2 ahead. He played a poor positional shot, hooked himself on the 8. Sufi knocked in a couple of really important pots. And then in the next couple of racks, Henderson responsible for a bad miss in both of them. That's why Sufi's back only 1 behind at 6-5. Good stuff. So after your victory over Konrad Uzhushin earlier on, Cole, I think it's best if you leave now and get well prepared for your next contest, because I can be joined in the commentary box by my baseball buddy. We can both wallow in a sea of self-pity after our teams have started the season so badly. Here's Jeremy Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. And a little thought of the baseball makes the 9-ball a little more forgettable from this morning, but all good here at the UK Open. What a match this is turning into here with Sufi and Henderson.
So what do you know about Sam?
Well, got to see him play many times. Young kid from Iowa, definitely, I think, an upcoming superstar in our games. You know, never know, of course, when he's turning the corner more and more, and I think you're seeing a little bit of that here. I think just one mistake, big mistake, getting snookered on the 8 earlier to go up 7-2, maybe it was.
Yes, it all came from he potted a 6 to the centre pocket a little too quickly. I think he became overexcited when he realised the rack was at his mercy. Too quick on that shot, then he had a tough positional shot next. That's when he hooked himself. And now the match has got to be won all over again.
Yeah, absolutely. And a guy that jumps the ball really well, so I assume maybe a jump shot coming. I say a guy, pretty much a kid, really.
So how were you at the age of 17 with the pool? Were you as far advanced down the road as he is?
Actually, that's when I started playing 17, which was really late compared to most that play professionally, but that's when I got it all kicked off, my junior year in high school. Didn't even imagine you could even play pool for a living or anything else, just getting wind of things. Good effort there. Now Sufi totally snookered here, I believe, on the 1. Who always comes up with all kinds of crazy shots, it seems. Doesn't want too much swerve on this. Could get underneath it and scratch. I think we have a nice one coming up next as well, right? Kaci and Delgado.
Yeah, some really good matchups early on in the tournament. I can tell you Austria's Mario He threw comfortably against George Antonakis 9-2. Oh dear me, it's been a match of scratching on a regular basis for Mohamed Sufi.
Yeah, and I talked about it right when he kind of addressed the shot. Really can't afford too much swerve or speed. That side, that corner pocket definitely open for a scratch. And I'll tell you, after a few unsettled racks for Sam, you got to love the way these lay to get back on the board, trying to get to that 7th game.
Speaking generally here, rather than specifically, Jeremy, the experience he's going to gain playing on the World 9-ball Tour, given his tender years, will be invaluable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's really the changing point for any player once they've achieved certain levels. And of course the skills are there, and of course the talent, but the next level is really competing with these guys, and occasionally some ladies on the World Nineball Tour, but that's what's going to get you better without even knowing it, really. A little awkward stretch here for the right-hander. May have to take some distance on this 5-ball. Love to be able to follow out of here 2 rails. That would be ideal.
No fear there, queuing awkwardly, but still applied the necessary running side.
Just going to check his work here. See, he's not going to get dead straight on the 9, but he can spin the ball a bit, let it carry upward towards the 9. Wouldn't overthink it too much. He may come across. Looks like that's kind of what's on his mind. You can see the rails checking nicely for day 1. There's, of course, a little humidity in England, like always, it seems, but very playable tables, even though tough.
In college, there's the team, the Iowa Hawkeyes from Iowa, yeah. And I think Henderson is one of those, famously, of course, recently until she went to the WNBA. Caitlin Clark played for the Hawkeyes, and she became a hero, heroine throughout that state and indeed throughout the nation. And it's been a slam dunk so far for Henderson. Maybe the highest profile match he's ever played, and barring a few mistakes mid-match, I think he's acquitted himself really well.
Yeah, I mean, didn't get to see all the match, but quite a bit of it for him to build that lead, and then that one mistake, big mistake to let Sufi kind of back in it. But yeah, probably the biggest match he's played, especially to start the season for him on the World Nineball Tour.
Yeah, Sufi has played a loose match. He's been error prone, there's no doubt about that. But even so, Henderson's done a lot of good things. And of course, now he gets to break again.
Looks like the 2-ball is going to come open. Decent break off, not the most action on the balls that we've seen. Really nothing too much threatening down table besides the one which did hit the middle pocket. But when you do come away with a shot, and a decent one it is, you're going to have somewhat short cue ball movement maybe through this rack to get to the hill. And really all about this first shot, not so much making it feel, just gaining position on the red 3. And you can see the pink, the purple, the green 6 are near, the 7, 8, 9 on the bottom.
I like his rhythm. He's not too hurried, certainly not too meticulous or pedestrian.
Yeah, what I always like about Sam is keeps it pretty simple overall. Knows how to work the cue ball and whatnot, but just really gets down to pocketing balls.
in any sport, it's always good to see authentic young talent coming through. And Poole is no exception. I was saying before you arrived, Jeremy, that the USA has been crying out for a new superstar for quite some time now. Maybe Sam Henderson is the man to fill the breach.
Well, if you just want to take some interesting notes, again, this is our first big Open of the year, and I think Sam is scheduled to play pretty much all of them. So I'd love to pay attention to where his game's at later on this year when the season ends.
Here he is 3 up with a possible 4 to play. Mohammed Sufi, 15 months on from almost shocking the pool world by winning the World Nineball Championship. He came up just short against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in Poland. Well, 15 months later, he's now in danger of defeat by a very talented teenager. Naoki Oi, he's 3-0 up on Do Tae Kien. Imran Majid has gone in front again against Ko Ping Han at 7-6. These are all second round winners side matches. Nguyen Antoine 8-7 now over Jeremy Sosi, and it's 7 racks on the bounce for Ko Ping Chung after falling 5-1 down against Mikael Oegaard. Ko's on the hill at 8-5. Yonosuke Kamino and Tom Stavely 7-7. Daniel Guttenberger 7-6 up on Che Chia Chin. And that's the very latest from this round.
Better connection there. Got a few balls up the table. Got a good look at the 2. It's not easy by any means, but definitely playable. He will attack. Confident stroke there that helped get that ball down. Caught it a little heavy to the pocket. Now Tester on the red 3. He's got a big opening in the middle of the table though to play for the pink. So again, about getting a big ball down to maybe set himself up to end this match.
That could have been the linchpin shot.
Yeah, and you can tell didn't miss by much. Just caught that left knuckle coming in, and they're not going to stand. Just imagine this is day 1. These pockets are only going to get more difficult. Nice touch there from Sufi, shown us that a couple times in the last few racks. He's got to get proper on the brown 7. It's not saying the black 8 doesn't play to the lower left, but the lower right is where you want to be. Ooh, this one kind of boinged a little off the rail. A heavy bounce now over the 8-9 queuing with an off angle on the brown 7. This is getting much easier. Wow, elevating here. Just super talented, this guy. Watch out.
they go in like a flash, don't they? One of the quickest players you're ever likely to see. When he's on, he's a joy to behold. It's not been the case in this match. He has, yes, produced the odd glimpse of sheer brilliance. He's also missed quite a lot of balls, but not in rack 14. Henderson will have to wait for victory at the very least. It's now 8-6. Some people say, not just about Mohamed Sufi, but about any player in Q Sports who is really quick. They say, well, why don't you just slow down and become a little more dependable? I think with certain players, if they slowed down, their game would deteriorate. That's the only way they know how.
Yeah, and I was going to say maybe taking a hair extra, moment before he gets down on the ball compared to what I've seen before, but it's not going to be much for Sufi, and I think it would take a long time for him to change, maybe where some it takes a month, 2 months to get used to a little different routine. I think it may take him quite a bit longer, especially under the heat.
Joshua Filler, after a bye in the first round, he's started his campaign over on table 19 against Arfan Dad, and Filler leads 1-0.
Looks like a triple combination is playable. We may have to cut the one a bit, so, but I think it's definitely something he'll shoot at.
I think that's one of the intimidating things about a player who goes about his business so swiftly. Sufi, yes, he's 2 down. He could be shaking hands a winner in 10 minutes, maybe even less than that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a little bit of a sticky one here, a bit thin. Good thing he can run the cue ball. I like just straight high ball, kind of going 2 rails at the pink or maybe at the blue. I think if he spins it, he could get in trouble with the cue ball and maybe even make a missable ball out of this one. Yeah, I like just the natural path here. That's what he's kind of looking at.
Backing away, let me tell you, Nguyen Antoine has beaten Jeremy Sosi 9-7.
He's overcut this. Yeah, tried to play it easy, didn't want to check the cue ball going back and forth. Got back up off that ball, something you rarely see from Sufi, but it was always an overcut to the left knuckle. So now young Sam Henderson with a chance.
We must reiterate, if Sufi were to be beaten here, he wouldn't be out of the tournament. It's double elimination in the early stages, but it would be a real setback. Can the youngster hold himself together?
Yeah, kind of fell near the rail for no real reason. Now without elevating, he's gonna maybe have to go forward and take a tough one on the 6, and you can see where the 9's at. So 6 pretty important to get not too thin, not a very missable ball, but I believe that's going to be the case with some distance between. Main thing is don't take your eye off the pink. confident stroke there.
This is it, to claim a notable scalp. Never in doubt that 9-ball. What a performance. He wobbled a little in mid-match, but early on and towards the end, Sam Henderson showed us exactly why he's regarded as such an authentic prospect. He defeats Mohammed Sufi by 9 racks to 6 and remains on the winner's side.
I'd have loved to have seen America versus the Philippines, Europe versus the Philippines.
And I think there will be the winner of the Moscone against Asia or against the Philippines at some stage. There's a different tournament.
There's definitely something on another event to do with Asia versus the Moscone Cup winner, and that's all part of the bigger plan.
Plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him. My word! He's got it! That would be the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
Welcome back to the opening day of the Bet Victor UK Open, third staging of this event. First time it's been played here in Telford after a couple of years down in the capital city of London. Joshua Filler was the inaugural winner in 2022, beating Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, and he went very close to retaining the title, beaten in the final last year by Eklund Kaci. And it's Kaci we're going to be watching in just a few moments from now as he starts his defence of this prestigious title. He's already out there, having his warm-up racks. He'll be playing Jose Alberto Delgado of Spain. It's a match Kaci will be expected to win, but could have hoped for an easier start to his defence of the title. That said, although it's the first match he's played, he has already come through a round because he was given a bye in round one, like a number of the other leading players. So Kaci having his warm-up, Delgado will do likewise, and we'll be underway with this race to 9 very shortly. And while we're waiting, let's dip in on table 2 and see what's happening over there. Ryuki Oi of Japan, very experienced player, up against Dote Kien. These Vietnamese players are really making such an impact. So many players from that country showing their capability over the last year or so. And Jeremy Jones is alongside me. Watching Ryuki Oi here, Jeremy, and for a long time I think he was seen as more of a character than a player. He did all those zany television interviews and got a bit of a reputation for that sort of thing, but he's actually built a very strong body of work and good results in the game, including some good performances in the very biggest tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely he has, and he had a run there for a while. It seemed like he was going to be in the semifinal trying to make a big final. Then not as much of late, but that just tells you how difficult it is out here.
I'm hearing now it's going to be about 10 minutes before play begins on table 1. We'll stay with this in the meantime. Ryuki Oi turned 40 last year. Started the year just outside the world's top 20. I think the event we perhaps associate him with the most is the World Cup, where he's twice been a semi-finalist with Japan. It's one rack away from doing it for a third time back in 2021. And a US Open semi-finalist. And was a couple of racks away from getting to the final. Beaten by the eventual winner, Carlo Biado. That was 3 years ago. Prior to last year, he'd been in the last 16 of the World Championship 3 times in a row, albeit he went out at that stage each time. But he has been further than that in the World Championship in the past, getting to the semi-finals as long ago as 2012. He was beaten by the eventual champion Darren Appleton. So as I was saying, Oi has built up steadily a very impressive career.
Yeah, I think we just all love him so much in the interviews and whatnot. It's easy to remember him for the color off the table, but very strong player on the felt as well. Kicking 2 rails here, trying to keep the cue ball on this end. Really nice hit. Oh, a little unfortunate. The purple catching the point.
Playing here for a place in the winners qualification round, and if you come through that round, you're in the 64-player single elimination stage.
wouldn't say too much of an underdog here to make this 5. Wasn't easy, obviously. Just had a good feeling about it. Oi very good with the jump cue as well.
Nguyen beat the Dutch player Quinten Pongers 9-3 earlier today. Oi was also a comfortable winner against the British player Stephen Ellis, advancing by 9 racks to 4.
Yeah, I haven't got to see Do play in some time. Nice tidy shot there on the 5. Should draw back for the maroon in the left middle.
So Naoki Oi came into this match as a strong favourite to win it. Things are looking very good for him in that regard at the moment. He now leads by 5 racks to 1. Mikkel Øygaard of Norway has won the 15th rack, so still has a chance, pulling off an upset against the US Open champion Ko Ping Chung. Ko's lead trimmed now to 8-7. Fedor Gorst, winner of the World Masters in Hildesheim in Germany 9 days ago, is back in action on table 3 and has just won the opening rack against the British player Dean Shields. Carl Boys will be starting very soon against Alvin Anjito of Indonesia. Anton Raga has just taken the first rack against Carl Nadeberg, and Joshua Filler is 2-1 up on Britain's Arfan Dad. Lau Ho Sum, World Masters runner-up a couple of years ago, has taken the first rack against Mustafa Alnar. Low wins that, he could play Shane Van Boning. Van Boning will be playing Jake Newlove. Of course, Low beat Van Boning, didn't he, on that run to the World Masters final?
Yeah, he sure did. Really had a chance in that final there for a while. It seemed like things were going his way, and wasn't really too many glaring mistakes. Just kind of Filler took over. Filler, who won the inaugural UK Open, got to the final of the second one, now making a pitch here in the third UK Open. Though one of those players, when he gets going, can be very kind of dangerous, right? Can really become offensive. Got a pretty fast kind of cueing technique. That's usually the case with players like that. Sometimes miss the beat a little bit on certain shots, but can definitely, like I said, be going offensively.
Would it be fair to use words like sharp and jabby to describe the cue action? Not necessarily in a negative sense.
Yeah. Sharp I like a lot for sure. It's just kind of like a, you know, got a little more movement than you may recommend for most, but again, so many ways to do it. We've talked about his cueing before and can really get going. The only problem with that is sometimes when your nerves are high, it's easy to kind of decel with that kind of stroke, but I want to play a nice one in the red in the middle. Nice shot, playing the cue ball between the pink and the 8.
It also strikes me as the sort of cue action that you could wear yourself out with it after a while.
Yeah, absolutely, Michael. Used to talk about that on the road a lot back in the day, and see a player you don't know and taking a guess at, you know, maybe playing them or matching up some kind of way and kind of pick it apart a little bit. But certainly always felt like that type of action, you know, may wear on somebody if you play extended hours. Usually what happens, though, is they really start to settle in. It actually starts to get a little smoother as they play for a little while. But tournament pool really doesn't allow that. You know, doesn't allow that couple hours of comfort.
Well, that's probably not a good thing, is it? I'm probably getting in over my head here, but it's all about having a dependable cue action, isn't it? And a repeatable one. So it's probably not a good thing if your action is changing as the match goes on.
Yeah, and you know, you don't consciously, it just gets a little more settled, but yeah, you'd rather have one that's a little closer to that to start with. And most that play at this level, when they do have a little faster cue action, it usually gets worked on a little bit, gets settled, maybe thinking more of their premium versus what feels good. Nice safety here from Oy. Should be hit, though.
They are now going to lag on table 1. So we will keep you posted on how this one goes. Looking fairly comfortable at the moment for Naoki Oy. And we can now go to the main table. Kaci starting the defence of the UK Open that he won in London almost exactly a year ago. So the lag goes the way of the Spanish player, and he'll start us off. It's another race to 9 for a place in winners' qualification round.
Pretty nice break shot there, making the 1. And the side, always the kiss on the cue ball, it seems, but probably nothing offensive to start here. Big match in all kinds of ways. Of course, you keep your record clean, get into that winner's qualification, as Michael talked about, but get a day off tomorrow also for so many players that travel from abroad. And always that extra time when you're away is something good you can plan for. Get some nice food, get your rest, of course, some practice on the tables. Maybe watch some matches, some buddies. Gonna play a light one here. Easy to give up a jump.
So Kaci coming to the table. He is quite unbelievably 25 years of age. Feels like he should be much older at this stage. Broke through at a very young age. He's ranked number 15 in the world, down a couple of places since the start of the year.
And it doesn't appear the jump is too much of an option with the 9 so far away, the 2 near a rail, near-ish a rail. Easy to jump a ball off the table. thought the 2-rail kick may be available between the 3 and 9. He's looking at a big swerve here. Wow. Now looking to go directly at a little small piece of the 2, I assume anyways. I wouldn't mind coming 3 rails behind this. You know, kick up to the top rail, the right side cushion, the bottom cushion, and up at the blue 2. A little more friendly way to aim. Looks like he's going to go 1 rail at it. No, he took the 3-rail route and got 2 rails, but I think that was the percentage play, and boy, what did he do here? This is going to be some kind of difficult hit for Delgado.
Delgado, the older of the 2, turned 30 in January. 45th in the World Nineball Tour rankings. Also down a few places from the start of the year. He was number 42 at the beginning of 2024.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Can't go any kind of directly at this 2 ball. The 7 and 9 have it all covered up. Just gonna try and move something here. Maybe tie something else up. The pink 4 onto the 7, maybe. Almost could have given up a 4-9 combination in the future, but this is one of them situations you could be tempted to play a 3 foul with a big cluster here, and of course ball in hand to start.
Yeah, a run of 3 fouls means forfeiture of the rack. And we see it more and more, players spotting the opportunity to force their opponent into that and playing for it.
Yeah, you'd like to just leave the 2 there, seeing how difficult that snooker was a moment ago. Trying to see where he can run with the cue ball. Now he doesn't want to just go up table. He wants to try and use the black 8 or the green 6 to cut off a rail, to speak, on the incoming kick shot from Jose. He's overhit this, but the 8's going to help, but maybe not enough to keep him off a hit. The reason why I say that, the jump cue, of course, so Delgado should go to the air here. Referee's got to be right on top of this.
I always think if you win a title on this sort of level of prestige, nothing is taken away from it if the draw opens up a bit for you. Ultimately, everyone turns up with the same aim in mind. But it is nice when you win an event and have some landmark wins and beat some top players along the way. And that was certainly the case for Kaci on his way to this title last year. Beat Shane Van Boning in the last 16 and Joshua Filler in the final. And you look at some of the other players he beat that week. Ko Ping Chung, who won the US Open not long after that, and Skylar Woodward, who was getting so many good results around that time. That really was such an impressive road to the title at the Copper Box last year for Kaci.
Yeah, and talk about in style, the way he won. I think it's still the best performance I've ever seen in a final. If I have to think about it, I'm pretty sure it is, especially considering how tough the tables were.
Yeah, 13-4 against Joshua Filler. And what adds another bit to it as well is that Filler had played incredibly well in his semi-final earlier the same day.
Yeah, nice shot. So Delgado doing everything so far to get out of these situations, and now has returned the favor. Well, this is a difficult hit as well. Don't really see much of a path. Expecting to see if the pink 4 plays by the 9. Rather give up an off-angle combination later in the rack than an open pocket to a player like Delgado. So he may be able to come 3 rails, bottom rail side, right side rail, up to the top rail and hit the back of the 2. But, oof, super tough.
The relentless clicking of balls. You can hear so much in the background there. Still so many matches going on. We approach 9 hours since play began here. There's a natural building of tension at an event like this because as the number of players left in the tournament and therefore the number of tables in operation gradually diminishes, it gets quieter and quieter in the venue up until that last day when there's only 1 table in operation for the semi-finals and final.
He's got to get a lot of speed on this if he's going 3 cushions. Wants to hit down on it, kind of center ball. What a hit. How's that? Very good.
Yeah, a real show of quality. And acknowledged by his opponent. I remember Alex Lely, your Mosconi Cup rival from recent years, Jeremy, once saying that Kaci had a big billiard brain. We saw it in evidence with that shot.
Yeah, he doesn't get enough credit in that regard. I think, you know, his ability to knock balls in, break the balls with so much power, effortless power, cueing, but really good in the safety department, the tactical side of things, kicking at the ball. Now looking to see if that second rail would open up with enough spin. I think he realizes it probably won't, so he's going to go 1 cushion. He's going to bend this. He's shooting that way, which is okay. It's not the worst. Going to the top cushion, coming at the 2 ball.
Keeping an eye on that match we were watching on table 2. Naoki Oi did make it 6-1 over Do Tae Kien, but the Vietnamese player has just won rack 8, so still clinging on at 6-2 down. Matchroom Multisport YouTube if you want to have a look in on that.
Not sure what he's sizing up here, really. I guess maybe a 2-4 combination does play, but looks off angle to me. Looks like he's attacking, though.
Feels like a very long opening rack already, and only one ball gone off the table.
Yeah, Kaci, he's not the fastest player at times. Delgado kind of up and down with it. He's never going to play real fast, but wouldn't call him slow. I think somewhat by design. Kind of feel that way, that he had a couple options to kick at that blue 2, and no, nothing easy. You kind of feel like this is makeable, but maybe not.
Yeah, his body language suggested that was largely what he intended. Showing that big billiard brain again.
Yeah, if he's got to play a safety, he may push through on the blue 2, just kind of knocking it around past the pink if he can. Otherwise, probably crosses this over. Trying to run the cue ball back down table.
Well, I hope you haven't made any plans for dinner, Jeremy, because it looks as though we're going to be here a long time with this match. Early days of these open events, we're used to seeing some matches that feel shorter than this. They've clearly come to settle in for a scrap.
That's a big difference in the pro level, and the next level down, I think, is really escaping safety situations, trying to make your opponent earn it a bit more. You know, getting an extra game out every now and again. I don't know if that was intended, but it was a heck of a shot. But yeah, just scraping out an extra game here and there, which makes a difference in some matches. Big stroke coming here. He's got to draw this quite a bit. Wants to avoid the 9. He's going to fall in that gap, so that'll do.
been aware of Delgado for a few years now. The US Open in 2021, the first of the Atlantic City era. He won 4 matches, one of which was against Mika Immonen, former back-to-back winner of the US Open. It was a 16-man single elimination stage that year, and he was 3 wins away from getting to it. The following year, he had some good showings in a number of matchroom events. The obvious highlight coming at the European Open. Won a hill-hill finish against Mieszko Fortunski to reach the semi-finals. And put up a really good showing against Shane Van Boening, who'd won the world title a few months earlier. Only lost 11-8.
Yeah, he's steady, and he's better than steady. I mean, he can come with shots, but just always going to feel like he's not doing a whole lot to you, but getting the job done. This is going to travel a bit. Unforced error from nowhere. I don't know if this jump for the right-hander is real playable. Looks like he's going to attempt it anyways.
Bit of goalkeeping by Kaci. But the upshot of it all is that that's basically the decisive moment of the rack, because no way he won't take 8 and 9 here. Well, if it goes the distance and every rack is as long as this one, we're going to be here for about 5 or 6 hours. Seems unlikely. Kaci then, taking advantage of ball in hand to polish off the last 2 there. And he leads Jose Alberto Delgado 1-0. Now, Ko Ping Chung has made it just. He's beaten Mikkel Ågaard of Norway by 9 racks to 7. So all the Ko brothers in action this afternoon. In fact, at one point they were all playing on different tables at the same time. And 2 of them have won. Ko Ping Han, the one beaten, losing to Imran Majid. So let's see what else is going on in this round. Niels Fine has won the first rack against Martinho Correa of Britain. Do Tae Kien has pulled another one back against Naoyuki Oi, so he now trails 6-3. Fedor Gorst, winner of the World Masters 9 days ago in Germany, has won all of the first 4 racks against the British player Dean Shields. US Mosconi Cup player Shane Wolford 2-1 up on Marvin Assis of the Philippines. Pia Filler has a 2-1 lead over Mark Meisterbosch, who was 1 rack away from winning the Spanish Open last summer. And just a couple of other scores you may be interested to hear. Anton Raga, who is also 1 rack away from winning one of these big Matchroom Open titles in 2023, is 3-2 down at the moment against Carl Nadeberg. And our Van Dad is putting up a really good showing against Joshua Filler. The British player does trail, but only by a couple of racks at 5-3. And what about our colleague Carl Boys, back on the table to play Alvin Anjito of Indonesia, and Boys is trailing by 2 racks to 0. Back to the action here.
Yeah, nice break off. A lot of action, but nothing down for Kaci. And oddly enough, I watched him practice breaking a couple times on this table. Missed the one both times. He's someone who does not baby the rack one bit. Really puts a lot of power into it. So maybe used to making an odd ball besides the one at times. Well, I'm surprised he didn't go for that. We may see, of course, the safety was really good. So it's going to be a 2-rail kick of some sort for the big man.
Yeah, the UK Open win was part of a really good spell for Kaci last year, as he seemed to be finding the consistency that hasn't always been there in his career, to go with the obvious talent. He'd been in the final of the World Masters just a few weeks before that, lost to Ko Pin Yi. And looked to have a good chance of back-to-back matchroom titles after his UK Open win. The Spanish Open just a few weeks later was playing well, but Heavily beaten in the end by Dang Jinhu. Went on to win the title.
Yeah, this kick shot here, I like not to hit it, you know, not super light, but on the lighter side. A couple reasons to keep accuracy on the kick. And also you want the cue ball to continue forward, maybe leaving something tough on the blue too. Hard to predict a snooker. Sound like a miscue, actually.
Yeah, very hollow sound, you might say. Backs up what you're saying. Okay, so ball in hand for Delgado. And a chance of sorts to make this a much briefer rack than the first.
It looks like he's going to track the cue ball down for the red 3 in the middle, the right middle. See the pink over on the left rail. That's the real key ball in the rack. If he can get on that nicely, everything else should open up. Wants to avoid the 8. Wants to come 3 cushions and bounce just above it. He's going to get close to the 8 here. This is another huge mistake with the cue ball. So now a jump cue coming out after an unforced error. Not as bad as the last, but not a whole lot better, really. You see he's pocketed the 4. Got a couple little bumps on the green 6 and the purple 5, but now in really good position, it looks like.
Talking earlier about the progress he was making in 2021 and how he then built on it in 22. But in these matchroom events in 2023, it really was a big disappointment for him. He only got to single elimination in one of them. That was the Hanoi Open. He was heavily beaten there by Ko Ping Chung, 10 racks to 1 in the last 64. So if he is to try and build on the progress he was achieving a couple of years ago, really needs a couple of decent runs, including at least one deep one in events of this nature in 24.
Cue ball running a bit more than he wanted there. Shouldn't be a problem to tie our score, though.
Yeah, did look at one stage as though he might be leaving the table from this chance. A good deal earlier than anticipated. But he's come through it and has levelled at 1-1 against the defending champion, Kaci. Now, Jeremy, there is a chance you could be playing Anton Raga tomorrow, because you will face the loser of his match against Karl Naderberg. Raga was actually 4-2 down. He has just got one back, so it's 4-3 there. Carl Boys has lost another one against Alvin Anjito, so the Indonesian player now leading 3-0 in that one. And Arfan Dad continuing to battle well against Joshua Filler. He's only a couple behind at 6-4. Loho Sum 4-3 up on Mustafa Alnar. Dean Shields has managed to open his account against Fedor Gorst, the World Masters champion, leading 4-1. Shane Wolford 3-2 down to Marvin Assis, and Pia Filler has a 3-1 lead over Mark Bijsterbosch, who was due to be playing the former Premier League footballer Troy Deeney earlier today. But Deeney's much publicised involvement was cancelled because he'd picked up an injury. Ryuki Oi now 7-3 up on Dote Kien in that match we were watching a little earlier on table 2. Now, let's turn our focus back to this one.
Yeah, didn't really see much wrong with the hit on the 1. Cue ball was arcing nicely back into the 9. Looks like he's elevated over the purple 5. Always a funny shot here. You want to kind of bank this away and draw over behind the 9. You're a little ways away. You could worry about fluking a ball in, possibly the blue 2. Nice shot there. All you can do is really contain the cue ball. Try and hope the 1 agrees. Like I said, you don't fluke another ball in. Well, there's an open pocket. It does play by the 9 a little tight, but a 3-9 looming a couple shots away. Whoever does get this first 1 ball down. Looks like he can push forward, maybe catching just a little of the pink as he pushes forward for the blue 2. Okay, he's playing safe if he's elevating the cue. Very disappointing year for Delgado, as I was saying, in the matchroom events in 2023, but he spent a lot of time playing in the US and did well, and some of the smaller ranking events there had a number of 9th placed finishes in various events, including the quite prestigious Turning Stone Classic. So there was some form and there were some wins during the year, just perhaps didn't come with the regularity or in the places he would ideally have chosen. Hard not to foul here. He's got to sneak right between, and there's a scratch off the right side of the 1. Boys hit this beautifully. Really nice. A little unfortunate in my opinion. Tried to play it lightly.
Amazing how much bigger the pockets seem when you're trying to stay out of them than trying to get into them.
Yeah, we've said that forever in the pool room. Another 3 foul situation just because the pink 4 is a nasty little ball kind of covered up and could knock the 1 down table underneath the 4 and the black 8. Planting the cue ball right behind the 6. That's what he's looking at now. How difficult is this 4 ball for later in the rack? He's missed ball in hand, Michael. Won't see that very often.
And it was like he was trying to prove what we were saying, that the pockets are much smaller when you're trying to pop balls rather than avoid the scratch. Yeah, that was surprising.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what he's left here. Delgado doesn't seem too disturbed about things, even though I thought he was dead snookered. Overhead tells us maybe he's got a little more of it than we think. Haven't seen Carl Boys at the table much, I'll tell you. Seen a lot of the man from Indonesia, is it?
Yeah, Alvin Anjito. Boys has got one on the board, but he's 4-1 down in that. You know, you missed each other in the draw potentially by 1 place. If Carl had been 1 match lower down the draw, then he could have been facing you tomorrow if he lost.
Oh, nice shot here. Really good. So did have a piece of the 1. Acted like he didn't like much of it. Went with it and buried a big one. Now, both these players, of course, I know Kaci for sure is used to a slower match, but you can kind of feel, though, even if you're used to it, can get you a bit out of rhythm. I know that. So shots like this, after a lot of dinking and ducking around, look very difficult, I think. Little jabby there.
Is he going to give up ball in hand for a second time? No. Got to mention the British player Arfan Dad. He's really putting up a great show against Joshua Filler. Only 1 behind now. 6-5.
Okay, I didn't know this 2 was playable. Looks like it certainly is. He was kind of eyeing up the 5 ball for later in the rack, so gonna try and squeeze between the 8 and 7. Some 2 rails around for the 3 in the upper right. Yeah, that looked very difficult to me.
Kaci, as I said, got a bye through the first round earlier today. Delgado did play, but it was comfortable against Carlo Blasi of Italy, winning by 9 racks to 2.
And does he come down the left side of the table for the pink in the lower right? He could come 2 rails, kind of where the cue ball's at now.
Quite a few unexpected misses on both sides already. You consider we're only just into the 3rd rack.
Yeah, and I kind of feel that, of course, this first game was a lot of tactical, great kick shots, whatnot, not giving up much, but kind of feel like every shot's a bit of a presentation for each player, and I don't think that's helping them as far as getting in the gear, getting in rhythm. All right, wanting the center of the table is all. Oh, he came a bit further. Going to get a little thinner than he wanted. Some may say maybe wanted a little more out of the cue ball, but I think more of the center of the table is what was by design.
You're not playing till 4 tomorrow, Jeremy, so I think this match should be just about finished in time for that.
Yeah, they'll pick it up, but play the match, you know, you get a little mental with these pockets. You can pretty much miss anything. We've seen a lot of that today. All right, 2 rail kick off the left long rail to the top cushion coming at the pink. He's trying to make a decision. Do I want to thin this and go between the 5-6 up and down the table? Could easily add a little right spin and go into these balls. I think it's hard not to want to go into them, really, because if you try to go between them, you could get an awful little kiss off of one and end up in a bad spot. Yeah, I think that was just something you had to do there.
Kaci, as I was saying, was really finding a lot of consistency round about this time last year, and then had that terrible car accident, and he was seemingly heading for a return to the Mosconi Cup team. Well, that was off the table. There was talk we might not see him again for a year, but he returned a good deal earlier than expected. We saw him at the World Masters a couple of weeks ago and actually led Joshua Filler 4-1 in the opening match. Ended up losing 9-6. Just no rhythm really being built up, is there?
No, not at all. And very surprising, really. Almost, I don't know how to explain it. Not really fearing the shot, it doesn't appear, but that's not the right word I'm looking for, or theme. 5 near the pocket, but still nothing easy with the cue ball near the rail. Really having to go forward with some power to get on the green 6. I know it's early and it's his first match after drawing a bye, but definitely a player I saw last year that was looking for these kind of shots, really looking for any opening and looking to manhandle, you know, all situations that came about.
It's going to be one of those matches, isn't it? At the moment, it's shaping up to be a real slog and a scrap for every ball before someone eventually falls over the line. Obviously, it can change, but you look at that scoreboard and see 1-1, you can't quite believe it. And we're only playing the 3rd rack. Feels like it's already been going on such a long time.
Yeah, tough equipment, you know, can kind of get you a little heady trying to make sure you're too perfect on everything and not understanding that, you know, the pockets out here are smaller than maybe what you're used to, but the game itself hasn't changed a whole lot. See that in golf quite often, I think, in the major championships and whatnot. Players really picking things apart, but and understandably, you want to win huge titles. He really laid up for this one. He could have gotten much closer to the 8. He's got a nice natural angle, though. And I haven't seen Beisterbosch at the table much either. I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of Pia Filler at the table.
Yeah, 4-2 to Pia Filler in that one. I believe it was 4-1 a little earlier.
I think maybe she just got another on her side is what the case is, maybe.
Yeah, they are racking them again for the next rack, so we'll update you on that in a moment, and we can update you now on events on this table where Jose Alberto Delgado leads for the first time in the match against excellent Kaci at 2 racks to 1. They've been playing for around 40 minutes, maybe slightly more than that, and we're only 3 racks in. Surely it can't continue in that way. Naoki Oi on the hill now at 8-5 against Do Tae Kien of Vietnam. Niels Fine has a 3-2 lead over the British player Martinho Correa, who had a go-to-hill win over Nick Malai earlier today. Fedor Gorst looks to be closing in on a place in winners qualification round. He now leads Dean Shields 6-1. Shane Wolford 4-3 down to Marvin Assis. And yeah, I can now confirm Pia Filler has added another rack, so it'll be a really good win over Mark Beisterbosch, who was 1 rack away, as I said, from winning an equivalent event to this last summer. So 5-2 to Filler. Carl Boys has got it back to 5-2 down against Alvin Angito. Carl Naderberg and Anton Raga level at 4-all. And Joshua Filler has finished strongly to finally see off Arfan Dad. Filler, winner of this title 2 years ago, a 9-5 winner. Talking about some of the moments Delgado had in 2023. Maybe the most memorable was playing for Spain B at the World Cup in his home country. As hosts, they were entitled to nominate 2 teams, so he played with Hona Suto. They didn't really actually accomplish all that much on the table. They were always going to beat Saudi Arabia, you would have felt, in the first round. And then in the second round, they were beaten 7-2, quite heavily, really, by the Philippines. But the memory of playing for their country, in their home country at a World Cup in front of an enthusiastic crowd, that's still something you can take away with you. Even though it probably not be too keen to take that shot away in his memory bank, because that wasn't great.
No, total miss hit there. Cue ball not anywhere close to what he wanted. It does have a shot at the red 3, but how difficult would that have been trying to get back for the pink 4?
I've literally never seen that before. A player taking the end of the cue off and putting it in one of the pockets.
No, that's, you know, fairly common. I've seen Kaci.
Really?
He's done it in this match already once, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my word. I honestly can't remember ever seeing a player do that.
Just a little bit of the ball. Easy to put a little right English on this. Sometimes not hit the ball at all.
Just imagine the scenario there if the cue ball comes off the rail at a different angle, hits the purple 5, and it gets kept out of the pocket by the end of his own cue.
I think we would have saw Kaci moving quickly towards.
Yeah, well, he would have had to.
That extension.
Anyway, these are the trivial little things that keep us amused.
It's going to carry out nicely. He's going to now. This is a perfect example of these pockets and the way the table's playing. And all right, he's going to try and come all the way back, as he should, in between the 5 and 6 off of 1 cushion, maybe 2. But these have to be hit purely.
Big chance, this. Opportunity there for Delgado to open a slightly unexpected 3-1 lead over the defending champ without having really played particularly well.
Yeah, that one game that Kaci did win was a fight, and Delgado starting to get a little step around the table.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, no real rhythm being established yet on either side, but the way the balls were sitting when Delgado came to the table, just the sort of chance that can enable you to build up a little bit of that, and perhaps that's what he's doing here. 2 balls away from 3-1. So, lost an epic opening rack. But he's won 3 on the spin since then. So Delgado goes 2 clear. Jeffrey Ignacio is a couple of racks away from going through. 7-4 up against Yannick Pongers. That one on table 4. Federer Gorst 6-1 up on Dean Shields, looking to go back-to-back. Gorst after his World Masters triumph. In terms of the matchroom events, that is. Dean Shields has just got another one in that match, actually, so it's 6-2 now. Shane Wolford 5-3 down to Marvin Assis. Alvin Anjito of Indonesia has taken another one against Carl Boys, so that's 6-2 now. And Lou Riteng has a 6-2 lead against German player Tobias Bongers. Low host Sum a couple of racks away, 7-4 up on Mustafa Alner.
Yeah, this hasn't helped the pace of play either. The break has been difficult. Not getting a ton of shots, not making balls. Didn't make a ball again here, but did give up a shot for Kaci to get going. Difficult 1 ball.
Just looking at that match that Carl Boys is playing, Jeremy's up against a young man from Indonesia. And in a sense, you could categorize that as a country that's similar in some respects to the Philippines and Vietnam. You don't hear a lot about them on the international sporting stage, but they're enormous countries with huge populations where the game is actually really popular. It's just a matter of someone coming through and making the breakthrough and perhaps inspiring a whole new wave of players to emerge from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna get awkward queuing here, almost straight there. Use that power we all know he possesses to move the cue ball out to the center. Gonna get awkward though. So when you make a few mistakes, that next game's sometimes hard to get. And you know, I know a lot of players and go to Indonesia for exhibitions and challenge matches and whatnot. So you know there's stuff going on there, and of course, like you said, heavily populated into cue sports. So hopefully another country that will kind of follow in line of the Philippines and now Vietnam. He's going forward here. I think this is just because the cueing. Maybe a stun. All ball fouls. Oh, this isn't going to get any easier. It's going to get a little off angle. Shoved that one in, wasn't hit perfectly, but that power he possesses kind of forced that ball in the corner. And one thing Kaci's always done is you'll notice he messes with his glove a lot in between shots. He's always adjusting it a little bit and doing different little things. But I talked to him a bit, and you know, he's lost a little feeling in that left hand, you know, and
as a result of the accident.
Yes,
yeah.
and you know, just the response in it isn't the same that he's, you know, used to as growing up. But, you know, in pool, it's the backhand that really does the work. You know, that's the kind of the engine and the stroke is the backhand. But the front hand, that's exactly what it's there for. There's a lot of feel. Of course, that's what you see and your guidance when cueing. So something that could, you know, hopefully is going to improve for Kaci, but something he's definitely dealing with.
And he's dealt pretty well with this opportunity. So things have picked up a bit in the last couple of racks. And after losing 3 in a row, Kaci has won that one, so he's back to just 1 behind at 3-2. 5-all now between Carl Naderberg and Anton Raga. The other Carl, boys, 6-2 down against Alvin Anjito. Mark Boisterbosch has got one back against Pia Filler, so now trailing 5-3. And Yannick Ponger still making a good battle of it against Jeffrey Ignacio, trailing 7-6. And just talking about Indonesia, it's one of the big mysteries of just global sport to me. Indonesia is the 4th most populated country in the world, and you never hear of them achieving anything in the sporting realm. So you sort of feel that if a big name player could emerge from Indonesia, the field is open there, as it were, for Indonesia to become a major sport there, because when a country doesn't have much success on the global stage, suddenly someone comes through in any particular sport, and that sport becomes a big part of the culture of the nation. Anyway, that's all for the future. For now, Kaci is breaking, looking to level this match. He's 3-2 down.
All right, took a little speed off, not much. He never does. Got the one down, I think, for the first time in this match. Yeah, he's looking to stun 2 rails by the 9-ball here. The 2 some piece away from the pocket. Very difficult shot to stun it, getting by the 9, and again hit your mark, not messing with the 7 or the 5 as you come up, and not overhit for the red 3. So lots going on in this shot. And that was the worry, catching the 9, and this is why. He's going to give up a cross-side bank. Definitely one that's playable, and a lot of players would shoot at this.
Talk about countries that don't feature much on the international sporting stage. Well, Albania, obviously a much smaller country, but I'd certainly apply that description to that as well. So Kaci, one of his country's most successful sportsmen, although getting a bit of competition at the moment from the national football team, who are going through the best spell in their history, playing at the European Championship this summer.
And there wasn't a whole lot he could do there. The 5 had him cut off the thinner hit on the red 3. So he just had to come around and try and leave distance. Looks like he's going to electrocute downward, trying to come 2 rails between the 9 and the brown 7. He's kind of leveled out a bit here. Now cueing downward.
Have you seen that trick Delgado does, where he puts the cue between his legs and puts the ball that way?
No, I have not.
It's amazing. I'm not even doing it justice with the way I'm describing it.
Well, there's a player online that plays that way on a Chinese 8-ball table, I think it is, and it's pretty unreal, the balls that he knocks in. Little snooker here on the red 3. Is it like a trick shot, or he runs racks? Or?
It's hard to describe. It's just one ball. Like, he puts the ball down, he lines up the cue, and then he puts his leg around the cue, and I think he even looks away from the table. Yeah, Jake Asby from Matchroom has just come over and done an extraordinary sort of mime act to try to demonstrate it to you, Jay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Jake's technique would work quite so well.
They look pretty good. I mean, I'm not sure what that technique's supposed to look like, but
anyway, we'll have to get him to show it to you at some stage.
All right, he's got a little bit of a look at the red 3 here. Must have more look at it than I thought. Now going for the jump cue, it appears. So this must be about the safety, I'm guessing. Only reason he'd pull out the jump cue, trying to maybe draw back a couple rails behind the pink. 3 should move somewhat off the 6. May not go as far as he thinks, though. Yeah, see, it's coming back at him. I think that was solely trying to get the cue ball protected. Gonna have to work the cue ball down table here for the purple 5. A little high running left English. Thing he's got to worry about here is the 8, right? I mean, don't want to let this go and get accidentally behind the 8, maybe over the 8. So he's gonna have to follow this a bit, but maybe have to work a bit off the purple to the green 6 here in a moment. Yeah, this is what I would have wanted to stay away from. This was the worry in my mind. And I'm not sure where he was trying to go with it, Michael. Maybe past the 8 to make things easier, but it's not really the working mentality we're used to from Eklund Kaci. Big favorite to make this jump, but anytime you're jumping the ball, it's certainly missable. Looks like he could follow out 2 rails, but of course he's at the table. That may be closer to a scratch in the lower right than it appears. So looks like he's hitting a high ball, though. He'll come 2 rails just inside the 8. It's close, though. Easy to take your eye off the 6 and overcut this just a touch. Oh, he hit it thick.
Not happening for him today, but he showed some very good form at the Scottish Open last week. Beat Shane Van Boning, ended up in the quarterfinals, where he eventually lost to the eventual winner of the tournament, Duong Kwok-Wang. It's hard to think of any other sport, Jeremy, where you'd have an event of that nature and have so many of the world's best players in it. You talk about a stacked field. It was amazing, which really added so much to Duong winning that title, that he had to come through such a tough lineup to take it.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know it's going to serve him well moving forward. Talked about him at the Whirlpool Masters, really. You know, didn't get a lot of time there. Had a crazy match with SVB. And I was talking about during the Scottish Open, as far as Wang's concerned and a few others, you know, getting those matches in such a quality field, you can't replace that, no matter if it's at the Scottish Open, the UK, or whatnot. They're all big when you're facing those kind of players. And heading into this UK Open, boy, he's got to be feeling like $1 million.
Speaking of Shane Van Boening, he's off and running against Jake Newlove. What an opportunity this is for the British player to take on one of the greatest of all time. Van Boening off to a good solid start and about to lead 2-0. Been a semi-finalist in this event before.
Shane back with the extension on. I think he's just superstitious with it now. Played the Scottish Open without it, a little bit before without it.
The reason that Van Boening match is now underway is that Naoki Oi did get the job done 9-5 over Do Tae Kien. Oi got off to a good start on table 2 and never really looked like relinquishing the strong position he'd built. So Van Boening on table 2 now, and if you want to have a look in, Matchroom Multisport YouTube is the place to do just that.
That's got to go. It's going to be behind the 9 as well. So all kinds of errors riddled in this match for both players. Looks like Carl Boys has gone down. Oh, watch out, cue ball here. Ooh.
Yeah, latest score and a half from Carl's match is that he's 8-2 down, but you think it's over now, do you?
Yeah, I saw him shake hands. So the man from Indonesia moves on to winner's qualification. Carl Boys will be back tomorrow in the late afternoon.
Yeah, to play Diogo Soares of Portugal on the loser's side. Fine win for Angito, though, when you look at the results Boys has had over the last week. A couple of really good wins, including the victory against Albin Ocean at the Scottish Open, and then beat Konrad Yasution earlier today. So, very encouraging result for the young Indonesian player.
Yeah, he's just trying to shave this off his left side of the brown, just trickle down to the rail, trying to utilize the 9 as a big ball. Yeah, nicely done.
Angito, having beaten Carl Boys, will now play the winner of the match between Carl Naderberg and Anton Raga. They're level at 6-all. And of course, the loser of it will play you, JJ.
Priming me for that 4 o'clock match tomorrow there, Michael. Now here you can kick to the side rail, try and bank the 7 back down and follow through. Let the cue ball continue up table, trying to leave something long. You may get a snooker, you doubt it, but oh, you could see part of it. So definitely going to play that, putting the cue ball in the end rail. Looks like he's left a bit of a natural scratch possibly, so Kaci may be forced to play a safety with an open ball. Kaci get going to his case. Maybe should wait maybe till Delgado's done shooting, but looks like he's maybe getting a tip tool or changing shafts maybe, but in the midst of his opponent at the table.
Well, certainly didn't distract Delgado from making the pot. Now he's got a really good chance to go 2 clear.
And he's got a bit of a stretch here. He's got the extension on it. Easy to let up a little bit. He certainly didn't do that. He's going to get a little bit of an awkward 9 from behind it near the rail with the cue ball.
You surprised at all he played it at that pace?
No, a little surprised he decided to follow the cue ball, though. Most would hit downward and kind of draw across. Didn't mind the pace at all, really. Had to avoid the scratch, couldn't just level out and roll the ball. Kaci happy to get one back on his side, even if it was a gift.
Well, Delgado will feel he's put in an enormous effort here already, and doesn't have anything to show for it because he's back on level terms with Kaci, who was a couple of racks behind at one stage. The defending champion has now leveled the contest at 3 apiece. Anton Raga just getting back in front of Karl Naderberg at 7-6. Lu Ri-Teng is the latest winner, 9-3 over Tobias Bongers, and will now face last year's runner-up Joshua Filler. Lo Ho Sum is now on the hill, leading 8-5 against Mustafa Alnar. Jake Newlove has opened his account against Shane Van Boning, closing to 2-1 behind. Pia Filler 3 away from what would be a fine win over Mark Meisterbosch. She's leading 6-4. It's 6-all between Shane Wolford and Marvin Assis. Dean Shields was really going well, only 6-3 down against Federer Gorst, which was a decent effort from the British player against the World Masters champion. Gorst, though, has just won rack 10 to make that 7-3. And Niels Fine 7-2 up against Martinho Correa. Jeffrey Ignacio of the Philippines now on the hill, but only at 8-7 against Yannick Pongers.
Cue ball's going to get lost, maybe. No, it's going to end up with a real nice shot and his first real chance at a break and run.
So good at such a young age, Kaci. Won a big event in New York when he was only 18, beat Carlo Biado in the final. And that same year, he reached the semi-finals of the World Championship. Was runner-up in the US Open. So certainly until last year, you would have to say, in individual events anyway, that was probably the best year of his career. Following year, became the youngest ever Mosconi Cup player, albeit on the losing side for Europe at Alexandra Palace. Starting a run of 4 straight appearances on the European team. Missed out in 22. As I said, he may well have been back in the team last year, but for that injury. Speaking of team events, Kaci has played in all 4 of Albania's appearances in the World Cup of Pool. which have all come in quite recent times. The first was in 2018. And in all but one of those, they've actually made it past the first round, which is reasonably impressive. Beat Peru last year to get to the last 16 before losing to Poland, along with Besar Spahiu.
Yeah, Besar here in the field as well. Boy, he's improved a lot, I'll tell you. But Kaci may end up playing with little brother one day. I know he won his first match today. I don't know how he did in his second.
He won that one as well.
Yeah, it was a tough one also, right?
Dennis Graber, yeah. Beaten 9-5, so he'll now be playing Torsten Homan. There won't be many matches this week with a bigger age gap between the two players, except maybe some of the matches you play in, Jay.
Yeah, right.
53 last week.
53, yeah. Okay, playing a little power up here for the side of the green 6. Now he's going to play for the corner. Caught it a little to the right side. That's why the cue ball's a little off angle here on the green 6. Going to have to play a similar shot pushing forward. Not the friendliest way to shoot these balls out in the middle of the table. I don't know if it'll be. He's very good with the bridge, so. Looks like he's going to cue it with a bit of inside spin. Should just roll forward, maybe stun out a little bit for the 9 in the left middle. So break and run, I believe.
Yeah, first of the match. Totally out of sync, really, with what we've seen up until now. Kaci won the first rack of the match. That's the only time he's led in it, though. Until now, 3 in a row for the Albanian. He leads Jose Alberto Delgado by 4 racks to 3. Niels Fine on the hill now at 8-2 against Martinho Correa, but his fellow Dutchman Yannick Pongers has now been beaten 9-7 by Jeffrey Ignacio of the Philippines. So it looks as though Ignacio will be playing Niels Fine in winners qualification. Petter Gorst just a couple away from victory now over Dean Shields. That one is 7-4. Marvin Assis leading Shane Wolford 7-6. Pia Filler just needs a couple more as well. She's 7-4 ahead of Mark Beisterbosch. And Anton Raga is on the hill now, 8-6 up on Carl Nadeberg. Shane Van Boning now leading Jake Newlove by 4 racks to 1. 4-3 Kaci here.
Yeah, thunderous hit on the rack there.
Yeah, Imran Majid was in earlier in commentary, and can't remember the exact word he used. I think it was the strongest or the most forceful break in the game. That's how he described Eklund Kaci, and I guess you would probably agree.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, of course, SVB turns it up quite a bit. I think Kaci's got him by just a notch. There's a few that can really hit him. But to consistently do it and do it under the pressure where a lot of guys back off a little bit, and by design.
Well, that's what Van Boning was doing, wasn't it, when he won the World Championship in Milton Keynes in the spring of 22. He was just crunching them time after time after time. That was the bedrock of his success, really.
Yeah, and like I said, Shane, though, kind of superstitious a little bit at times, or gets a little bit, it's the best way to say it, just, you know, he sees what he believes pretty easily, and if he doesn't like the way something's working just for a couple racks, he wants to change it up, seems like. Just like I commented about the extension that he is playing with this week. Last week he didn't. Changes it up quite a bit. It's going to lengthen a little too much.
Well, even though he wasn't playing particularly well, this match was looking quite promising for Delgado up to a point not so long ago. Now it's just steadily ebbing away from him. Kaci started to play a bit better. Delgado is still finding it a bit of a slog.
Yeah, a couple games he won early. You know, he kind of kicked out of some extreme situations, played some nice returns. I think the first game seemed like it took 20 minutes, I think, or so. Second and third weren't much quicker, but he's eyeing up the pink 4. Now, to me, he's eyed it a few times, so that tells me it probably goes, but it's very difficult. With the green 6 on the other end of the table, he may elect to try and fall somewhat straight on the red 3. That way he can draw back behind the pink 4 for some other pocket besides the lower left.
Just seen Steve Feeney, the sight right man, walking around. Made his name in the snooker world, but I know he's been working with Jason Shaw and perhaps one or two of the other pool players of late. Do you know much about that method, JJ, given all your knowledge of coaching and everything? What do you make of it?
A little bit, actually. I wanted to go over some stuff here this week. I'm hoping with maybe Elliot. I know he knows quite a bit about it. But I'd love to learn a bit more, that's for sure.
Fascinating thing about it is it seems to work across a number of sports, because I know he was working with the former Ryder Cup golfer Stephen Gallagher as well, and maybe some other golfers. So it's great to come up with a coaching innovation in one sport, but the fact it can work across more than one, that's very unusual.
Yeah, just not totally clicking on all cylinders. Kaci having trouble, not necessarily pocketing the ball, but pocketing the ball how he wants to. Right there, he hit the wrong part of the pocket. That's why he caught a piece of the pink 4. So it's been a bit of a laboring match here for Kaci. It is his first, technically his second, but did get a bye.
Seen a few surprise results today, and we've seen a lot of matches where it looks like it's going to be very one-sided in favour of one player before the off, and then the underdog puts up a good fight, and maybe another one of those emerging on table 2, because Jake Newlove is only 4-2 behind against Shane Van Boning. Big ask to win, but could at least make it tricky for the former world champ.
Nice control there from Kaci, trying to, of course, keep control of the pink 4 and the cue ball. Looks like the jump cue to me. Trying to play the pink 4 back underneath him, maybe get some action on the 9. Cue ball goes into the green 6. I believe something like that.
Lo Ho Sum is probably getting a bit tired of being always described as the former World Masters runner-up. Wants to achieve something else to be known by. Well, may well get a shot at Shane Van Boning in the next round here, because Lo has just beaten Mustafa Alnar 9-5. Well, Jeremy, you're playing Karl Naderberg tomorrow, because Anton Raga has pulled away towards the end to beat the Estonian by 9 racks to 6. Raga will play Alvin Angito, who beat Carl Boys earlier in winners' qualification. Naderberg will face you on the one-loss side.
All right, Delgado going for the cross-side bank. I'm really shocked he drew the cue ball. Now, he did draw it into the green 6, so would have held shape, but it gives me an inclination he was really thinking about the miss rather than just kind of stopping his cue ball, planning to make that bank. Now, this has gotten pretty difficult, I think. You may end up playing a safety behind the brown 7. Well, game probably feeling very, very difficult to Delgado at the moment. Lady Luck hasn't done him any favours with that shot either. Chance for 5-3. Shane's opponent has gotten another one at 4-3 now and breaking. Didn't recall the name.
Jake Newlove.
Newlove, that's right.
Sounds like a movie star. Yeah, another Shane has bigger problems. Wolford of that name. Now 8-7 down. His Filipino opponent Marvin Assis is on the hill.
Nice recovery there. Made it look easy. Hasn't had a 2-game lead yet, that being Eklund. But this is for 4 on the spin, I believe.
You believe correctly. Delgado was too clear at 3-1. And even then, you always suspected if someone was going to take a firm grip on the match, it probably would be Kaci. And through one thing and another, that's the way it's turning out. 4 in a row, as you say, for the Albanian. He's now past the halfway point in his search for the 9 racks he needs to make a winning start to his defence of the title. 5-3 to Kaci. Could be a lot of winners in the next few minutes. Mark Bijsterbosch has now moved to the hill. He's really turned it around there against Pia Filler, and he now leads by 8 racks to 7. Michael Schneider of Switzerland is a couple away from victory. 7-5 up on the Dutchman, Jan van Lierop. Niels Fine has got it done against Martinho Correa, 9-3. And as a result, we'll play Jeffrey Ignacio in winners' qualification. So back to this one. Kaci got a bit of daylight now, looking to make a surge for the line.
Kaci, who will attack these off-angle combinations a little more often than most players. You know how they say fortune favors the brave. Well, fluked the 5 in there. Now on the fence with a long rail bank to the lower left. Kind of can hold a little position for a backdoor safety behind the brown as well. I probably play the safety here, even though I like to stay aggressive, but I like coming off the left side of the blue too and coming some 1, 2, 3 rails behind the 6 and 8. It just lays so nice. You shouldn't miss your mark here. May leave a jump, but should get the snooker. Nice, let it lengthen a little bit. It's going to get somewhat of the snooker anyways. Good thing the brown 7's there. Not his best. Not the fluke he was looking for. Looked to bang the 2 around below the 9. It found that left middle side pocket. Now dead snookered on the red 3. Not going to mind this, though. Kaci should go airborne.
Well, the way this match has turned from 3-1 up, losing 4 in a row, if he's going to have any hope of turning it round back in his direction, really got to make the most of this chance.
Yeah, very routine here. Should just go forward a bit. Maybe play for a little stun angle off the 6. Could follow off the 6 for the brown 7. He went quite a bit forward, so he's gonna, I guess, draw the ball.
Well, it's all become a bit of a struggle, this match, for Jose Alberto Delgado. The 30-year-old from Spain was handed a fairly straightforward chance to see this out with ball in hand, and after losing the last 4 racks, he's won this one, and he's still very much in this, only one behind against excellent Kaci at 5 racks to 4. So Federgorst has seen it out against Dean Shields, 9-4. The British player, I would suggest, would probably be quite happy to have made as much of a fight of it as he did. Victory also for Marvin Assis, 9-7 over Shane Wolford. That one's just finished. So Gorst will now play the winner of Michael Schneider and Jan van Lierop. Schneider leading 7-6 at the moment. And Assis, as it stands, on course to play Mark Bijsterbosch, who's in play against Pia Filler at the moment. It's Filler at the table, actually, but she's 8-7 down. And Shane Van Bonen has reasserted himself to some extent against Jake Newlove, the British player. It's the American Van Bonen now leading 5-3. Declan Kaci has gone out for a brief break. So let's have a look in on what's going on over on table 2 and that Filler Bijsterbosch. Sorry, it's not Filler against Bijsterbosch, it's the Van Bonen match that I was just talking about. That is Jake Newlove at the table. A big part of the calendar for these British players who are playing in tournaments in this country all the time. Get a chance to shine here at the UK Open once a year. Perhaps the prime example of that today has been Clint Janssen, who got a couple of wins and is through to winners qualification. He'll play Mario He on Wednesday. Van Bonen, winner of the Premier League earlier in the year. The other matchroom event that's already been played so far in 24 Had that really good comeback against Duong Kwang, where he needed to win the last 4 racks in the first round to get through, and did. Then overtaken in the final stages of his quarter-final. Went down 10-8 to Jason Shaw. Van Boning will almost certainly open a 3-rack gap here. And while he mops up in rack 9, we will return to the main table. Pretty good. Maybe Delgado's best break of the match so far. World Masters, of course, is an invitational, so this is the first really big world ranking event of 2024, but there have been 8 smaller events going on, and Delgado's had a little bit of success in those. Into the last 32. In a couple of them. In Lugo in March. That's where we were for the Spanish Open and the World Cup last year. And then in Modena in Italy last month. But he's bound to feel in his 30s now that he's really going to have to step it up quite soon if he's to have the sort of success would have been hoping for in his career. Had that great European Open run, getting to the semi-finals a couple of years ago, but that really is about it in terms of doing well in big tournaments. It's a pretty good response. Just to confirm, Shane Van Boning did mop up that 9th rack, so 3 clear and 3 away from victory against Jake Newlove. Van Boning now leading 6-3 over on table 2.
Kaci trying to find an edge of this red 3. It's pretty normal for Kaci. Usually gets down on almost every shot, kind of sizing it up before he decides what direction, what kind of stroke he wants to put on the ball. Ooh.
Well, it was ball in hand that let Delgado back into the match in the previous rack. He availed of the opportunity to get back to only 1 behind, and now with ball in hand again, all of a sudden a chance to be level. Pia Filler and Mark Bijsterbosch are playing an epic 16th rack on table 18. Bijsterbosch on the hill, remember, at 8-7. The next rack has been going on for quite some time. 3 balls left on the table. 8 is hanging over the pocket. 9, I think, is pretty close to a pocket at the other end. And we'll keep an eye on that. Filler has just banked the 7 in the side, so it looks as though that one's going hill-hill.
Yeah, a little the wrong side here for Delgado, and the reason why that's so important is, first off, gaining position on the 7, but getting proper position to get back over for the 8. So anytime you have to get into the cue ball, and that's what it'll be here with the draw stroke, how you hit the pocket, just off with the speed of hair, he could end up thin or maybe straight. Or that right there, that little nip on the 8 didn't hurt though. And everything's been a struggle here. Even the games he's won, it's been a gift or two. It's been a battle for Delgado to win every game he's had so far. Is he hitting downward on this? I thought he kind of rolled this ball in. Yeah, that's what he's done essentially.
Ripple of applause you may have heard there was for Pia Filler, who's just potted the 9-ball to level at 8-all against Mark Bijsterbosch. She's had some decent wins in these open events over the last few years. That would be one of the best if she could close that out.
Well, I got to see some of her first match. She played pretty solid. I wonder where Josh is at. He's usually not too far.
Yeah, he's sitting beside the table. Well, Jose Alberto Delgado lost 4 racks in a row. It all seemed to be slipping away from him, but he's been handed a couple of opportunities in the last 2 racks, and he's taken them. So we're level again at 5-all. It's getting to that point that we arrive at when you get to mid-evening. In the early days of these open events, just a few matches still out there, so things quietening down around the hall. But of the matches still going, it's 7-all between Michael Schneider of Switzerland and the Dutchman Jan van Lierop. Bijsterbosch and Filler, I've told you about, that's 8-all. And Shane Van Boning 6-3 up on Jake Newlove. Just one match still going on in round 1 on the loser's side. British player Paul Williams 6-5 up on Hassan Shahid. So not much left to be decided on this opening day, but among the issues, this match.
Yeah, great break off there. He's going to get near the 2. I don't know what kind of shot, maybe a cross-side bank. Newlove got one back, 6-4 now with SVB. I think Newlove played in Scotland maybe as well. Not 100% on that, but getting a look at him from some distance, I kind of vaguely think I remember seeing him compete there. All right, not really looking at the cross-side bank. A lot of players would entertain that, that's for sure. Okay, he's going to draw the cue ball. Looks like a lot going on here. Moving the 2, some 2 or 3 rails, cue ball drawn. He's not going to mind that result.
Yeah, Newlove did play in the Scottish Open and played a couple of good players, actually. He was up against Piers Labutus, who's shown some good form this year. Pushed him to 10-6. And then went over to the loser's side as a result of that. Played Duong Huang, who ended up winning the tournament. And that was the end of his run. He was beaten by 8 racks to 0.
Yeah, that hill match we were talking about, Bijsterbosch and Filler. Looks like Bijsterbosch just played a safety on the blue 2. We'll try and keep you updated on that. But now a race to 4. It's been a 2-hour race to 5 essentially for these two, Kaci and Delgado, but looking to clean things up coming towards the end.
I was going to say, I'm not sure the word race is appropriate for anything to do with this match. Crawl to 9, let's call it that.
Yeah. The tortoise in the hare, and we're missing the hare, essentially. I think he can squeeze through it, this blue 2. He'll just follow, maybe have to use a bit of the pocket to make the blue 2. Shot like this, a lot of times, you won't try and get super close to the red 3. Just maybe where those break marks are, just left of the box, or on the left side of the box. Oh, he's coming all the way. So there was more of the blue 2 there than we thought. Got to go a bit. It's going to be all right.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 encouraging signs in Delgado's body language. A few racks ago, he was looking a bit down in the mouth about it all, wasn't playing well. The match was slipping away from him, and handed the opportunities in the last couple of racks, and suddenly he looks like he fancies the job a bit more. So after losing the opening rack, Delgado won all of the next 3. Take a bit of early control in this match. But having seen that, turn into a 5-3 deficit. He's won 3 in a row again. And against all the expectations we might have had about 10 or 15 minutes ago, Delgado is now back in front and only needs 3 more to pull off a bit of an upset here. 6-5. Jan van Lierop has made it to the hill now, the Dutchman, 8-7 up against Michael Schneider of Switzerland. But the winner of that to play World Masters champion Fedor Gorst in winners qualification.
Beisterbosch in a good position with 4 balls left, the 6, 7, 8, and 9. Can't take anything for granted on this year's tables here at the UK Open. They were very difficult last year as well, but I think overall from a first day 1 look, probably a little more difficult this year.
The defending champion, 6-5 down as Delgado breaks.
Yeah, changed his breaking side. Starting to have more success from the other side of the box, but can't complain about this one, that's for sure. Near the blue 2, does have a shot. We'll see what the red 3 tells us here in a moment.
Looks as though Mark Beisterbosch has weathered the storm against Pia Filler. A really absorbing contest on table 18. Beisterbosch has just potted the winning 9-ball to prevail in a hill-hill finish. And he will play Marvin Assis of the Philippines for a place in single elimination.
Yeah, I'll tell you, in a good position here to get a 2-game lead late. Just really needs to maintain these balls very playable. You know, and you could say it's been a scrappy match in a lot of ways, but Kaci's missed a few easy balls that you wouldn't expect. And, you know, I don't think he's won hardly any of the tactical games overall. Delgado's been very good in that regard, but again, he had a chance to get more separation when it was 5-3. Made a mistake.
Well, it's maybe not saying that much when you consider how he was playing earlier, but this is easily Delgado's best spell of the match. And of course, that's when you want to find it, is when the winning line is just starting to appear on the horizon. Looks for all the world now as though he's going to get that 2-rack gap that he last had as long ago as 3-1.
Need to slow down a little bit. Actually going to crawl into perfect position, just a foot away from the black 8. Now he can draw up the rail. Pretty foolproof position here.
Really is steadily improving rack by rack here. And that is 4 in a row for Jose Alberto Delgado. Big story developing here. The defending champion going to have to win 4 of the 5 remaining racks. Maybe a big story in progress here on table 2 as well, because I don't think we were expecting it to be this close. British player Jake Newlove only a couple behind against Shane Van Boning, 6-4.
Yeah, difficult safety there, narrowly missing it.
Van Boning sent to the loser side a couple of times in events like this towards the end of last year by players like Marco Teucher and Kyle Amoroto, and okay, he made it through, but when he got to single elimination, found himself with a tough draw and went out early.
Pocket speed there. That 3 was hit a little crudely, did fall. I haven't seen one of those fall all day. Now he's going to get put in this position with another tempting cross-side bank. He's played some safeties on him before. Well, he's got a chance here to knock this in, though, with a nice spread and get to the hill. This overhead will tell us how steep this bank is. All right, he's looking at the safety again. Really natural, though, the bank. Played for the cross corner with a 2-way in mind. Did get it.
Gone hill now on table 8 between Michael Schneider and Jan van Lierop. One of only 4 matches still going on this opening day.
Yeah, haven't seen much of Michael's brother in some time playing. Was a pretty much a mainstay when this tour started. Of course, family man, does work as well. Kind of felt like he was a player kind of coming into his own, though, steadily improving and Getting some nice W's, even on some losses. But some of the top players really tough, you know, fought matches. Yeah, I like hitting down on this. Trying to go one rail directly at the 2. Gonna get a little fortune, maybe left an edge, but I don't think so. Now the one rail skate kind of looks like the shot. I like the 2 rail skate myself. That would be to the long rail at the bottom of your screen now, to the short rail by the pink and up underneath the 2. I think it offers a lot of you know, positive things that can happen with so much traffic. Now this is a hit that you're kind of staring in the face, but is the angle right to come into the blue 2 and hold the cue ball? Real bare part of the table where Delgado is standing. Yeah, this came free.
Well, we have to qualify it slightly by pointing out that he did get a bye in the first round. Still, it's extremely rare in an event like this to see the defending champion beaten in his first match. It's become a very real prospect for Kaci. He is to start turning it round. You feel that has to begin here. Shane Van Bonen has stretched his lead to 7-4 now against Jake Newlove. Just needs a couple more.
Wants to avoid the 9-ball here when it comes to cueing the 6. Doesn't have enough angle to really draw to the rail, I don't think, so he should just hold over. Now a little over the 8 as well. So definitely a missable ball.
Given the way this match has turned against him over the last half hour or so, there was pressure on that. Knew there was a very good chance if he missed it that his opponent was going to get to the hill. Now, Kaci should see this rack out from here. So it's been a decent effort, this, having lost 4 in a row. Kaci has held himself together, all culminating in the simplest of nines. To get back to just 1 behind. Jose Alberto Delgado's lead trimmed to 7-6. Still waiting for a result on table 8 between Michael Schneider and Jan van Lierop. 8 all in that. Shane Van Bonen has got to the hill now. 8-4, he leads Jake Newlove. Was 6-4 not so long ago. It's all gone very quiet here in the Telford International Centre. Just a few matches still out there. This is one of them. Defending champion Eklund Kaci, in just won rack 13, is back to 1 behind. 7-6. That's a setback. The way Delgado has been mopping up these sort of opportunities over the last half hour or so. This could be a significant moment with ball in hand.
Yeah, it appears everything's in the clear. Go work off the blue 2, the 3, and the pink 4 on the top end, and come down trying to finish the last 5 on the bottom, trying to get to the hill. He's broke the balls really well the last part of this match, second half of it, you might say, and get out here, you got to figure. Probably going to have a pretty good break off trying to win. Speaking of breaks, when he made that run in the European Open, you know, that was shortly after the break box and some rules had been put in, and he made that deep run breaking the balls head on, which was, you haven't seen that since, I don't think. It was amazing to me, really. My first real look at Delgado was at that European Open. I'd heard about him before, but never really watched his game much. And a big mistake here on ball in hand, getting a little elevated from nowhere. Don't take your eye off this 3, trying to hold a little better on the pink. All right, going to show us a little lefty. Nice shot.
Yeah, one of those shots that is a good deal more difficult than it might appear. Now's his chance to be first to the hill.
Yeah, I was going to say, he really has an option to come down for the side here. I'm a big corners guy, but this one lays to where, you know, the angle's pretty natural to come down one rail between the 9 and 5. Not much worry there. The speed should be good. He's going to stay for the corner, it looks like. One thing I've noticed, he's definitely shooting the balls in with a little more confidence.
Yeah, even earlier on when he was in a good position in the match, there didn't seem to be much belief in his body language. Oh, and just as we say that, he's handed the initiative in this rack straight over to Kaci.
Yeah, a little short through impact there, and just didn't get a clean hit on the object ball. But it's almost like before in the match, he was kind of stressing over every shot, it seemed. For now, it seems like he's playing a bit more, although a big miss there.
Amazing how often in all cue sports we see big names in danger of early surprise defeats dig themselves out of it and get through, and a lot of the time it's through their own excellence, but probably just as often it's because the underdog maybe a bit thrown by prospect of a big win throws in a moment like that. Meanwhile, Jake Newlove emerges from this match with a great degree of credit, but it's Shane Van Bonen who emerges with the win. He beats the British player by 9 racks to 4, so Van Bonen, after a bye in the first round, gets his UK Open campaign off and running. He'll play Loho Sum, who beat him in the World Masters a couple of years ago. That'll be in winners' qualification.
And Kaci really taking a long look at the 7-ball. A little awkwardly straight-ish on the 6 anyways, and if it's tight, you don't want to be shooting to a portion of the pocket with the cue ball near the rail. Yeah, I think Loho Sum's gonna show us something now. I mean, he's an underdog tomorrow, but last couple times I saw him play, I think his technique has improved a lot. You know, that run he made a few years ago at the Whirlpool Masters, you know, he was riding high on emotion that week, I think, just from the start, that first win. But I think he's going to turn into a very, very good player, very veteran kind of player, and he's going to have some results out here.
Yeah, it wasn't just in the World Masters. It was around that time generally. He had a lot of wins against very high-profile players.
Well, you know it's a mental game. So you lose a little confidence, maybe lose a match or two you're supposed to win.
So this looks pretty inevitable from here. Well, what a chance Delgado had in this rack. These could all have been his. But it was a miss into this corner that Kaci is shooting into now. It turned rack 14 on its head. So it's going to be back-to-back rack wins for the Albanian. So the prospect of a winning start to his title defence is still very much alive and kicking. Kaci wins 2 in a row to level with Delgado at 7-all. They both need 2 more. Now, Jeremy, with your amazing ability to spot a pool match at any distance, can you see the Michael Schneider-Jan van Lierop match? Because it's been stuck on 8-all for quite some time.
No, I don't see it. Don't see it anywhere. It must be in the far right corner. Looks like that's probably the case.
I can see one other match going on there, but that's the one that's on the loser's side. Anyway, we will bring you a result from Schneider and Van Lierop as soon as we can.
Well, you know how it is. Hill very rarely have a break and run. Even though we did at the Whirlpool Masters, I mentioned that to Fedor Gorst after his win. The next day, I think it was, that finally a break and run and a major title when it's Hill. When's the last time we've seen that? Oh, it's just a crunch, I tell you.
Finally, a result from that match, and Jan van Lierop of the Netherlands has defeated Switzerland's Michael Schneider by 9 racks to 8, and so will play the aforementioned Fedor Gorst in winners' qualification. Now, the only match left going on the winner's side is this one.
I assume maybe contemplating the safety since he walked down on that end of the table, but really keeps eyeing the blue 2 past the purple 5 to the upper left. A shot that he really excels at out in the middle of the table, a little bit of a cut. Looks pretty natural to pull the cue ball towards the brown 7 to hold for the red 3. Got a couple pretty easy safeties, or I say easy, I mean doable. Wants to shoot though. Don't play the tournament in the early rounds with the shot clock, but kind of feel like we've talked about before, Michael, it's one of those matches where if the shot clock was put in play, they probably would have played a bit better pool.
And without a doubt, but there was nothing wrong with that shot. Chance for Kaci. Be first to the hill, which wasn't looking likely a couple of racks ago. There's been a suggestion that maybe there should be a shot clock on the main table in the early stages. Now, you would say that wouldn't be entirely fair because you'd have players playing in the same round and some under time restrictions and others not. But then counter argument to that is, would be a good thing for promoting the game. So what do you think?
Oh, I think 100% it should be in play here on our 2 stream tables. And I think, you know, manpower given and everything else, I think it's going to be something that's going to be on the outer tables one day anyway. So I don't think any players would really mind it. You know, if you get drawn to the main table, you get drawn to the main table. It's pretty fair, I think, overall.
One more result. Paul Williams of Britain on the loser's side has beaten Hassan Shahid in a hill-hill finish. So we'll now play Ricardo Mota of Portugal in round 2 on the loser's side. So this is now the only match still out there on this opening day.
Yeah, and this is all about, he's a little off angle. He'd love to draw back for an angle, either go forward to get a subtle angle, either one, but both need a little work. I like what he did here, though, trying to get close to it. That way, if he just gets a little bit of an angle, he has extreme touch, and he can kind of manufacture more if needed. I think pretty smart play there. Now it looks like he can just shoot a high ball with a hair check, maybe, and just roll over in between the 8 and the 7. Wants to not get elevated and, of course, avoid the side pocket. He's definitely over the 8. All kinds of pros and cons when it comes to the taller player versus the not so tall player, but this is definitely one of the advantages for the tall guys, is these reaches out in the middle of the table over a ball. I've always felt the tall players have a little advantage anyways, but a sport that has all shapes and sizes. Well, under pressure, one of the toughest shots, kind of rolling your ball a little jacked up. Yeah, I like what he did there, Michael. He went in and said, okay, let me put a little more speed, a little more conviction on this. Even though I'm going to have a longer 8-ball, at least I'm going to have the first look.
And a match of big swings after they shared the first couple of racks. Delgado won the next 3. And Kaci won 4 in a row. And Delgado won 4 in a row. If this 9 goes down after the 8 just wriggles in, it'll be 3 in a row for Kaci. And if he can maintain his current streak for just one more rack, he will be through to the next round. Eklund Kaci back in front against Jose Alberto Delgado at 8-7. It's funny we're talking about this business of having the shot clock in the early stages, because when I was out watching your match earlier today, actually, and you have those little iPads where the players are updating the scores themselves. Now, it made me think there was a thing back in the 1990s in this country. It was called Pot Black Time Frame, snooker event. It was only played once. It was won by a good friend of mine, Neil Folds. And once you had your visit to the table and you missed, you would go back to your seat and press a button that would then start the clock on the other player. Now, there were all kinds of other rules as well, and it was a bit too complicated, so it didn't really work as a format. But you add up all of those things, you think probably wouldn't be the most difficult thing in the world for the software to be adjusted so that that could be applied in these events. So say, for example, when you were playing Melkonian earlier, your visit to the table ends, you go back to your chair, and you have every incentive to get back there as quickly as possible, of course. Press a button and start a shot clock on him. So maybe that's the future.
Yeah, something like chess they play, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think, you know, the final 64, we need to move on into the shot clock for the final 64 instead of just TV at times, but again, baby steps.
Well, it would have been ironic, given the drawn-out nature of some of the early racks, if this one had finished with a golden break, but as we'll see here, the 9 did have a look at the side pocket.
And does anybody's 1 ball vanish quicker than Kaci's? Really, it's amazing how consistent he can hit it. Of course, I think it was at the Whirlpool Masters we had talked about cueing, and you know, as far as straight cueing and all that. And I think because Kaci exited early in that tournament against Filler, we had talked about, you know, Federer Gorst real straight up and down with the cue, everything lined up. Filler really good. I think Boise had talked about Shaw, of course, with the straight cueing, but I think this guy's as straight as anyone. That's the only reason you can play with so much power and still be so accurate, I think.
He's been renowned, hasn't he, for that straight cue action since he was a teenager, burst onto the scene. So pressure on Delgado here. Got to get this right.
Yeah, he's got to hit down on this kick shot. You want to kick 2 rails, but really it's not the play, I don't think. Too many ways for things to go wrong. Missing the ball, scratching. I think you got to go 1 rail at it, trying to pocket this 3. Try and play a little bend on the cue ball, maybe. Don't want to see him leveling out with the cue stick here.
Ball in hand has played a big part in the latter stages of this match, and it could now be the catalyst for the contest to finally come to an end some 2.5 hours after it began.
Yeah, and Kaci sizing up the 8, but it was the 2-rail scratch. I don't think he was trying to go 2 rails. He knew the scratch was there. Just maybe hit up on the cue ball a little bit, but Kaci gets out here. There's a few things you can remember if you're Delgado, but 7-6 it was, I believe, ball in hand. He ran out and missed the 6 ball to get on the hill. That'll be the one that He'll certainly remember the easiest. And for Kaci, though, if you look at this match, you know, nothing really went the way he wanted it to go. I'm not saying he got bad rolls. I'm just saying it wasn't his best performance. But he's broke the balls really well, so he's got a little something to lean on there, like always. If he can get out here, I think he kind of just, you know, turns the page on day one here at the UK Open and forgets about it and moves on.
It's such a long road to winning one of these titles if you play really well in your first match. It's a long time to then have to maintain that sort of form. Nothing wrong at all with just finding a way through. Don't put yourself under that pressure of going to the one-loss side early on, and the knowledge that even if you do get through, you could face a really big name in the final 64. Always room to improve as the days go on. A little bit of figuring out still to do here.
Yeah, just a little bit. He may end up contacting the 9 when he shoots the 8. But going into this match, I mean, Kaci's got to know that Delgado's a bulldog. You know, he may not always play his best, but always giving up 100%. We saw him really battle for some games early where Kaci could have got a big lead, you would say, to start, but. And also, I think Delgado can leave this match behind a bit. Had some nice performances during the match, but overall not his best. And this was always going to be a little tricky. Looks like he can float forward and take a little more cut on the 9. I don't know if he wants to do that. Doesn't look too difficult to me.
Well, it is all over now. So they've exchanged batches of 4 racks. Kaci won 4 in a row. Delgado won the next 4. By finishing, oh, just as I was about to say, by finishing with a 4-rack streak, Kaci has survived. And now, all of a sudden, every chance of hill. What a miss!
Yeah, none of us expected it, that's for sure.
Delgado would have expected that the next time he got out of his chair would be to shake Kaci's hand. Instead, it was to pot the winning 9-ball, and now he'll stay on his feet to break in the deciding rack.
Let's just play win by 2 from here, Michael. Joking, but yeah. Well, talk about players that, you know, they like to thump the 9 in a bit now. That had nothing to do with that miss so much. That miss was a bit from the pocket. But he kind of sweeted a lot of 9s during this match, and maybe just to get a little feel good before exiting what would be a rough match a little bit for Kaci, wanting to pound the 9 in, and now he's playing another game.
I think he was taking revenge on me there, because I think it may even have been at this event last year. I think I was talking in commentary and he could hear me, and he said I'd put him off on the 9-ball. I think he was taking his revenge by destroying my closing line. Anyway, clearly that's a joke. Kaci can't quite believe what he's just done there. So, it's going to be almost 3 hours after this match started, and it's finally going to finish, and it's all going to be decided by this rack.
And cue ball going some 3 rails up towards the left corner. Watch out.
Oh, that's
curtains.
That's in. So yet again, ball in hand playing a big part in the climactic stages of this match.
Yeah, and you could call it unlucky, and it certainly was, but he didn't hit the rack how he wanted. The cue ball went some 3 rails underneath. Could have scratched all kinds of ways. I'll tell you, I play short side here. I shoot the 2 in the opposite middle here, the right middle, and follow down for the red 3 in the left lower corner. Yeah, you got to play it in that side right there. Yeah, that's it. You know, there's a bit more pressure also. I mean, of course, everything that's going on with the World Nineball Tour, but you know, since the change where you can't just enter these open events or be one of the few that are lucky to just enter, now everything's gotten more difficult. That's why we see more quality matches here on day 1 in early rounds. You're going to have qualifiers, invitations to players that certainly need to be here and should be here. Ooh, that one wiped his feet a bit.
Well, what we used to see on the first couple of days of these events, a lot of runaway matches, players out in the main table who really weren't able to produce. And it wasn't necessarily because they were bad players. It may just be a case that they had some ability but weren't in form coming into it. But now, of course, unless you're ranked high enough to get straight in, you're going to have won some qualifying matches just before the main event to get in. So you'll clearly be bringing some form, and the days of the early rounds of these events being dominated by 9-0s and 9-1s, I think, are consigned to the past.
Yeah, and you know, staying on the winner's side per se, of course, is always what you want. But before, you know, a player could think, well, you know, 2nd round loss, I probably only got to beat 1 really quality player to get in. Now that's not the case at all.
And also, in addition to that, because we have so many more of these open events now, a lot more of the players coming in have got a good deal of experience of playing in them, so that all adds to it as well. Meanwhile, back in the present day, got to the point where whoever lost this match was going to have regrets. Kaci's may well have been his missed 9 at the end of rack 16 when he looked poised to win 9-7. But of course, you've no reason for regrets if you end up winning anyway. Kaci is a couple of balls away from doing that in what would be a massive let-off after the way he passed up his opportunity in rack 16. But after what we saw at the end of that rack, let's not mark this one in the books just yet.
Yeah, talked about him shooting that 9 with speed, but you also have to appreciate, after missing a 9, how aggressive he stayed with the stroke here in the case game. The 7 he pounded in, the 8, nice speed.
So, missed the 9 at the end of the previous rack. But pots the 9, powers it in at the end of this one, and that takes him to 9. Total he needed. So excellent Kaci does, in the end, make a winning start to his title defence. He beats Jose Alberto Delgado, who's missed a big chance there, you have to say, to pull off what would have been one of the biggest wins of his career so far. Kaci is the winner by 9 racks to 8. He is the last winner on this opening day of the UK Open. 2023 champion gets by just. And he will now play Mickey Kraus of Denmark in winners qualification. And that concludes the first day of the 3rd UK Open. After 2 years in London, we've moved here to Telford. So, as always, so much has happened. A lot of players turning up early this morning. 10 o'clock was the start. There's you, Jeremy, in there. And then Federer Gorst, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, Carl Boys, who had 1 win and then a defeat later in the day. Good day for Clint Jansen, the British player. He's through to winners qualification. Sam Henderson, the young American, also made a bit of a name for himself, appearing on one of the main tables. And he too is 1 win away from getting through to the single elimination stage of the tournament. As is always the case, we had half the field playing today, the other half will come in tomorrow. You saw the former World Snooker champion Stuart Bingham there. He'll be among the players featuring in Wednesday's action. So will the likes of Jason Shaw, Alban Ocean, former winner of this title, and the multiple Mosconi Cup MVP, Skylar Woodward. So that's all to come up tomorrow. That's the trophy they're ultimately playing for. Someone will pick that up on Sunday night. It was Kaci last year in London, and he has passed his opening hurdle in defence of the title, but only just after an extraordinary epic match that he's just finished against Jose Alberto Delgado. Thanks for your company. We'll see you again at 10 o'clock UK time tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.
256 players, 6 days, non-stop, 9-ball pool action here at the UK Open.